On shelves today, Darth Vader issue 22.
What's going on, everyone? This is Chris Rhines, and I'm here to give you a quick shot of Broaxium to start your Star Wars comic week. Let's punch it. On shelves today is the first issue of the Solo, a Star Wars story adaptation. And just like the previous adaptations, this one has stuff from the novels as well as the movie to give you a full, complete, entertaining experience. Do I think you should get it? Did the Falcon make the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs? As long as you round down, yeah.
Hey Star Wars fans, I'm Daniel Miller, here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jumpstart your comic book fandom into hyperspace. Now let's punch it. On shelves today, Darth Vader issue 22, part 4 of Fortress Vader, written by Charles Soule. Now, guys, he is killing it. And so is Vader. I mean, he's just killing everybody. The mask has already claimed the lives of 2 people and has left some sweet blueprints for Vader's fortress, which we get to see in Rogue One. Momin, who possesses this mask, is a seriously messed up dude. I mean, holy shit, this guy is really dark. Now, do I think you should buy this comic? Did Vader kill a room full of younglings? Yeah, he did. Buy it.
What's good, people? It's your bro host, Chris Rhines, and I'm here at Atomic City Comics in Philly, ready to give you a quick shot of Broaxium as we kickstart your Star Wars comic week. Let's punch it. Dr. Afra 25 hit shelves today, so let's do a quick recap for those in the back. The bad doctor crapped things up at the Kesker jail trying to get an ancient Sith lightsaber. She ruined a budding relationship with an Imperial inspector. The Empire and the Rebels are after her. Tam Posla, a lawman personified, is back on Afra's trail after she double-crossed him. 000 and BT are back in Afra's life in the worst way. Oh, and Lord Vader's back to tie up some loose ends. And her last-ditch effort to escape certain doom is to have her mind wiped by Bor Ephraim, college roommate of Boca. It's canon. This woman is bad news, yo. Listen, this issue is dark. There's a dope twist that happens that I've been waiting to see fleshed out since Rogue One. And not everyone makes it out of this issue alive. This issue gives us 2 scoops of dark, and I'm loving the pace it's on. For those not reading this book, shame on you. Follow, like, and subscribe to Broaxium all across social media. And if you're looking for a place on Facebook to talk Star Wars free from all the toxicity and hate, be sure to check us out on our Facebook group, the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics.
Hey Star Wars fans, I'm Daniel Miller here live at Atomic City Comics, here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jump your comic book week into hyperspace. Now let's punch it. Unfortunately, there are no Star Wars comics hitting the shelves today, but we're going to give you a glimpse into the future to see what's coming down the pipe for November. Let's start off with the Star Wars main title comic. The Hope Die saga has ended, and the Rebel fleet is badly injured and dispersed amongst the galaxy. Kieran Gillen is still writing for the Star Wars main title comic, and he is going to be doing The Escape. Now, The Escape begins, guys. So, what are our Rebel friends going to be getting into this time? We have no idea what's going to be happening, but I can't wait because issue 56 and 57 will be coming out in November. Last we left Darth Vader in Vader 22, we find out that Momin is a Sith. And you know what? He's also telling Vader some crap about how, ooh, your castle's going to be this new gateway to see your loved one. And Vader started choking him out. But he was really serious. Momin was adamant about how this castle is a way for Vader to see his loved ones. So, in Darth Vader, Vader number 23, written by Charles Soule, we're going to see exactly what kind of gateway Momin is talking about. Also, we have the good Dr. Aphra number...
I got this one. All right. Dr. Aphra number 26 is going to be coming out this month, and man, oh man, I cannot wait to see what happens after everything that went down in the last issue. So we find out that Lopset is actually Dr. Cornelius Evazan, who's on the run. I cannot wait to see how this works out. Rest in peace, BT.
Oh, well, last but not least, we have our guy Han Solo, and Solo, a Star Wars story comic book adaptation. Last we left off, we are going to be seeing the train heist coming up. You guys know the movie. You're going to see the comic book. It's great. It's a good read. And next we have Han Solo, Imperial Cadet. Now, this is one I am super excited for, guys, because this takes place in that 3-year period between when Han left Kira on Cornet Spaceport and we see him being blown across the screen at the Battle of Mimban. Now, I am so excited to see him flying a TIE fighter. I want to know what happens between that 3-year gap. How does he end up being a mud trooper? We have no clue, but we're going to find out. And I can't wait. And if you saw any of the deleted scenes, you might have a glimpse into what is going to happen. I hope you guys enjoyed your quick shot of Broaxium. But if you excuse me, I've got some reading to look forward to.
Follow, like, and subscribe to Broaxium all across social media. And if you're looking for a place on Facebook to talk Star Wars free from all the toxicity and hate, be sure to check us out on our Facebook group, the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics. What's going on, everyone? It's your bro host, Chris Ryan, and I'm here to give you a quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics week. Let's punch it.
All right, guys, we finally have issue 1, Han Solo, Imperial Cadet, hitting the shelves today. Oh my God, I've been waiting for this. It starts off with Han and Kira, a little job gone wrong, some Proxima punishment, and a declaration to leave the mean streets of Corellia. So we get a little recap from Solo, a Star Wars story, where Han and Kira get separated at Cornet Spaceport, and he signs his life away to that shifty Imperial recruiter, gives him the name Solo, and sends him off to the Imperial Academy on Corita. Now, once on Corita, Han Solo is no longer Han Solo. He is now 124329. That's right. We all know you get numbers once you enter the Imperial Academy. But now he has to deal with Imperial Trading Officer Triosa Brugh. This girl is badass, guys. Not only is she a badass, she is as cold as a stone. Because Han already starts his crap complaining, being cocky, and she really puts him in his place. But it's really not him. It's his fellow cadets. And guys, you really need to read this issue to get into the mindset of Han Solo in the Imperial Academy. But now it's time to hear a little bit about Star Wars issue 56 from our bro host, Chris Ryans. Chris?
Okay. All right. Star Wars 56 hits shelves today with the start of the Escape arc written by Kieran Gillen. Vader and Trios' plan has come to fruition, and the Rebel fleet has been beat down and must disperse across the galaxy and lie low for a little while. Things are not looking good for the OT Big Three, as they are wanted criminals. I'm sorry, I've been playing a lot of Red Dead 2. A lot. After a near run-in with the Empire, Han, Luke, and Leia, with the help of Sinistaro, set down on a nearby moon. Now, as far as this moon goes, first impressions don't do it justice.
Thank you again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. I'm Daniel Miller. Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and...
Thanks for the tweet, John Boyega.
May the force be with you.
I know you care. Follow, like, and subscribe to Broaxium all across social media. And if you're looking for a place on Facebook to talk Star Wars free from all the toxicity and hate, be sure to check us out on our Facebook group, the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics.
What's up, Star Wars fans? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller, here to give you another quick shot of Broaxium. And today, this quick shot is dedicated to the godfather of Marvel, Stan Lee. R.I.P., my friend. Now let's punch it. Okay, guys, issue number 23, Darth Vader, has hit shelves today. Written by Charles Soule, and he is killing it, guys. And so is Vader. He loves killing people. So, Moment has started construction on Vader's castle. Now, 1 castle, 2 castle, 3 castle, 4. How many castles does Moment have to build for Vader to open this door? I don't know. I know I rhymed. I don't care because it sounds awesome. Listen, guys, Moment is not getting it right the first time. He's not getting it right the second time. But there is a door. There is some gateway that Vader tries to open, and it takes a few tries, and it leaves Vader a little unhappy. But there's giant fleas, all kinds of cool stuff that happens, lava everywhere. It's Mustafar. Guys, you need to pick this comic book up because the end will really get you. It is... Vader is going to be pissed. That's all I got to say. Pick it up.
This book right here, Dr. Afra number 26, is one of the many reasons why I'm loving the new canon material right now. Its distinct style really adds itself to the other styles that are coming out, like The Mandalorian and the newly announced Cassian Andor spy series. Thanks to Dr. Evazan, Afra and 000 have bombs implanted in them and can't be more than a few feet from one another or else. This issue is straight fun and insane. The banter between 000 and Afra and the people that are monitoring them, hilarious. I'm continually entertained by the Afra series, and this new arc does not disappoint. And for those of you who are sleeping on this title, wake up, fool!
Thank you yet again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. Before we head out, your bro host here, Chris Ryans, has something to tell you.
I want to give a big shout out to the homie Prince over at Urban Acolytes. He's about to put out a 2-part video. Part 1 comes out today, talking about the prophecy of the Chosen One, and what that means. What that means with the Mortis arc that we saw in Clone Wars, and what that means for bringing balance to the Force. You guys got to check it out. The links are going to be below.
And after you're done clicking those links, make sure you click our Broaxium links and like, subscribe, and follow us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. We're everywhere, people. And for Stan Lee, Excelsior, my friend.
Follow, like, and subscribe to Broaxium all across social media. And if you're looking for a place on Facebook to talk Star Wars free from all the toxicity and hate, be sure to check us out on our Facebook group, the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics. What's going on, Star Wars fans? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans, and I'm here to give you a quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. Let's punch it. After escaping the Empire thanks to Sana Staros, the OTOGs have crash landed on the hostile but beautiful moon of Hubin, where they're greeted by Thane Marcona, the leader of the isolated settlement. Now, if I were one of these theory-spewing fans, I would have said something like, these guys could be related to Conja Club. Look at my man Thane. Look at that outfit. I want a Black Series figure of that right now.
On the surface, Thane and Clan Marcona look like good people, but his goatee is too finely trimmed to be trusted. I mean, did you see it? It's perfect, guys. Too perfect. Also, there's a lot of secrecy there. We're just going to have to see how all of this plays out. I don't know, guys. Planet is too clean. Everybody works way too hard. Something's up. The artwork in this series is fantastic as always. The photorealism is amazing, a step up from Ashes of Jeddah, which was also amazing. Kieran Gillen's writing since he has come on board the Star Wars main title comic has been nothing but fantastic. All of the notes have been hit for every character's dialogue, and this could seriously hold weight on the main screen. Guys, Kieran Gillen is also the writer for the Darth Vader series, the first issues that came out. Also, he's the father of Dr. Afra. Enough said. Pick this comic up, guys. It's fantastic. And thank you once again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. We just want to give a shout out to Chatter Squadron, a Star Wars podcast. Tyler, John, and Mike, hey, give those guys your ear. They really deserve it.
Are we forgetting something?
I now that you said it, I feel like we are. What?
Solo. Oh, the Solo adaptation.
Wow.
Solo, a Star Wars story adaptation number 2 came out this week. You've seen the movie. There's a scene, the shower scene with Chewie and the train heist.
Yep.
Enfys Nest.
Enfys Nest.
Han Solo's in it.
Han Solo's in it.
Tobias Beckett. Go check it out.
Yep.
It's really good. You've seen the movie. You know how it ends.
May the Force be with you.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
Hey, Star Wars fans, I'm Daniel Miller here at Atomic City Comics in South Philadelphia to give you your quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jumpstart your comic book week into hyperspace. Now let's punch it. All right, everyone. On shelves today, the penultimate issue of Darth Vader, number 24. It's a bittersweet moment, guys. This is the second to last issue before the series finale. But before we dive into it, let's take a look back, a force back, to how we got here. Emperor Palpatine has granted Darth Vader his own planet. Vader chose Mustafar, where he believes Darth Vader was born. It's also ripe with dark side energies. Palpatine also gave him another gift, the mask of Lord Momin, who has possessed several hosts by channeling the spirit of the long-dead Sith Master. He designed a fortress for Vader, which will tune Mustafar's energy to open a portal. But Momin has betrayed Vader, opened his own portal, and resurrected himself. At this time, Vader's fortress is under attack by Mustafarians seeking to crush the Dark Lord. Momin has other plans.
Now, in the opening pages, Vader's troopers are fighting the lava fleas and those Mustafarians. Vader refuses to let his troopers retreat. Lord Vader's troopers respect him, probably more than they fear him. He leads from the front lines, putting that Clone Wars experience to use. Now on to Lord Momin. What else can be said about him that hasn't been talked about in Netflix's Making a Murderer?
Vader and Momin finally face off in a fierce battle of both skill and words and their shared connection through the Force, with both of their destinies hanging in the balance. The evolution of this story has been incredible. With each issue, we're getting more and more Force lore, especially in the dark side. Guys, it's a little bit more than Force choke and Force lightning. As I said before, this is a bittersweet moment, guys. We have the penultimate issue, and that means next month we get our series finale. I cannot wait to see what the Dark Lord does in this series conclusion. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. Chris, why don't you tell them what's coming down the pipe in December?
All right, well, December is going to be an awesome month for Broaxium. First off, Marvel's going to be starting their Age of series. It starts off with Age of the Republic, Age of the Rebellion, then Age of the Resistance. So for December, Age of Republic starts, and we're getting Qui-Gon Jinn #1 and Darth Maul #1, and I cannot wait to check those out. Yes. And at the end of December, we're going to be getting our first episode of Refined Broaxium.
That's right, everybody. Refined Broaxium is going to be your Star Wars comic book stop. We are going to be taking each month's issues and breaking them down in detail, favorite panels, favorite dialogue, favorite everything, and breaking it down in detail for you. You will not want to miss Refined Broaxium.
And now these episodes are going to be chock full of stuff. So we're going to have to cut some things that we talked about in our bromercial from a couple months back. So that go ahead, ask them thing where I answered all kinds of goofy questions and talk about people's theories. We're not going to be able to do it. So
he's been wrong before, folks. He's been wrong before. May the Force be with you.
So what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
What's going on, Star Wars family? It's your bro host, Chris Rhines, and I'm here to bring you a quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics week. Now strap in, because it's a new age in the Star Wars comics. Now let's punch it. The Age of Maxi series starts today with Age of Republic Qui-Gon Jinn #1, titled Balance, written by Jody Houser and artist Corey Smith. We open on the planet Breen with Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi in the middle of failed negotiations. Again. En route to Coruscant, Qui-Gon is being berated by the Priestess of the Wood after he saved her. Qui-Gon's long-standing feelings on the galactic outlook of the purpose of the Jedi start to bubble to the surface. The galaxy at large still views them as warriors of the Republic and servants to politicians. In reading this comic, you can sort of tell that Qui-Gon already sees the decline of the Jedi coming. It kind of reminds me of that scene in Episode 2 where Count Dooku was talking to Obi-Wan. It makes you think, would Qui-Gon have joined him?
I wish you were still alive. I could use his help right now.
Qui-Gon Jinn would never join you.
Don't be so sure, my young Jedi. You forget that he was once my apprentice, just as you were once his. He knew all about the corruption in the Senate, but he would never have gone along with it if he had learned the truth as I have.
The truth.
Just my quick thoughts on Qui-Gon Jinn. He is, to me, the quintessential Jedi, firm in his beliefs, but not too rigid that he will not evolve with that. I do believe that this is where they're going with Rey in and post Episode 9. Now I'm going to pass it to my bro host, Dan Miller.
Thanks, Chris. And today on shelves, we have Star Wars issue number 58, written by Kieran Gillen. Last we left off, Luke and Thane Marcona were on their way to head off a Thanrax attack. Now, Luke got himself a little bit carried away this time. Thane realizes that Luke is lacking in some training and decides to give the young Jedi a little bit of hand-to-hand combat. Thane's daughter, Tula, seems to have the hots for our hero Luke Skywalker, but Luke only has one thing on his mind, and that's getting off that moon Hubin. It seems our hero is restless. He just has too much of his father in him, and he just wants to leave this moon. On the other hand, Han doesn't want to go anywhere and is living it up right now, resting on hillsides, chilling out, relaxing. Also, we get a little bit of solo tie-in on this one, guys. And what's the deal with Leia? Does she seem scared? I'm not sure. She's definitely cooking something up, and you guys really need to pick this one up because it seriously gives some cool backstory to Clan Marcona. So thanks again for joining us for another issue of Broaxium. It is a special month for us this month. It is December. We have the Age of miniseries dropping this month, and also, guys, it's December. Happy holidays, everybody. Are you looking at the cardigan?
Anyway, I want to give a quick shout out to the homie Prince over at Urban Acolytes. Last night, he put up a video about The Mandalorian and how it could have some ties to Episode 9, which I think is dope. You guys need to check that out.
And thanks again for joining us for another issue of Broaxium. And I really like this sweater.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
Happy holidays, Star Wars fans. I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller, here to give you another quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jumpstart your comic book fandom into hyperspace.
Oh, damn.
Happy Life Day. Let's punch it. Okay, everyone. On shelves today, we have Han Solo, Imperial Cadet, issue number 2. Now, last we left Han, he wasn't feeling the Academy, and he decided to boost a TIE fighter and get his ass the hell out of there. Now, during his joyride, we find out that Han has got some seriously awesome flying skills. Like, we already knew that, but his flying basically killed two birds with one stone. Not only did he get away from his pursuers, but also he was able to impress the one commander to keep his ass in the academy. Now that Han is out of lockup, he's back in the class, and it's fast times at Imperial High. Bets are already being made about Han's return, but they're already lost. Han is back, and it's been about a fortnight, and there's already a ranking system going on in the classroom. Han needs to fly his way up to the top. His name is starting to reveal itself to be most fitting, as he has to work with others in the class and failing badly at it. But whether or not he's good at playing with others, he will always risk his neck to save another one's life. This issue really shows us the reluctant good guy that we know Han Solo to be. Always saying he's not down to help, always saying that he'd rather be looking out for himself, but really when it comes down to it, Han's always willing to help and always will.
Now, the next up in the Age of Republic series is Darth Maul #1. Like the earlier Darth Maul series, this one has Maul with an impatience to kill Jedi. So he focuses on the next best thing. He finds a local thief in Coruscant who has a touch of the Force. Who had a touch of the Force. You'll see. Now, this issue gets a bit deep with Maul's violent nature and the need to temper it. Now, this might make some people more sympathetic to the Sith as we learn more about past battles and Jedi atrocities from the Sith's point of view. While learning more on patience from his master Sidious, Maul has a vision, and in that vision, he starts to learn what his true nature is. A Sith. A wielder of the dark side.
Whoa, Chris!
Whoa.
Hey, dude, it's the holidays, man.
Ooh.
Damn.
I apologize, man. I apologize. Anyways, another great issue. Now, I'm going to pass it over to my bro host, Dan.
Thanks, Chris. Well, anyway, we have Dr. Aphra number 27 hitting shelves today. We have our favorite Trandoshan human couple joining us from Dr. Aphra Annual number 2. Winloss and Nock are hired by Princess Leia to find our beloved doctor, and they are more than happy to do so after their last encounter with her. Last time we see the good doctor, 000 made things a little bit difficult for them by murdering the only one that can help them. Now they've got a limited amount of time, and their patience is like a ticking time bomb. Now on the planet Milvain, you are either high class with high standards, or you are tossed into the garbage. And with limited time, class, and standards, we find our doctor and 000 tossed into that very same garbage. Once in the lower levels of this city, they find some unlikely help from a little girl and her pet. Wait till you see this thing, guys. Now, at the end of this issue, we find our duo running into an old enemy and an old friend that we all love. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics.
And don't forget, every weekday on our Instagram only is our short answer series where we talk about the stupid, the craziest Star Wars rumors and theories from past and present.
And I also want to give a shout out to the Do Back Discussion Network. I had the pleasure of being a guest on there with Jason Ward from MakingStarWars.net.
Oh, yes, the Do Back Discussion Network, where they've had you on a couple of times. They've never, ever asked if I wanted to be on there. Just this guy. I mean, who am I, right? I'm not hurt, fellas. It's okay.
May the Force be with you.
Whatever.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Rhines, and I'm here to give you a quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. Now, what's up, brother? What's going on, man?
Just wanted to show you the latest
Oh, damn.
Star Wars holiday sweater. Happy holidays, Star Wars fans.
Let's punch it.
All right, everyone. On shelves today, we have issue number 25 of Darth Vader, written by Charles Soule. This will be the end of the Fortress Vader arc and also the last issue for Charles Soule on Darth Vader.
Reading this issue was like walking through the world between worlds, like that episode from Rebels. You see distorted images from his past and his present.
Not only that, we get some echoes from a future not yet seen, from a certain grandson not yet met. Now, for all of you Star Wars theory fans out there, if you ever wondered how the Chosen One came to be, this is definitely the comic book you need to read.
Yeah, I mean, he did want to watch his career with great interest, so... So for anyone who's been reading this series since the beginning, you can tell that the overarching theme has been the existential look at Lord Vader and what he's gone through to get to where he's at by the end of this series.
Really diving into the mind of the Dark Lord. As I said before in the penultimate Vader issue release, this is a bittersweet moment, guys. Though we don't want to see the Darth Vader series end, we do want a conclusion to a great story, and that's exactly what we got. I thoroughly enjoyed every 25 issues and the 25 issues before that of Darth Vader, but Charles Soule really knocked it out of the park for me. We got to see the birth of Darth Vader, we got to see how he got his lightsaber, the crystal, so much. Training with the Inquisitors. Chris, I mean, this was a action-packed Mind of Vader type of story. It was fantastic. What do you think?
Well, what I want to know is from all of you out there, once you've read this issue, come on back and in the comment section below, let us know what you thought of the series as a whole. We really want to hear what you guys got to say.
And thanks again for joining us for another
We
quick
forgot
shot
something.
Again?
Yep.
What did we?
Solo, a Star Wars story adaptation, number 3.
This one, guys, starts off where Kira is being taught Teräs Käse by Dryden.
It's kind of cool that they do bring in stuff from the novels and the movies to make more of a complete story.
Yeah, and also we get to meet Lando in this one, and at the end we get to see the Falcon.
Yeah,
Cute,
about to
guys.
start the Kessel Run. It's going to be awesome.
Great, you saw the movie, right? And now we would like to thank you again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. I would love to give a shout out to John and Ross from the Beyond the Outer Rim podcast. They invited me to be a guest so I could talk all about Broaxium.
It happened again. Another podcast where you're invited and I'm not. Awesome, guys. I'm not slighted. I'm not upset. Okay, it's just, I can carry a good conversation as well. I don't understand what.
May the Force be with all of you.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
Happy New Year, Star Wars fam. I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller, here to give you your first quick shot of Broaxium of the new year. We are the fuel to kickstart your comic book fandom into hyperspace. Now let's punch it.
The Age of series continues with Age of Republic Obi-Wan Kenobi number 1. Obi-Wan is tasked with a mission to go to the planet Delanor, where an archaeology team believes they have uncovered an ancient Jedi holocron. After discussing the matter with Master Yoda, Obi-Wan agrees to bring along his young Padawan, Anakin Skywalker. The story is based around Obi-Wan's anxieties, as he's not sure that he's up to the task of training Anakin, as Obi-Wan was just a Padawan himself not too long ago, and now he's got no Master Qui-Gon to go to for advice. With Obi-Wan constantly questioning his role as Master, and Anakin feeling like he got dumped on Obi-Wan because Master Qui-Gon had passed away before him, and he's feeling a little bit unwanted. Excellent issue. The artwork is dope, and the story, while being simple, still carries a lot of weight to it considering how the relationship plays out. I am a sucker for these Master and Padawan stories. Give me more.
All right, Star Wars fans, we start the year off with Han Solo, Imperial Cadet, number 3. All right, Star Wars fans, As I said before, Han is really living up to the name that was given to him on Coronet Spaceport by that shifty Imperial recruiter. He is not working well with others, and it's really starting to show. Han's bad behavior and inability to follow the rules has not only left him, but also his squad mates with a whole heap of extra chores. He hears the chatter. He knows everybody is hating on him. So Han decides to wake up in the middle of the night and do a little sprucing up himself. Han makes a few moves while everyone was sleeping in order to make the next day's mission go by super smooth, to give everyone a little bit of a break. And it's not getting by one of his other squad mates. And Han doesn't do things without doing something for himself also. Again, this issue gives us another dive into the mind of Han Solo, the young Han Solo, how he treats his fellow teammates, and also how far he will go to get what he wants when he cares most about something. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics, and Happy New Year. Chris would like to leave you with a little New Year's resolution for all of you Star Wars fans out there.
Now, I love Star Wars. And I love the Star Wars community. Over this past year, even longer than that, we've been very much divided. And I hope that this year we can all come together. I know some of you guys hate the Rose character out there, but that line that she says kind of rings true. Instead of talking about what we hate, let's talk about what we love. That's what we do here at Broaxium. And we hope that going forward, we can have a positive dialogue, hopefully in the comment sections, because, wow, is it messed up in there. But please, guys, let's all come together. Star Wars is family. That's the way I look at all the fans of Star Wars. That's why I say the Star Wars fan, we're all together in this. Let's keep doing it that way.
We're not going to win by fighting what we hate, only by saving what we love.
Damn straight.
May the Force be with you guys.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro, host Luke Cage. Chris Ryan. I'm here to give you a quick shot of Broaxium. This week, we got Star Wars number 59 and Age of Republic Jango Fett. It's dope. Can't wait to talk to you about it. Let's punch it.
As our bro host Chris Rhines has already said, we are on issue number 59 of the Star Wars main title comic. Now, we are still on the planet Hubin with the Marcona clan, and Leia is ready to unveil her plan against Trios and the Shotoran. Now, Tula isn't happy with our young Jedi. Luke is impatient, and that impatience will bring mistakes. She knows that, and I don't think he does. And mistakes do happen. Luke's mistakes bring a special Imperial force, one that we have ran into before. And I'll tell you right now, the overlaying theme, I believe, in this whole comic book is patience is a virtue. All in all, this issue was fantastic. There's a lot of buildup. I cannot wait to see the fruition of Leia's plans against the Shotoran. And also, there is a serious, cool duel that is about to happen. Also, we get to see Han in a little bit of a shootout. So, guys, definitely pick up issue number 59. You are missing out if you don't.
On shelves today is the 4th issue in the Age of Republic series, Jango Fett, and it might just be my favorite one so far. Jango Fett and the crew of bounty hunters are on the job that they feel that they are overqualified for, and thankfully, overpaid for. As Jango meets up with the team, they're kind of shocked because none of them got the memo that it was Bring Your Kid to Work Day. Yep, Boba's along on this mission, and considering Jango Fett's reputation, none of the other bounty hunters had a problem with it. Father-son bonding through mercenary work. Those were the days. Takes me back. Jango is teaching his son about earning respect and getting a reputation throughout the galaxy. This is what the legacy that he wants to pass on to his son. Also, we get a really cool scene, a throwback to stuff that we heard about in Attack of the Clones. It's dope. Let me tell you a little something about young Boba Fett. This kid is a badass. It's not a kid to be trifled with. He learns his lessons, and he is giving out some lessons. This boy is well on his way to being that bounty hunter that we see going forward. This little badass, this little Vegeta badass, I'm telling you, pick this book up. You will not be disappointed. Thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics in Philly. Now, my bro host Dan has got a little something to tell y'all.
Now, guys, with Star Wars Celebration in Chicago approaching really fast.
Yeah.
I mean, time is flying for us, guys. There are going to be so many events surrounding Star Wars Celebration. Get-togethers, events, meetups, all kinds of stuff, guys. Now, one of them in particular from the Star Wars Celebration Facebook group is the Forcella to the Electric Boogaloo. It's going to be at Brando's Speakeasy in Chicago, Illinois, April 10th, starting at 8 p.m. and ending April 11th at 2 a.m. Guys, it's going to be a big bash. Hope to see you all there.
We want to thank everyone who has been supporting Broaxium since we started back in October. All the views, all the likes, we really appreciate it.
Yeah, guys. I mean, we come down here every Tuesday night and we work all night until we can actually get the release out for you guys. And it's always exciting. And soon enough, we'll have some outtake reels for you. We're going to have some prizes coming up. Guys, stick with Broaxium and we will stick with you.
I'm telling you, it's only going to get better from here. And we're glad you guys come along for the ride. In the meantime, tell your friends, tell your enemies. All right, maybe not your enemies. No, tell them too.
Yeah.
We want them to come on board and give us a like.
Share it out.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. And may the force be with you guys.
Always.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
What's up, Star Wars fam? I am your bro host, Daniel Miller, here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace. Now let's punch it.
Dropping today is only one Star Wars comic this week, and that's Age of Republic Special with 3 chapters in it. The first one is Mace Windu, the second one is Asajj Ventress, and the third is Captain Rex and Jar Jar Binks. Master and Mace has been captured on the Outer Rim planet of Usulan by the warlord Guataco. This warlord uses child soldiers, and the Jedi have been sent to stop his operation. Now, the conversations between Guataco and Mace are a battle of ideals, even though Guataco's ideals are obviously skewed. There are 2 moments in this particular chapter that remind me of a couple of scenes from The Last Jedi. One of them is a deleted scene where Luke gives his 3rd lesson to Rey. Go back and watch that. You'll see what I mean. Writer Ethan Stacks puts together a quick but very deep story. And now I'm going to pass it to Mandam Dan, who's going to get you sorted on the next chapter.
Mandam? Is he talking to me? Anyway, guys, I am stoked about this second chapter. Asajj Ventress, the Night Sister of Dathomir. Now, this takes place after the destruction of the Night Sisters on Dathomir by Dooku and General Grievous. Now, if you guys have watched the Clone Wars or have read Dark Disciple, you will know that our girl is doing some bounty hunting to fill her pockets with some credits. Now, I'm going to leave it up to you guys to find out exactly where on the timeline this story falls, because as she is turning in a bounty, she looks up and sees a certain Orange Togruta with a bounty on her head and has to take this one herself. As she's walking the lower levels of Coruscant, she sees a fight break out between these 2 young street rats and this big, huge bully trying to take the last of their food. She's reminded of her own lonely child days and decides to give a hand. Asajj Ventress is one of those characters that the second I saw her on the screen, I fell in love with her. She is an amazing character, so much depth, and it is great to see her on the comic book pages.
Now, this 3rd and final chapter deals with Captain Rex and Jar Jar Binks.
Me so happy. Now, this starts off at the Battle of Mimban. Now, you might remember that from a little movie called Solo.
A Star Wars story.
Yes. Anyway, our clones are being completely overwhelmed. Our Jedi General has fallen, and
Well, Jar Jar Binks is also there, so he can deal with the Mimbanese. So, Jar Jar.
now our clones are dropping like flies, and Rex is noticing that, and he decides to press on further by himself.
Now, one of Rex's tenants, they learned from a good friend and a great general, is a true leader, leads from the front. So he decides to take care of this mission on his own and not bring his clone brothers into it, which causes some problems.
It certainly does cause him problems, Chris, as we find our captain on his back, surrounded by clankers.
Clankers.
How's he going to get himself out of this one, everybody?
Well, he's surrounded by clankers.
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 Clankers. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. We want to give a shout out to Comics with Kenobi. They're like the BT to our 000 in association with Coffee with Kenobi.
BT to 000. Just clankers. Like
Yeah.
clankers in it, bro.
Will you stop it?
Can't help it, man.
John Boyega, save this man.
Just go with it, bro. See what celebration.
Please make sure to like, subscribe, and follow Broaxium on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Also, if you're looking for a Star Wars group free from toxicity and hate and full of positivity, please make sure to check out the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics on Facebook.
What's going on, Star Wars fan? It's your bro host Chris Ryans, and I'm here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. Now let's punch it. On shelves today, we have Star Wars issue number 60. All right, guys, I seriously wanted to tell you who showed up on the Moon Human last time, but I couldn't. We try to keep a spoiler-free review going, but Sergeant Creel and the Scar Squadron have shown up and hunted down our rebels. Boy, I really wish I had a 6-inch figure of those guys. Me too, Chris. Me too. Now, Scar Squadron has infiltrated the moon, and Thane isn't having it. He wants this to be a gentleman's fight. So he decides to let Creel and Luke duel it out. Awesome. Now, it seems the Marconas have other plans in store, none that our heroes know about. And it seems Tula whispers a little something into Luke's ear. Now, the fight begins, but it is not the duel that you guys are expecting. Caught me by surprise. Now, it seems that each issue has some kind of overlaying theme. And this one, I believe, is that even though you can do a lot wrong in life, you can always turn it around and do right. Now, for this saga, What's going on, Star Wars fans? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller, here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace. Unfortunately, Chris isn't feeling so well, so we had to shoot this from my apartment. But still, we will be giving you your comic book goodness. Now let's punch it. All right, everyone. On shelves today is Dr. Aphra, issue 28. Ooh. Now, last time we left our good Dr. Aphra, she still had the proximity bomb implanted in her with 000. And we all know how much of a joy he is to be around. Okay, so what we know up to now is that Dr. Aphra and 000 have met this girl and her giant monster to get them through the underworld of Milvain. Now, during their travels going through the underworld of Milvain, they run into none other than Tam Pulsla and BT-1. BT is back, guys. We thought Vader took him out. Nah, not this little droid. But something's different, and 000 knows it. Now, I don't want to spoil the action for you, so you're going to have to pick this comic book up yourself. But also, before anything crazy really happens, my favorite couple, the Trandoshan and human, Win-Loss and Nock, come in and save the day. Now, a lot unfolds in this comic book, and Aphra is taught a hard lesson. That little girl she meets, she ends up getting a little bit of self-reflection through this one. It seems as though Aphra is forced to look at herself through this little girl, and she's not liking it. It's quite the bitter pill to swallow, just like the medicine that Chris has to take right now. Chris?
Oh God.
Guys, this comic was chock full of goodies. Action-packed, great story, 000, the return of BT, Win-Loss and Nock, Dr. Evazan. It is a fully stacked comic book, and I suggest all of you pick this one up.
On shelf today is Solo, a Star Wars story adaptation. It's the Castle Run with the Maelstrom and the beasts with the many eyes. You got to use Broaxium to shoot through the thing. You saw the movie. I'm going back to bed.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at my apartment. Chris, everyone, and myself included, we all hope you get much better, my friend. And may the Force be with all of you, always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans. And I'm an urban acolyte. I've always wanted to say that. And I'm here to give you that quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics week. Let's punch it.
All right, my friends, on shelves today is issue number 61 of the Star Wars main title comic, and this is the last issue of the Escape Saga. Now, this issue starts off on Navka, the Imperial Impound Yard. They are retrieving Sana Staros's spaceship. I guess she has some unpaid parking tickets. Our rebels, Sana, and the rest of Clan Marcona infiltrate the Imperial Impound lot. They rescue Sana's ship, but it seems it's time for Tula to part ways with Luke. For reasons you're just going to have to read for yourself. Now that they have paid off Sana's fines and got her ship out of the Imperial Impound lot, they have to rendezvous with the Rebel fleet. But have they spent too much time away from the Rebels on the Moon Huban? And how many Rebels are they going back to? Now, this comic was all over the place emotionally, and that's kind of where it left me. There was some joy leaving the Moon Huban, and there was some sadness between Luke and Tula. There was also some vengeance between Leia and the Shotoran. and a nice tender moment between Han and the Millennium Falcon. All in all, guys, this was really setting us up for the next saga that's going to be coming out, the Scourging of the Shotoran. Guys really need to pick this stuff up.
Next up on shelves today is Age of Republic, Anakin Skywalker #1. Now, our story starts off over the Corvair sector, where a fierce starfighter battle is taking place, and Anakin Skywalker.
But Anakin, he... Man, gets all the good stuff.
Where a fierce battle is raging, and Anakin Skywalker is showing why he's the man in a starfighter. Afterwards, Anakin and Admiral Yularen are working on a plan to take out a droid foundry that's on a nearby system. But there's a bit of a conflict between being the harsh, cold military action and the heart of a Jedi, the heart of Anakin. The Admiral and Anakin butt heads because both have different views on how to handle this one situation, either with brute force, like I said before, or a more humane way to take out the target because there are innocent lives involved. So Anakin is really mulling over how to handle this. He's got a lot of conflict going on. But after he has a conversation with his former master, Anakin knows what he has to do. But is it the right decision? Once again, Jodie Hauser knocking it out of the park with this one. Whereas Jango Fett was probably my favorite of the Age of Republic so far, but this Anakin Skywalker book is probably the best written one, in my opinion.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. We'd also like you guys to give a listen to our buddies out there in Pittsburgh on the Do Back Discussion Network. Their podcast is awesome, and I got to be on the last episode. It was a good time. You all right, bud? Chris?
You were on there again?
Well, I mean,
yeah, they had you on again.
But,
and how many times?
It's been 3.
Have you 3 times? Fantastic.
It's a magic number.
You know, I apparently I don't have anything important. Just get us out of here. Just go.
May the force be with you guys, always. What's going on, Star Wars fans? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller, here with another quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace. Now let's punch it.
On shelves today, we've got Age of Republic, Count Dooku #1. Remember before when I said that the Anakin Skywalker Age of Republic was the best written and the Jango Fett was my favorite? Both of those have changed. The Count Dooku issue is the best written and it's my favorite. This story takes place before the Clone Wars, before Dooku is even known as the leader of the Separatists, while Palpatine and Dooku are setting up all their plans for galactic takeover. Now, Dooku was on Sullust to work out a deal with the Source Up Corporation under the guise of his wealthy family on Sereno, but also he's there under the orders of Darth Sidious to get these marauders that have been plaguing Sullust and bring them under their thumb, because you know they got plans coming up. Now, while exchanging pleasantries, someone else shows up who recognizes Dooku, a young Jedi Knight named Jack Zine, who was only a youngling when Dooku was still a part of the Jedi Order. Now, this sort of throws a monkey wrench into the Sith Lord's plans, so he confers with Master Sidious to see what he must do to use this Jedi towards their goal. And the dark side will prevail.
Hey, not again, man.
I'm sorry, dude. Now, I don't want to give everything away, but the way that Dooku handled this Jedi problem was fantastic. Anyone who is a follower of the dark side will appreciate what he had to do.
Again?
Pick it up is really good.
All right, my friends, on shelves today, we have Han Solo Imperial Cadet, issue number 4. This is the penultimate issue. We only have 5 in this series. All right, friends, now this one starts off with Flight Instructor Urib asking Solo if his TIE fighter is battle ready. Now, the flight instructor is always giving Han a hard time, but there's a good reason for that. It reminds him of himself. and how great Han could actually be if he really applied himself. If you guys are down for some serious TIE fighter action, especially Han flying one, this is the comic book you need to pick up. Han is taught a pretty harsh lesson in this one and isn't really good at accepting it. Now, in this comic, it gives Han a great chance to prove his skills as a fighter pilot, but it also goes to show you exactly the kind of person Han Solo is. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Make sure to like, subscribe, and follow us on YouTube. Please hit that YouTube, people. Facebook, Twitter, we're everywhere, people. Instagram. Chris, anything else you'd like to add?
I want to talk about the homie Prince over at Urban Aglass for a second. This week, he's got a new video talking about the episode 9 leaked reference photos. Those things are dope. And he really goes in depth on those, and I think it's really cool. You see that, Lando? Tell me he didn't look smooth. So smooth. Pimp juice, baby.
And may the force be with you, always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Rhines, and I'm here to give you that quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. Let's punch it.
On shelves today, and we remembered this time, issue number 5 of Solo, a Star Wars story, the comic book adaptation.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Have you seen the movie? Because everything that happens in the movie, it happens in the book. You've seen it. So
Spoilers.
So it's the Kessel Run. They go to Severine and Emphas Nest shows up.
Yeah. Yep.
But it's good. I mean, listen, if you love the movie and you
the
love
art.
the story, and the art,
Let's not take away credit from the artist.
right, get it? Because it's really good.
It is still good,
It's
guys.
just I can't really go into it because you've seen it, because you saw the movie. You should have seen the movie.
You should have seen the movie.
Don't be like this, poor guy.
Don't.
The coaxium now.
Now, since it was a short week this week where we only had the Solo adaptation, we're kind of hard pressed to review something else, Star Wars, that came out, and I
No.
okay, can you hand me that book? Hand me that book?
I saw it. No.
Grab the book.
The chemistry of this atmosphere is unlike that of it.
Star Wars Adventures number 18 from IDW.
Awesome.
It's canon.
Canon.
So let's take a look. There's an adventure with Padme and Jar Jar.
Uh-huh.
You know, it's got some Clone Wars flavor to it. You know what I'm saying? And then the next story is Han Solo. It's called The Flight of the Falcon. It's been an ongoing chapter thing. It's on part 5 right now. It's called Grand Theft Falcon.
Is that Boss Nass?
That's the Jar Jar one.
Oh.
He's still around.
Huh.
So the next one is it's in the Resistance era. It's Flight of the Falcon, like I said before, part 5. They're on Tagadana. Apparently, someone's trying to steal the Falcon from Han, and there's like other aliens and stuff. And there it is.
Now, since this week's quick shot is a little light, comic book wise, I think it's time to surprise our buddy Chris here with a little questionnaire. You ready, Chris? That's right. We're going to call this Bro Ask Him. That's right. We're going to be taking questions from you guys Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays on Instagram, YouTube, and on Facebook. I have one right here ready for you, Chris. Are you ready? He's ready. Oh, it's our old buddy, Wampa Sweat 1138. Great question here too, Chris. Is Mara Jade going to be played by Kerry Russell in episode 9?
How the hell should I know? I don't work for Lucasfilm.
That's Bro Ask Him. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Check us out.
Thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics, South Street in Philadelphia. Now, in addition to our Broaxium segments. We're also going to be doing a podcast called Unrefined Broaxium.
Yeah, this is going to be not only just us breaking down the comic books, talking about Star Wars news, we're going to be tackling the whole nerd realm, guys. Everything that's pop culture in our little slice of heaven. And it's not just going to be Chris and I. Our third man on Broaxium, Gerard Bear. He's from Massachusetts. He's a great dude. And we're happy to bring this to you guys. It's going to be real good fun. We're going to be doing it, I think every
Saturday it's going to be released.
Yep, every other week, too. It's going to be twice a month. Can't wait to bring it to you guys. And speaking of podcasts, we'd also like to give a shout out to the Do Back Discussion Network. They're not just a Star Wars podcast, guys. They host a couple different podcasts, and one of them is Hall of Heroes, hosted by Matthew Sterling and Jared Bachman Stubbs. Also, with the Do Back Discussion Network, our buddy Chris finally got to be on an episode, and it was a Broaxium Do Back matchup.
About time you had me on there.
It was about time, wasn't it, Chris?
You know what, man?
What's that?
You should really give this a round.
Hi!
Come on now. Do it for the kids. Do it for the kids. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Rhines, and I'm here to give you that quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. Let's punch it. Time's are waiting for the not-so-good Doctor and 000, as they've still got bombs playing in their head, thanks to Dr. Evazan, who's enjoying every minute of it as he broadcasts this whole thing over the entire planet of Milvain. With Tamposa and BT1, all right, not BT1, he's dead. Again, rest in peace, brother. And Winloss and Knock on their tail, Afra and 000 cannot catch a break, but they kind of had it coming. Looks like Evazan's broadcast has caught the attention of the Empire's propaganda machine, and they are not cool with the message that Afra and 000's exploits could mean for Milvain's populace. After being given up to the authorities by the young orphan Falada, the two criminals, yeah, they are criminals, have to dig deep and find an imaginative way out of this. And since everything they do is being broadcast over the entire planet of Milvain, some of these citizens on this law-happy planet are starting to root for them. And thanks for checking out this quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Now, as you can see, I'm rolling Ben solo today. It's only me. Don't worry, my bro host Dan will be back next week. And as he would say, may the force be with you, always.
What's good, Star Wars fans? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller, here to bring you your quick shot of Broaxium. We are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace. Now let's punch it. All right, friends, it is finally time. It is issue 62 of Star Wars, the main title comic, The Scourging of the Shotorn, written by Kieran Gillen. Now, during the Escape saga, we saw Leia cooking up some plans to get her revenge on the Shotorn, but she doesn't want to necessarily get revenge. She wants justice. Now that the rebels are all back together, a little short on numbers, but all back together, Leia has finally divulged her plan to get back at the Shotorn, but she needs to develop a special team. Now, we've got some old friends coming back into the mix, especially from the Ashes of Jedha series. She is really trying to get this team specialized. Now, by the end of this comic, Leia has assembled her Justice League. Anyway, it is time to get back at Queen Trios for all that she has done to the rebellion. But an unlikely cultist group shows up at the Shotoran world. All in all, this comic book is setting us up for a really good series. I am super stoked to see what Gillen has for us with this justice against the Shotoran.
On shelves today is Age of Republic Padme #1. Now, Padme and her handmaidens are on a secret mission to the planet Cloudrun to bring them into the Republic. Now, this mission is secret from Palpatine, which means it's got to be secret from Anakin, because you know that relationship between those two is kind of tight. Now, once they reach Cloudrun, no one is around, no one there to greet them. Something's pretty off, and you just know the Separatists are involved. Now, I, for one, dig Star Wars politics, and this one had it. It also had some nice negotiations, aggressive or otherwise. Even though we know Anakin and Padme are deeply in love, it shows that there is a bit of a strain on their relationship, and they have to find time whenever they can to spend together. I really dug this book. I love the writing on it. The artwork was really good, but there's kind of inconsistencies when it came to the faces of each of the characters, and sometimes with the same character panel by panel. But past that, amazing book. Go pick that up. And it's pretty much Padme week, because also her book, her novel, Queen Shadow, also came out this week. Go grab it.
Now, on shelves today is our third series of Darth Vader. This is Vader Dark Visions, issue #1. Chris, you want to show the camera? Chris? Yep. Vader. Yeah, there you go. That's right, everybody. Dark Visions. Now, this one starts off through the eyes of a native child on an unknown planet. And Vader comes just crashing out of nowhere, and this epic battle ensues. It is insane. And as Chris is seeing right now, guys, you really need to pick this up. I want to tell you all about it, but it's all spoilerage. Like, it's all spoilage.
I want that shield.
Right? The Captain Empire shield? Amazing, guys. You really need to pick this comic book up. Vader is just the man, and killing it as usual.
That man loves a killing.
Does love the killing. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Chris, would you like to leave him with something?
Well, I want to let you guys know that our podcast, Unrefined Broaxium, will be available this Saturday. Now, with this podcast, it's us, your bro host Chris Rhines, Dan Miller, and our other bro host Gerard Bear. And we're going to be talking about, we're going to introduce the podcast. We're going to be talking about Galaxy's Edge. We're going to be talking about the fandom as well. You know,
right. The state of the fandom.
Yeah, it's a little iffy. You know, has been for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting there. We're getting there together. That's right.
Also, Resistance, Chris.
Don't
mean,
get me started. It's
have
so
you
good.
Guys need to check out this Resistance.
Yeah.
I mean,
get over the fact that there's some goofiness to it, and it's for kids, because God forbid we weren't kids when, you know, we all got into Star Wars.
Yeah.
But it's amazing, and it's really starting to ramp up. It's getting intense right now.
So, may the Force be with you guys, always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Rhines, and I'm here to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with a quick shot of Broaxium for March 13th, 2019. Strap yourselves in. We've got 2 series ending today, so let's punch it.
All right, Star Wars fans, on shelves today we have Han Solo, Imperial Cadet, issue #5, the final issue, written by Robbie Thompson. In the last issue, we saw that Cadet Valance's TIE fighter went down, and Han decided to scramble all of his cadets together for a rescue mission. Now, our cadets were not ordered to do this. One cadet is not worth it to the Empire, but Han, it's worth it to Han. Now, after battling through the indigenous army, they have learned some hard truths, especially one cadet, about what the Empire is all about. And it's time for Han to make a heroic decision. More and more, we are surprised by the character of Han Solo. He really does put his neck out for other people, even before himself sometimes. We know that he can be very selfish, and he's usually out for himself. But when it comes to other people's struggles, Han really just has a soft spot. Just one thing that I got from this comic book, for all of you Empire lovers out there who think it's cool to be in the Empire and whatnot, just remember that you're just meat for the meat grinder. They don't care about you. They don't care about your life. That's what the Empire is.
The money and my Broaxium.
On shelves today is the final issue in the Age of Republic, Grievous #1. This issue starts off showing just how terrifying Grievous can be. He's hunting 2 Jedi, a master and her Padawan. And in true Grievous fashion, after he slaughters the Jedi scum, he takes their 2 lightsabers. So now these Jedi these Jedi were on a mission of some kind to a Jedi temple on the planet Ladib. Now, with the Jedi rightfully slaughtered...
Oh, Chris!
What? Calm down. It's just Jedi. Scum. Anyway, Grievous locates the Jedi temple, and from there the story turns into an introspective on Grievous, his mindset, and his past before the enhancements. Listen, Jodie Hauser, y'all. She brings the heat for the final issue of Age of Republic.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Chris, is there anything you'd like to leave our viewers with?
Absolutely. Starting next week and leading up every week to Star Wars Celebration, that's right, we're going to be there. We're going to be doing a giveaway of some special Star Wars merchandise. All the rules and everything will be presented next week. Can't wait for you guys to start winning some stuff.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Beyond the Blast Doors on YouTube. I presented a question on Twitter, and it was, what is your favorite moment in The Phantom Menace? It has been 20 years since the release of The Phantom Menace, and it's also going to be the anniversary at Star Wars Celebration. So, think about it real hard, everybody. What is your favorite moment, any moment, sad, happy, in The Phantom Menace?
I've got one.
What's that?
At last we reveal ourselves to the Jedi.
Oh my God.
At last we'll have revenge.
Mine was when Anakin got his pod racer going. That's how I knew this kid was going places.
He's going places as a future Sith Lord.
Anyway, guys, drop your answer in the comments for us. We would love to engage with you on that. Thank you very much, and may the Force be with you. What's going on, Star Wars fans? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryan.
And we're here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium for March 20th, 2019. And we're the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace.
So buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it. Now, you guys remember issue 62, right? Leia is getting her team together. Now we have the big 3, Han, Luke, and Leia. Now we have Benthic, 2 Tubes, and his band of partisans for some muscle. We have Miordi, the slicer. Got to slice into those computers, everybody. And then we also have Tunga, the shapeshifter. Now remember the shapeshifter from Attack of the Clones? You know, the one that got the dart right to the neck. Oh yeah, the old Shaber dart. Oh my God, that movie was so awesome. Like, remember that one part? Anakin and Obi-Wan chasing him down. Anakin jumped off the freaking thing, and then he was flying through the air, and then Obi-Wan had no idea what was going on.
All right, let's get back on track.
Anyway. Anyway, Leia was getting her team together, and she got it together. All right, so back to the comic, even though Attack of the Clones is awesome too. We have Leia laying out the plan for her team, and it seems pretty impossible, and it all centers around the spike. Now, on the other side of the ball here, Queen Trios is feeling a little bit guilty about what she did to Leia and her rebellion. She did become friends with her, but a queen's got to do what a queen's got to do for her people. Now, as I said before, this was setting up Leia's plan to take down the Show Tauren. And I'm telling you right now, it's a lot. And our heroes have a lot on their plate. Can they do it? You guys are just going to have to read.
A coaxium now.
On shelves today is Solo, a Star Wars story, the comic book adaptation, number 6 of 7. Now, we've all seen it. We know it's going to go down. I mean, I'm just gonna spoil the whole thing for you right now. It doesn't even matter.
Spoil. Wait, we're spoiler free.
Yeah, but I mean, we've all watched this. We've all seen it. It's
Chris,
okay.
but
It's going to be all right. Just watch.
Oh, yeah,
See?
we've seen that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's cool.
It's great art
all
though.
right. Yeah.
Good art.
I love it. Kira, fantastic.
Amazing.
Hey, one more issue to go.
That's it, baby.
I wonder what's going to happen.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Chris, is there anything you'd like to leave the viewers?
Absolutely. Now, if you remember last week, I talked about there's going to be a giveaway starting this week, and here it is. It's going to come to you in a few easy steps. First step, watch this video on YouTube. Then share that video while you subscribe to the YouTube channel. Share that video all over social media. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, doesn't matter. Any one of them. And then tag us in it. And then next week, after we look at who's done it, we're going to pick ourselves a winner. And that winner is going to get a limited Admiral Piet Star Wars Black Series figure. Yeah.
How did you do that?
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Dan Miller.
And we're here to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with a quick shot of Broaxium for March 27th, 2019.
So let's buckle up, baby.
And let's...
Whoa. Hold on a second, Chris.
What's
Do
up,
you even remember what happened last week, man? Like,
what are you talking about?
well, I tried to take the Admiral Piet from you, and I was running,
Yeah, I remember.
and you choked me out.
How can I choke you out? I was all the way over here. You were way down there.
You tell me.
What do you think I did? Force choke you? That's in the movies and stuff, man. I can't do that for real. I remember you running and like your knee gave out, like, then you like threw the thing back at me for some reason. And then you're like, what happened? I'm like, I don't. Wasn't me, man. I don't know what happened. So anyway.
Let's punch it. On shelves today, we have Dr. Aphra, issue number 30.
Nope, this is not going to happen. Cool.
Guess not. Dr. Aphra and 000 are still being broadcasted to the whole city of Milvain. They are still in the undercity of Milvain and still being chased by Captain Akma and the Imperial Department of Propaganda and Misinformation. After being out for hours, Aphra wakes up to 000 being 000. Oof. But she also learns that he's really her only companion, and she decides to give him a little gift. Issue 30 is one you really need to pick up, because what Aphra gives 000, this is something he's been killing for.
On shelves today, we've got Star Wars Vader Dark Visions number 2. So some rebel scum are on the run after a botched mission where the Empire has found their secret base, destroyed it, and there's one survivor left who's got to get out of there. So for Commander Tylix, it's almost a mission well done. He destroyed rebel base, he's got some information, but there's one rebel spy who got away. So when he gave the report to Imperial High Command, they decided to massage a little bit just to make it look like a successful mission. So now Lord Vader is en route to pick up this rebel spy. There's only one problem. There ain't no rebel spy. So Tylix knows exactly what happens when you fail Lord Vader. When you force choke someone and they feel the grip of the Force around their neck, it stops everything. Right? Good Commander Tylex knows what's about to happen. He doesn't feel like getting choked out. So instead of bringing up the truth to Vader, he decides to go on this mission to go find this rebel and makes things even worse. This book is hilarious. Nah. Come on, I can't really do that. Anyway, thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street, Philadelphia.
Also, guys, make sure to check out the Do Back Discussion Network. I did a little episode with Jared Bachman Stubbs on the 2003 Clone Wars miniseries by Genndy Tartakovsky.
And in just 2 weeks, don't forget, Star Wars Celebration's coming up. And if you see us on the show floor, come and say hi. We are not unapproachable people. I can't really force choke people. He's hallucinating. I don't know what he's talking about. But yeah, we're very nice guys. Come say hi. Just love to meet you guys.
Just don't upset him, and make the Force be with you always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhines.
And we're here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium for April 3rd, 2019. And we are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
On shelves today is the final issue in the Solo, a Star Wars story adaptation, number 7. Well, it's the last issue, the last couple of scenes in the movie. You know how it goes, except for one scene. There's a little bit in there showing some adventures between Han and Chewie right before they had that Sabacc game with Lando. Now, I want to see those adventures. Now, just like what I said when I reviewed the first issue, back when we had our first episode of Quick Shot of Broaxium, this comic follows the pacing of the movies and also the novels with all the extra scenes that they put in there. And I love the way they do that. I've loved this series. Okay, now let's talk about these covers for a second. Each cover that has come out for this adaptation has been amazing and wall-worthy. Every single cover I want to put in a frame and slap it on my wall somewhere in my house. Amazing work. Phil Noto, knocking out of the stratosphere every single time.
On shelves today, we have the Star Wars main title comic, issue number 64, written still by our boy Kieran Gillen. Now, in the last issue, you guys remember when I told you it's all about the spike. This is the central infrastructure that will tear the whole world apart. Now, Leia doesn't want to destroy the planet. Our princess has a heart here, but she definitely wants to cripple the Shotoran and Queen Trios for all that she's done. Now, remember, there were a lot of steps to this plan working out great, and so far, things have been good. C-3PO and Tunga got the biometrics from Queen Trios, and now they're on their way to start hacking into that spike. And as I was saying, things are running smooth. A little too smooth for our heroes, if you know what I mean. Something is bound to happen, and it does. Now, what I really loved about this comic book is when the poodoo hit the fan for Queen Trios, she really showed it in her emotions. I mean, it was almost as if Leia struck her right in the heart. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. We want to remind you guys that next week is Celebration. Oh my God, Chris, how excited are you?
Dude, I cannot wait for Celebration. We've been working hard getting everything ready for this thing, and we hope you guys enjoy what we're bringing to Celebration.
That's right. Also, every week we pride ourselves with being able to deliver you guys a fresh, spoiler-free review we call our Quick Shots of Broaxium every Wednesday, the day the comic books come out, 11:38. So you guys know what's coming out. So you guys know what to expect. But next week is going to be a little different. Why don't you tell them?
A little bit. So since it's Celebration Week, we're all going to be either on the road or still at work or something like that. So for this next week's Quick Shot of Broaxium is going to be even quicker. And I'm going to be doing it live from the drive to Chicago.
I really wish I could be there for this one, but I'm also going to be packing and getting ready to head to Chicago myself.
Now, we've got swag all the way for this thing. We've got buttons. We've got Vader Down #1 special covers that we're giving out. We got tons of them. We even have a few T-shirts that we're going to be giving away.
Yes.
It's going to be cool. And we hope to meet all 13 or 14 of you that are actually watching this show.
Just look for the two guys in the bro host shirt.
You'll see us.
You'll see us.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And we're here to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with a quick shot of Broaxium for April 17th, 2019.
So let's buckle up, baby.
And before we do that, Celebration was amazing. We had an amazing time. Cannot wait for next year. We're both like super tired.
Oh, God, yes. But we're going to be giving you a double quick shot this week since we missed last week.
So,
let's punch it. Now, last week we were unable to give you a quick shot because of Star Wars Celebration, but I'm going to give you a quick shot, a double quick shot of Grand Moff Tarkin and Princess Leia, Age of Rebellion series, both issues #1. Now, in this comic, Leia has to go rescue our boy Lando. He has gotten himself into a little bit of trouble. Now, Leia surprises everybody, coming in, kicking some serious butt in a disguise, the Bausch costume. But while all of this is happening, her big furry friend gets captured instead, and she does end up freeing Lando. And guess who was the one who did capture Chewbacca? It was our old friend and bounty hunter, Bosk. Now, we know that the Wookiees and the Trandoshans have bad blood. Now, you guys really need to pick this one up. Leia really shows her badassery and really saves the day for everybody. I just have one thing to say. Shirtless Tarkin, holy shit. Now, before we get to Shirtless Tarkin, it starts off with him as a little boy being chased down by some huge wolves, and nobody is there to help him. They're just watching. Now, we start off with a little bit of his childhood on the first 2 pages, but then it goes right back to the Death Star and the guys who fire the Death Star cannon. There is no hesitation when it comes to being under the command of Grand Moff Tarkin. And if you do, might as well just quit. Once you're a member of the Imperial family, it is a no hesitation game. You either pull that trigger or you pack your stuff and go. Tarkin doesn't mess around. He will rip his shirt off and take you one-on-one to see if you are worthy. Now, on shelves today, we have Age of Rebellion, the special issue, with 3 separate stories. In this first story, it is about IG-88, and it's called The Long Game. And this is basically IG-88 being a badass. This guy will murk anybody, and he doesn't even care about the money. I don't want to tell you anymore because it's a very short story, and you have to read it. And this next story, it's about our little green Jedi Master friend, Yoda. And he's a little sad, guys. You're really going to have to read this one. It's another short story, so I can't give you too much. But Yoda is understanding that the hubris of the Jedi was what ultimately brought them down. And then he meets Luke. And this next is called Stolen Valor, and it's about Porkins and Biggs Darklighter. And it's a very light story, a very short story, about how they're a little beaten up about everything that's going on in the war, and they need to take a little vacation. And they go to a vacation planet, much like Ryza from Star Trek.
Broaxium, enough to power a fleet, or blow us all straight to hell.
On shelves today is Star Wars TIE Fighter #1, written by Jody Houser. The Battle of Hoth has left the rebel scum beaten and embarrassed as they're scattered across the galaxy. Seeing an end to the war and finally restoring peace to the galaxy, the feared TIE Fighter Squadron, Shadow Wing, has been given a new mission to escort a maintenance crew to the Kudo system, which seems kind of suspect because that's severely below their skill set. And they soon find out that this is no normal mission. I dig these Star Wars stories where we get to learn more about the Imperial officers. And in this one, we're introduced to a few new ones, and one who we met before in the Han Solo Imperial Cadet book, Latan Dree. Check it out.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. And we just got back from Star Wars Celebration. And let me tell you guys, all of the negativity that you see on the internet does not exist when you are at Star Wars Celebration. It is the ultimate fan experience. and everybody just loves being there and loving Star Wars. Chris,
It is one of the reasons why whenever I do the intro. And I say, what's going on, Star Wars fam? It's Star Wars family. And that's what it was like at Star Wars Celebration. You could start a conversation with anyone and make some new friends. It was beautiful.
it was the best time I ever had, and I just want to say thank you to all of the great people we met while we were out there.
And we'll see you guys in Anaheim next year.
And may the Force be with you
always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
I'm Chris Ryans.
And we're here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium for April 24th, 2019. And we are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it. On shelves today, we have Dr. Aphra, number 31. All right, everybody, we're back on Milvain. Well, we've been on Milvain. And 000 has learned some hard truths about himself. He's a mistake, and he's taken it pretty hard. As I said, he's taken it really hard, and he's well aware of what happens when he gets too far away from Dr. Aphra. Well, he starts making his walk, and she's unable to get him. I don't understand what his problem is. I mean, I wasn't planned, and look at how great I turned out. Now, Aphra needs to do some quick thinking, and she does. And not only that, she moves fast when she's desperate and brings back an old friend for 000 and for the rest of us as well. Now, they really need to hoof it. Time is of the essence, and they need to get to that cyber doctor. So they run into an old friend, coincidence, right? Velada and her caber worm to get them there in time. Now, this issue is jam-packed, full of stuff. I mean, there is so much that happens just between them getting from the Undercity all the way to this doctor. I want to tell you everything. I always want to tell you everything, but this is an issue you really need to pick up. It's the final issue of the story arc, and so many good things happen at the end. I would hate to spoil it for you. Maybe Chris.
On shelves today, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, number 1. Now, people are going to tell you, oh, this is just an advertisement for the amusement park coming up. And I'm here to tell you that they're right. They're right. It is, but he's got a really dope story along with it. I mean, even in the first couple of panels, there's a droid trying to sell someone the Ronto wraps and Melu Run juice. Do want to try that stuff? Like the desserts they have there? Oh, man. Yeah, that blue milk. I think there's a blue milk, like milkshake or something like that. Like blue and the green milk from The Last Jedi. I can't wait. I got to try that. Oh, my God. I want to go there so bad. Cut! So our story starts off with these 3 smugglers who are going to seek an audience with the Kondar at his den of antiquities. I think that's the place at Galaxy's Edge where you can buy like Kyra crystals. No, that's not the place. I think you can get like the holocron set, like the Sith and the Jedi holocrons and all kinds of stuff that's in universe. I'm gonna lose all of my money in there, and I can't wait to be broke. So while they're at this store where I'm gonna lose all of my money, I can't wait. So anyway, while they're there, one of the smugglers sees a baby Sarlacc in a jar and asks the Kondar, where did you get that? How did that happen? So then he goes and tells him this story that involved Han Solo and Chewie going to smuggle a Sarlacc or 2 or 3 from this one planet. Like I said, this is pretty much advertising Galaxy's Edge, and I can't wait to go. I'm going to try to live there. I'm going to move all my stuff. I'm getting a one-way ticket. It's over. I'm just going to live there. We can do Broaxium from the amusement park. That'll be cool. Yeah, I can't wait to go there.
On shelves today, we have Darth Vader, Dark Visions number 3. Vader's got a girlfriend. Well, kind of, in the mind of this nurse. Now, these Dark Vision issues are giving us a point of view from the people who encounter Darth Vader. And this one nurse, to Vader's personal cybernetic surgeon, is just a little... Now, I can't pretend to know what's going on in this nurse's head. Oh, wait, yes, I can. It's written on the pages. She is a little obsessed with Darth Vader. I guess, you know, he's tall, dark, brooding, mysterious, but he's a killer. Now, the obsession is deep with this woman. She is fully invested in thinking that not only is she in love with Darth Vader, but she actually thinks that Vader loves her back. It's still really funny to think that. But I'll tell you guys right now, these Dark Visions are seriously something you really need to pick up. We have always been able to look at things through Vader's helmet, but seeing things from other people's perspective is absolutely amazing.
And thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
That's right, everybody. And make sure to check out our new podcast, Unrefined Broaxium. You can find that at broaxium.com, on Podbean, and on iTunes.
That's right. And next month, the Galaxy's Edge registration opens up, so everyone can get in there. It's going to be fantastic. I can't wait to see everyone come by, my new neighborhood, because I'm going to be living there. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I can't wait to finally live in the Star Wars universe. Dan, it's going to be amazing. I'm going to miss you guys, but at least we'll see you next year. Yeah. I'll see you next year when Celebration comes around to Anaheim.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I mean, hey, they wouldn't let Josh Gad in, but I mean, Chris, he's already got himself an apartment inside.
As long as security doesn't find me.
But hey, you know what? Chris's dreams are great, but you know what's also great? Following us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. We're all over, people, and may the Force be with you.
Always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And we are here to kickstart the Star Wars.
Whoa. What is that?
I was doing a bit of Billy Shatner for the people, man.
That's Captain Kirk. Yeah. The Star Trek, where we don't do Star Trek. We're Star Wars. Yeah.
Huh? Remember this?
Now, for those of you who watch the Clone Wars or have read Dark Disciple, our girl right now is doing some bounty hunting to fill her pockets with I was going to say latinum.
It's a Star Trek, you writer.
Oh, yeah.
Gold press latinum.
You're right.
You said that.
Proceed.
Mm-hmm. And we're here to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with a quick shot of Broaxium for May 1st, 2019.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's
engage. On shelves today, we have Age of Rebellion, Han Solo, number 1. This one starts off, Han and Chewie are in the Falcon, counting their credits. You know, the credits they got for saving Leia, helping that pesky kid Luke, and pretty much getting him out of that snafu with Darth Vader so he could blow up the Death Star. Yeah, he got his credits all right, and they're counting them up. So Han and Chewie, as I said, are counting those Republic credits. And they have some ideas what they're going to do with them. First, they want to pay back Jabba. We all know that. But it's time to get some dings out of the Falcon. Spruce her up a bit, you know? Now, Han actually believes that his time with the rebellion is over. As him and Chewie are chilling in the Falcon, you know, thinking about their newfound fortune and what they're going to do with it, Luke comes running in for a favor. Of course, Han, the whole time, is trying to tell Luke, no, I'm not doing this stuff anymore. No, you got the wrong guy. I'm done. But you know what? Deep down inside, Han just can't help but be that good guy. Now, in the last series we got, Han Solo, Imperial Cadet, we got a more bright-eyed, bushy-tailed Han Solo, right? But this Han Solo has experienced failure. He is a little more pessimistic, but still the reluctant good guy, and his character plays out through all of these series we get of him. And that's what I really love. Even though he's trying to get a little money for himself, he will still put that aside to do what's right.
On shelves today, Star Wars number 65. Now, when we left off in issue 64, Leia's plan had gone off without a hitch. But then the partisans, being what they are, threw a monkey wrench into the whole plan to exact their own revenge for what happened to Jeddah. Look, Benfic, partisans, I understand why you want to do this, but let's stick to the plan. By destroying the Spire, you're damaging the Empire even more than just destroying Shotorun as revenge. You guys think small. Come on, fellas. Now, unfortunately for Leia, Trios, who is incredibly intelligent, is onto her plan and is on her way to thwart everything she's working on. And to make matters worse, Commander Conchar has just received a distress signal from a group of stormtroopers on the moon of Hubin. And like every issue he's worked on, Gillen has been knocking it out of the park, and this one is no different. I am going to be sad to see him go, but Greg Pak taking over afterwards, I'm all about it.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
That's right. And I know you've noticed that we're both wearing the same t-shirt, and if you want one of your own, at tpublic.com/TAOSWF, you can get your own. There are a whole bunch of Broaxium designs there for you to grab. This one in particular is for Unrefined Broaxium. It's our podcast, our pop culture and Star Wars podcast that we host alongside Gerard Bear
and Daniel Leahy. And also, guys, remember to follow us on that YouTube. That's where you can get your quick shots. And Facebook,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the Force be with you.
Always. Did anybody die?
What's going on, Star Wars fans? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
Chris Ryans.
And we're here to give you your quick shot of Broaxium for May 8th, 2019. And we are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it. All right, friends, on shelves today, we have Age of Rebellion, Boba Fett #1, written by Greg Pak. So have you ever asked yourself, I want a Boba Fett comic of him, Boba Fett and collecting them bounties, being a bounty hunter? Well, you're going to get it right here. Now, this one starts off in the desert, and a few rebels are freaking out because here comes Boba Fett out from the sun, riding some robo-steed with a dead rebel pilot slouched on the back. But there's nothing to fear, because Boba Fett is a professional bounty hunter who will only go after someone if he's getting paid. Now, Boba Fett goes, turns his bounty in, and you would think, right? After a hard bounty, relax, maybe hit a spa. Not Boba Fett. He just goes up to the board, picks another face, and goes to collect his money. I really think you guys are going to love this one. First off, it's our first Boba Fett comic of the new canon. Secondly, he doesn't say a word throughout the whole thing. He doesn't need to. His presence alone is enough. You can run, you can hide, but you know what? You can even talk, monologue him all you want. You're just going to die tired. That's it. That's the way Boba Fett operates. He just wants his money. He doesn't care about anything else.
The money and my Broaxium.
On shelves today, Dr. Aphra #32, written by Simon Spurrier. A new arc begins for our favorite doctor, titled The Unspeakable Rebel Superweapon. Our story begins 20 years earlier with a young Aphra hanging out with her pops, whose research may have found a way to revive the Ordu Spectre. Now we also meet Aphra's mom, who's had enough of her husband due to his unattentiveness towards his family. Now 2 months have passed since we last saw Aphra, and now she's running around with young Vulada on all of her crazy exploits. So Aphra's been hired to steal an artifact from the Slenani, a religious warrior cult. And in true Aphra fashion, Aphra shit happens. Now when Aphra's goofed up travels, she finds an ancient weapon that we haven't seen since Charles Soule's run on Darth Vader. So I'm really digging this new arc right now, and I love that we're getting into her past a little bit to see what made her the person that she is today. Oh, and one more thing. Just when she thought laying low for a couple of months would kind of lessen the heat on her, And thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics, South Street in Philadelphia.
That's right, everybody. And make sure to follow us if you enjoy watching these on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And also, we now have a podcast called Unrefined Broaxium. You can find us on Podbean and iTunes. Also, a huge bit of news just dropped today, everybody. We have Star Wars films coming out for 2022, 2024, and 2026. Right, Chris? How do you feel about that?
I'm loving it. But I'll tell you what really grinds my gears is that I'm hearing people online complaining that it's 3 years away. Like, why do I gotta wait 3 years? And listen, in 1983, I was 8 years old. Return of the Jedi came out. I didn't get another new movie until 1999. If I can wait 16 years...
Hey. Look, guys, if he can wait 16 years, I think we could all wait 3. It's not a big deal. We're going to have the Mandalorian fill in the space. We have the Clone Wars Saved coming, Disney Plus, all of that content.
Got the Cassian Andor story.
Right? So much to look forward to, my friends.
Stop complaining.
Yes, we are all going to be happy with Star Wars content. It's going to be fantastic. So we are leaving you here with that, and may the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller, and Chris Ryans is not here, but apparently he's sending a replacement. This is your quick shot of Broaxium, and we are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into Lando's.
I apologize, I'm a little late. My name is Lando Calcrissy, and I'm the special guest bro host for the day. You must be Daniel Miller.
You know me.
I watched the show, but I never met you in person. It's nice to finally meet you.
We're going to go through with this, aren't we?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
So we are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
On shelves today is Star Wars issue number 66.
But seriously, look at that artwork. Dope!
In the
last issue, Queen Trios and some of her soldiers used one of their mining ships as a battering ram to get into her own castle to get at Leia and the rebels. Queen Trios is watching her world fall apart. She is completely locked out, and this is something she is not used to. She is full of fire, everyone, and it is time to stop Leia from what she's about to do to her world. Now, don't forget, we have Luke and the partisans who are kind of taking things into their own hands, attacking the Spike, but they need one key component to make it all happen for them, and that's a little blue droid. Now, Kieran Gillen has really been knocking this out of the park. We keep saying that about him because he's an amazing writer, and what he has been doing with Queen Trios has been nothing but spectacular. This character has been brought to life in so many great ways. She is a mirror image of Princess Leia.
On your shelves today, we've got Age of Rebellion, Lando Calrissian #1, written by the great and handsome Greg Pak. Our story starts off on Bespin, where the new Baron Administrator, Lando Calrissian, and his partner, the ever-vigil Lobot, are having disputes with the workers. They're having problems of every kind. They're having labor difficulties, and the only way to get through it is to dip into his "in case I've got to run away" fund. They just got set aside and pay all the workers and buy them all drinks. Good call, Calrissian. Things aren't looking too good financially at Cloud City, so Lando's got to do some underhanded dealings to keep things afloat. See what I did there? One such dealing has Lando and Lobot off to the planet Burning Khan in the Outer Rim, where we meet Magnet Imperium Ron's Fantine, who has a simple job for Lando that will destroy all his financial problems for decades. But does any job that pays so much wind up being so simple? I think you know the answer to that one.
A coaxium now.
Also out today, we have TIE Fighter issue number 2. Now, what makes this book so special is that it ties in to the Alphabet Squadron book that's coming out. And it also ties in to the Han Solo Imperial Cadet book that has already been released. Get it? TIE Fighter? I'll let myself out. In our last issue, our Shadow Wing Squadron was sent to go find out what was going on with the Star Destroyer Celerity. They were not answering any transmissions, and everybody was assuming that it was jammed. They get there, and the thing fires on them. Now, this issue starts off with a massive space battle. TIE Fighter against TIE Fighter. Who is doing what? Are they rebels? Did they take over the Star Destroyer and all of those TIE Fighters? Are they defectors? We have no clue, but it must be really confusing. With massive destruction and our Shadow Wing Squadron completely outnumbered, they surrender to those defectors or those rebels, whoever they are. And I'm not going to tell you. You need to figure it out for yourself. But let me tell you, this isn't the end for Shadow Squadron. They have to take back what's theirs. Now, this TIE Fighter comic is something really special. We have tie-ins, just like I said, to the Han Solo Imperial Cadet, which is really heartwarming. And then we also have a feel for these Imperials. Like, they're almost the good guys. Now, if you haven't read Lost Stars by Claudia Gray, I suggest you do. And you really get a good perspective on what it's like to be an Imperial. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. And I'd like to give a special thanks to Lando. Lando, your mustache.
Who shot who in the what now? What are you talking about?
You're missing your mustache.
Here I am.
There he is. Anyway, I'd like to give a special thanks to Lando Calrissian for filling in for our own Chris Ryans, who I hope is back next week.
Oh, don't worry. He'll be back next week. No matter how much he misses wearing his cape. Not that it's his. It's Lando Calrissian's cape, not his. So he won't really miss it since it's not his. You know what I mean?
Anyway, we know what you mean, Lando.
Right.
Be sure to check out our latest episode of Unrefined Broaxium, our podcast. We talk a little bit about Peter Mayhew and Avengers Endgame. We are now also on Spotify, guys. Also, we have some huge news, big news. After Rise of the Skywalker, the first film that's going to be coming out in 2022 is going to be written by David Benioff and D.B. Weiss. Lando, what do you think about that?
I'm loving it, Daniel. I think it's fantastic news. They've done a great job with Game of Thrones. They're still doing a great job with Game of Thrones.
That they are.
And I can't wait to see what they do in a galaxy far, far away.
Me neither, and I know everyone else out there hopes so too. Also, be sure to check Broaxium out on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the force be with you.
Oh, Coke 45. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And we're here to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with a quick shot of Broaxium for Wednesday, May 22nd, 2019.
So, you might want to buckle up, baby.
Let's punch.
On shelves today. What's that? I know that laugh. Anyway, on shelves today, Age of Rebellion, Jabba the Hutt, #1. Look, Jabba, I was on my way to pay you back, but I got sidetracked. First thing you got to ask yourself, how much would you pay for a bottle of Tuscan Wind? Only made by the Tuscan Raiders on Tatooine. Very exclusive. How much would you pay? 10,000 credits? 15,000 credits? 20,000 credits? It's worth it. Now, if you haven't guessed, this is all about an incredibly rare drink made by the Tuscan Raiders on Tatooine. And guess who the only slug in the galaxy is that can get this? Jabba. Now, this issue starts off in the beautiful casino of Canto Bight, where a few high rollers have just purchased themselves a 10,000 credit bottle of Tuscan Wind. And a few smugglers have overheard and seen this crazy bottle and decide to seize the opportunity to find out where it came from. Now, this pair of smugglers go all the way to Tatooine, meet with the great Jabba, who has already just seen some Tuscans, and decide to ask him for a bottle of this Tuscan Wind. Now, Jabba does something that's very Jabba-like, and I can't really explain to you what it is. You have to read this for yourself, because Jabba the Hutt is amazing. He is the biggest, baddest crime lord, and he shows exactly why. He is manipulative, he is evil, and he is also pretty funny, at least to himself. So you guys really need to pick this one up, because this is where you really get to truly see Jabba the Hutt doing what Jabba the Hutt does.
On shelves today, Star Wars, My Future Home, number 2. Yeah, I'm gonna live there. First Order troops, led by a sergeant who's a little more of a dick than he really needs to be, have occupied the Black Spire, while Kendo, Remix, and Wuro are trying to pull off a heist unnoticed. So while this First Order sergeant is making all these threats to Dekonder and his antiquities shop, he finds Ki-Adi-Mundi's old lightsaber. So, just to keep things going and stall a little bit, Dekonder decides to tell him the story about how he came about this lightsaber. Now, this story revolves around one of Jabba's henchmen who has been tasked with finding a particular Jedi relic. He's the man who really shot first. It's canon. My dude, Greedo. Yeah! Now, as far as Dekonder's antiquity store go, that may be actually the first place that I go to when I get to Galaxy's Edge. I cannot wait. It's going to be so fun. I'm going to get that. I'm going to get the Ronto wrap and the blue milk. I think they make a milkshake for that. I'm going to get that too. And yeah, someone's telling me about like this, like 4 different colors for the kyber crystal and the lightsabers and whatnot. So I'm getting a yellow. That's going to happen. Getting a yellow, maybe a purple, definitely getting a red, maybe a couple of red, and like 3 lightsabers. I want one that's got the Wookiee wood. You know, like that one Wookiee Padawan from Clone Wars. He had that really strong wood that David Tennant's robot character gave him. Dude, it's happening. Oh man, how much do they cost? Doesn't matter. Getting it. They're getting all my money.
How'd you feel about the comic book?
It was good. It's really good.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
That's right. And coming soon, your bro hosts are going to be doing a follow-up podcast to the quick shots called The Spoiler Run, where we're going to be going in depth on all the comics that we talked about.
And I cannot wait to get that off the ground. Also, be sure to listen to us on our podcast, Unrefined Broaxium, on Spotify and Podbean and iTunes. And please, give us a follow on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
You know what? That reminds me, that voice reminds me. I want to thank Lando Calrissian for filling in for our bro host Chris last week.
Yeah, I was not feeling well. So, it was good that we had someone come in. You know, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's smooth.
Oh, yeah,
he's
real smooth.
I dig his cape.
Me too.
Fantastic.
The way he held his hands.
And that mustache
was fantastic.
Amazing. I'm so... Calrissian, if you're listening, my man, thank you so much.
And may the force be with you guys.
Oh, did anybody die? Greetings, exalted ones. It is I, Minibus Bro, host filling in for Dan and Chris, as I give you that quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week for May 29th, 2019. That's right, I'm a Jedi, baby. Order 66 ain't got poodoo on me. Let's punch it. On shelves today, we've got Vader, Dark Visions, number 4. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a starfighter battle with Darth Vader? No, of course you haven't. Because you'd be dead. You know that saying where everyone has a great plan until you get punched in the face? That's exactly what happened in this story. It's pretty much the entire moral. The story revolves around a young rebel pilot who we see in his younger days who just couldn't get the job done when his dad needed him the most, and it cost him his dad's life. We meet up with this kid years later, as now he is a pilot in the Rebel Alliance, albeit a very talented, cocky pilot. So the rebels are on a mission to take out an Imperial starfighter factory, and the mission is going great. It's a big success until Darth Vader shows up. You think they never saw rebels before? Remember this scene?
We've lost Phoenix 1 and 2.
Vulcan wouldn't like to miss our entire squadron.
And this?
So good, I can't maneuver. Got me tight, I can't take it. We've lost Phoenix 1 and 2.
Yeah, there's only one way this story ends. Come on, man. So thanks for checking out this week's Quick Shot of Broaxium with me, Mini Bus Bro host. Don't worry, next week, Chris and Dan will be back to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. But for now, make sure you like, subscribe all over social media. And don't forget, may the Force be with you. Always.
Dude, are you still watching Galaxy's Edge footage? Whose video are you watching right now?
Tommy Puig from Rev 9 Podcast. He showed me some footage, showing off because he got to go and I didn't.
But you haven't stopped watching Galaxy's Edge footage since the grand opening.
And I am not going to stop watching because I want to be there, Dan.
We will have our time, Chris, but we've got a quick shot for June 5th, 2019 to shoot.
Yeah. Listen, man, I want to go to Savi's workshop. I want to get a lightsaber, like a dark side, nature-based lightsaber. I want to do that. I want to get the blue milk. Okay, I want to get macabre crystals. I want a Kawaki and monkey lizard. I want to get all this stuff. And there are people who got to go there and do that, and I didn't, and it's not cool. I want to go. I want to get my Coca-Cola thermal detonator bottles. I want to get all that stuff. Dan.
Your edge envy is strong right now, my friend, and you're being a big baby, so I think we just need to punch it. On shelves today, we have Age of Rebellion, Luke Skywalker, #1. Guys, this one starts off with a Luke Skywalker we don't see much unless we're watching Return of the Jedi. That's right, guys. Green lightsaber Luke, confident Luke, Jedi Luke. Now, this one starts off with our rebels trying to hijack an Imperial fuel depot. No life signs, but plenty of K2 droids. With a surprise visit from Luke Skywalker, he dispatched those K2 droids with ease. All of the rebels were pretty impressed, except for one Utapauian commander. So remember, this is Black Tunic and Green Lightsaber Luke. He's confident and strong in the Force, the kind of strength that goes across the galaxy and is noticed by 2 Sith, maybe? That's right, everybody. 2 Sith. Maybe Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine. I want to tell you guys everything that happens, but I can't. You have to read this for yourself. The way Palpatine is in this comic really gives me a Last Jedi feel about this. It really needs to be read. And thanks again for joining us for another... Again? Chris... We're gonna go someday. just not right now. Chris, are you listening to me?
Yeah. We're gonna go someday, but that Sunday isn't now. Look at these people. Look at these people about to get their lightsabers and then choose their kyber crystals and put their sabers together and all that stuff. All I want, Dan, is a dark side / nature-based lightsaber, okay? And to ride the Millennium Falcon.
With the
Buy
Wookiee
my
wood.
Sith robes.
With the Wookiee wood. I know, Chris.
And the Wookiee.
I know.
Yes,
I know.
Kashyyyk.
But we need to tell these people to check out our latest podcast coming out called The Sacred Text. We need that to happen.
Yeah.
We also need to tell these people about our continuing podcast called Unrefined Broaxium on Spotify and iTunes. And we also need to tell people to follow us on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter. Yeah.
May the force be with you guys.
Always. Oh, man. Oh, look at that saber. I want to go.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans.
And what is that?
Oh, it's the Star Wars C-3PO Does Not Like Sand hardcover book on sale today.
I wonder if it's because it's coarse and irritating, but you know what? It's much better than that iPad of you watching all that Galaxy's Edge footage. Woo! Man, your Edge envy was strong.
It was pretty rough, wasn't it, man? I mean, I'm seeing Tommy Puig of Revenite Podcast and Star Wars Savage get to go. I'm seeing Dano go and Alex from Star Wars Explained, and him and Molly got to go. It's fantastic. I would love to. I would.
Well, it's good to see you back at yourself,
Yeah.
Even though they got to make lightsabers, they got to drink the blue milk, and
they did.
They ate the Ronto wraps. But see, you're fine now, right?
Yeah. I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good, man. We'll go whenever we get to go, right? We'll go whenever we get to go.
Yeah.
We're just not going to get to go right now.
Exactly.
So, I mean,
you won't get to build a droid right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll choose your lightsaber crystal at the moment.
Yeah.
We'll get that Ronto wrap.
Yeah.
Heard that blue milk was really something special.
I heard it was delicious, man.
Mm-hmm. He's not over it yet. Let's punch it. On shelves today, we have Darth Vader Dark Visions #5. With this series, we get to see the many points of view that everyone in the galaxy views Darth Vader in, and this one has yet to disappoint. And we get to see it through the eyes of a lowly bartender.
You mean it's not some crazy nurse this time?
Oh, no, not some crazy nurse. Oh. Now this one starts off with Darth Vader, and he is on the search for some rebels. And it's time to slaughter some rebel scum. What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? So it's really time to slaughter this rebel scum. He needs to find these plans in order to save the armada of the Imperial fleet. God bless the Imperials. And God bless the Empire. What the hell? Now, on this unknown planet, it is full of deadly foliage. I mean, giant Venus flytrap looking things that Vader is just hacking away with his lightsaber like it's some kind of outback machete. So as I said before, Vader is on the hunt for these rebels and the plans they have that could eliminate the whole Imperial Armada. And we can't have that.
Nope.
We need to murder those traitorous rebel scum.
Well done.
What's wrong with me? Anyway, it leads Vader to this cantina where a bartender is taking everyone's blaster at the door, Imperial and Rebel alike.
Hold on. there's some goofy bartender at the cantina,
Mm-hmm.
and he's letting in Imperial soldiers and officers, salt of the earth, with rebel scum, these terrorists, these criminals.
That's right.
Ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and Vader capitalizes on that moment. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. And we like to keep you guys updated on everything that's happening with Broaxium. And we have a new show coming soon called The Sacred Texts, where we break down the Star Wars novels in their entirety. And it's going to be brought to you by our very own Daniel Leahy.
Dude, they brought that green rabbit into this.
Ooh, why are you doing that to yourself? That's Jax. Oh my God.
Anyway, also, we've got a new podcast coming out with Dan and myself called The Spoiler Run, where it's an extension of the Quick Shots where we go in depth on every comic that we reviewed for that week.
Also, guys, you want to make sure to check out Unrefined Broaxium, our podcast, where you can find that on Spotify, iTunes, and Podbean. Also, make sure to check out Broaxium. You can follow us on YouTube, Facebook,
Instagram, and Twitter.
Oh, that reminds me, Chris, have you checked out the new Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order gameplay yet, dude?
I have. There's spiders in it.
But what about Saw?
Can't do it. I love that Saw Gerrera's in it.
Yeah.
But there's spiders in it.
Mm-hmm.
Big ass spiders.
They're pretty.
No.
No?
I'm going to get someone else to play that part for me.
But I'm going to have to tell you right now that this game is also sparking a prequel comic book called Dark Temple.
Yeah. I think it's a 5-issue run. Can't wait.
It's going to be exciting, guys.
I hope there are no spiders in that.
So make sure you check out Broaxium for all of that action, and may the Force be with you.
Always. Seriously, I cannot mess with them spiders, man. I'm going to get someone else to play that game for me.
I'll take care of it.
I cannot do it. No.
I got you.
Arachnophobia is a real thing. Oh, no. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And we're here to kick start Comics Week. Shut up, bro. We gotta get this going. We got 3 issues coming out. We don't want to waste any more. Your time. We gotta get this going, man. So let's launch it.
On shelves today, Dr. Aphra, number 33. Last issue, our good doctor and her sidekick, Volata, have been captured by Aphra's old flame. That's right, everybody. Tolvin is back, and she is wearing a new uniform. She has traded in her Imperial threads for some new Rebel duds. Emotions are high right now, guys. Tolvin is seriously pissed off at Aphra right now, and she should be. She's got a gun to her head, and what does she do? Pulls the trigger. Aphra wakes up after taking a stun blast right to the dome piece with all of her belongings gone. We have the ancient lightsaber, the lightsaber gun. Guys, the lightsaber gun. I don't want to tell you any more after this because it's a crucial part of this whole issue. So just remember, lightsaber gun, and remember where it came from. Charles Soule's run in Darth Vader, everybody.
Broaxium, enough to power a fleet or blow us all straight to hell.
On shelves today, we have TIE Fighter number 3.
A nice tie-in to the Alphabet Squadron book that's out right now. That book's dope.
Ooh, nice. Now remember, everybody, our Shadow Squadron has broken free and are fighting their way back to their TIE fighters through a bunch of stormtroopers led by a defecting admiral trying to sell a Star Destroyer.
Okay, 1. How dare this admiral sully the Empire by trying to sell a Star Destroyer? And 2, how much does a Star Destroyer go for? Because, I mean, they've got to be expensive, like
a couple billion credits, right?
Buy so many Ronto wraps with that.
God, you would buy out the Ronto wrap stand.
Yeah.
Gotta get some blue milk to go with that.
Gotta wash it down. I gotta go to Galaxy's Edge.
Our pilots,
Heroes.
have made it to their TIE fighters, but they're confronted by a few stormtroopers who are on the fence on whose side to be on. Well, our heroes have talked them into becoming loyal once again to the Empire.
Shouldn't have to talk stormtroopers into becoming loyal. They should be loyal. And if they're having doubts about that, well, they should be executed.
Yeah, Papa Palps wouldn't put up with that.
Nope. All the lightning on their faces. Now, just as things are going fantastic for our heroes, here come the rebel filth to ruin everything and kill some of these heroes in the process. I swear, they need to be eradicated. They are terrorists, they are criminals, and it has to stop.
It's all right.
It's not all right.
It's not all right. So really, this TIE Fighter comic, if you like action, Imperial loyalty, then you really need to pick this one up.
It was a fantastic read. It was a quick read. It was more action. Than dialogue, but it still was fantastic, and it's a nice tie-in to that Alphabet Squadron book.
Makes you feel what it's really like to be in the Empire.
You really get to see a more compassionate side to the Empire, which I think needs to be shown because the Empire gets a bad rap.
That's right, it does.
Terrible propaganda from those rebel scum.
All of them.
I like that you're seeing things my way.
The money and my Broaxium.
On shelves today, Star Wars number 67, Kieran Gillen's last issue on his amazing run. Leia and her squad have pulled off their plan flawlessly. That is until Benthic and his partisans threw a Harris wrench into everything and decided to destroy the Spike, therefore destroying Shotorun. Now, with the Empire bombarding Shotorun, the rebels have to act quick as time is running out, and every viable option to get out of there is not working, and a sacrifice is made to help our heroes out. Now, Leia pleads with Benthic to stop this attempt on destroying the Spike, and therefore destroying Shotorun in the process. Now, he brings up a compelling counter-argument by bringing up Alderaan, and in this moment, we see Leia's strength, her compassion, and rational reasoning. There are a lot of nice surprises in this issue, and it's a fitting end to a gift of a run by Kieran Gillen. Now, while I'm sad to see him go, I'm real hyped to see what Greg Pak's got coming up for us.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. We have a podcast, everybody. It's called Unrefined Broaxium. It is on iTunes, Spotify, and on Podbean. Also, please make sure to follow us, Broaxium. We are on YouTube, Facebook,
Instagram, and Twitter.
Also, Chris, is there anything else you'd like to leave the people with?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, this Friday, Star Wars Celebration 2020 tickets go on sale. Get ready to be broke. Make sure you guys are getting your tickets and make sure you hang out with Broaxium because we're going to be there for my first time in California. Can't wait.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to Galaxy's Edge.
That's right. We're going.
Oh, what's happening?
So may the Force be with you.
Always. It's finally going to happen. Get these Ronto wraps and the blue milk and everything is going to be great.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller. And what are you doing?
Oh, I'm just checking on our tickets for Star Wars Celebration Anaheim. Just make sure, because, man, those tickets went out quick. I just want to make sure we are good.
They really did go out pretty fast. I mean, I thought you were still in that virtual queue.
No.
Yeah, what was that? 2 hours, everybody? 2 hours. 4-day passes were gone. Jedi VIP tickets were gone in less than 10 minutes.
Star Wars is dead, homie.
So dead. But hey, we've got 2 books for you coming up today, so let's punch it.
On shelves today, Star Wars. Yeah, Galaxy's Edge. Number 3. Our story starts off on Black Spire Outpost, which I can't wait to go there. Finally, hopefully next year when we go to Anaheim for celebration. But it starts off on Black Spire Outpost, where Remix is on the run from First Order troopers. Now, being a changeling has its advantages, as Remix is able to get away from the First Order troopers and right into the hands of one of the Condor's fixers. So we don't know how that meeting went with the fixer, but later in that day, Remix meets with his crew at Oga's Cantina, which I'm sure they were on a wait list for like 3 days before they can get in there. But anyway, they were there to meet with the great Hondo Onaka. Hondo tells them the tale about how he had to get away from the Guardians of the Wheels on Jeddah with his partner, the Condor. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm doing that voice, but it's Hondo, I can't help it. Yes, this book is pretty much there to sell Galaxy's Edge, which pretty much needs no selling. We're all sold on this. I can't wait to go. You may have heard me talk about it a few times here and there, but this book, the story is really cool. The artwork is really dope. And there's a really, really nice cameo in this one. Can't wait for you guys to check it out.
The Coaxium now.
On shelves today, Age of Rebellion, Darth Vader, number 1. Now, I love a good Darth Vader comic book, guys. I'm sure all of you do too. And this one does not disappoint. And it goes to show you, only one governor of the Imperial Army is able to hold Vader's leash. Now, this one starts off on the planet Namzor, and Governor R and his garrison is laying waste to this rebel base. But they have to be pretty careful about it, because what they're there for is a whole thing of coaxium. And Vader just comes in, carelessly destroying everything and pissing off the governor in the process. Now, after Vader recklessly destroys all of the coaxium that the governor was there to obtain, he goes and complains to the Emperor about Vader's careless acts. And you want to know what the Emperor does? Tells Vader to obey everything this guy has to say. Now, with a clenched fist, Vader obeys his master. And R is licking his lips at the prospect of having Vader as his own personal lapdog. I mean, who wouldn't be? Now, with the prospect of having the good Lord Vader at your every beck and call, Governor R takes full advantage and pushes Vader to his limits. What I really loved about this comic book is that it goes to show you that there's only one man able to hold the leash of Darth Vader besides Emperor Palpatine, and that's Grand Moff Tarkin. There's a mutual respect there that Vader has yet to find with any other Imperial officer or admiral in the entire Empire. Maybe Thrawn, but not yet. I think there's a battle between those two. But you guys really need to pick this up. It shows the inner workings of the Empire and how Vader is treated and treats other officers in the Empire. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
Now, today is the last of the Age of Rebellion series ending with Darth Vader. Next month starts Age of Resistance with my man Finn and a new creative team on the main title, Star Wars, with Greg Pak. Can't wait.
Me neither. And as soon as Father Time gets done with our bro host Daniel Leahy and his The Sacred Text podcast, that will be gracing your ears soon enough. Also, a new episode of Unrefined Broaxium has just hit the airwaves today, people. So you want to check that one out. That's on Spotify, Podbean, and iTunes. And also, check out the Broaxium homepage, where you can find us on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
That's right, everybody. So may the force be with you.
Always. Yeah, I forgot. Dan had a tooth extraction today, so he's in a whole lot of pain. He's got gauze in his mouth. He can't talk. So for today, we've got a special guest bro host and translator, and her name's V. V, why don't you come on out?
What's up? Sorry you're not feeling well.
It's okay, V.
What's going on, Dorothy? You know what? You take it.
I got you. ¿Qué tal, mi gente? Yo soy tu projos, Daniel Miller.
Yo soy Chris Ryan. We're doing English.
So wait, I'm not translating into Spanish? Okay.
Just as blue.
Just the tooth pain talk? Okay.
I'll take it from here. So we're here to give you a quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. So you might want to buckle up, baby. And let's...
Vamos a golpearlo.
On shelves today, the first issue in the new Age of Resistance line featuring my man Finn, #1. So a story starts off with FN 2187 doing some janitor work because, you know, we got to keep that joke going. Now on Starkiller Base, there's a flood chamber blockage and Finn's been assigned to the cleaning crew to take care of the problem. So it turns out it's an infestation and whatever's in there has already eaten 2 people. So the cleaning crew has troopered up for the mission. There's a lone survivor from the infestation attack that Finn questions before moving in. All he could say was, "The rage, it has teeth." So it's a nice, self-contained story that really shows Finn's heart, and it shows that the indoctrination never really took hold for him. Even though he was seen by his comrades and superiors as an ideal first-order trooper, scoring top marks as a cadet, FN 2187 still lacked that first-order ruthlessness, and it really shows in this story.
The money and my Broaxium.
On shelves today, we have Star Wars.
I got you. On shelves today, we have Star Wars Target Vader issue #1.
Right. In the first issue, we start off with the bounty hunter. Oh, God, V. Thank you.
You got it. In this first issue, we start off with bounty hunters getting wiped out by, surprise, Darth Vader.
Vader is on the hunt for a secret organization.
Vader is on the hunt for a secret organization that's been using credits to keep themselves anonymous.
Then we will build out and then Han Solo kills that.
I got you.
Thank you.
No problem. So, then we meet Baylor Valance. Shout out to Han Solo Imperial Cadet. If you read that, you might remember that he was a cadet with Han Solo, but he was seriously washed out after an injury, and the Empire wouldn't help him.
After a nice meal at the cantina on Coruscant, Valance is approached to do a job.
After a nice meal at the cantina, Valance is approached to do a job. It's not just any job. It's a bounty for Lord Vader's life.
Whoa. So those are the other things.
Right, that part.
Yeah.
Of course. So Valance wants to work alone, but then he gets offered a team to help him hunt down Darth Vader. A whole team. You think he'll reconsider? This issue was a great introduction to this 6-part series, and it really has Dan drilling for more.
What's the Novocaine?
It's the Novocaine. My bad. You want a tissue? Here you go.
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for bearing with us.
Thanks, everyone. And don't forget to share this.
You need some help? Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
And don't forget to check us out all over social media on our Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And coming soon, V is going to have her own review show where she's going to be reviewing the Marvel True Believers Star Wars series.
It's true. These are some key important issues to help get people into the Star Wars comics if they're not very familiar already.
That's right.
Thank you.
May the Force be with you.
Always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryan.
And I'm V, filling in for Dan, who's not feeling well still. Get well soon, dude.
And we're here to give you that quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. Now let's punch it.
On shelves today, we have Star Wars Age of Resistance, Captain Phasma, numero uno. Alright, so the First Order is rising into position to seize power over the galaxy. And so we start this issue off on the iron planet of Demir in the Unknown Regions, where the First Order soldiers are trying to gain control of the Demirian stronghold. Similar to the Vader Dark Vision series, we start to learn about the title character through the perspectives of others. In this case, it's a stormtrooper for the First Order by the name of KM-8713. This story soon becomes narrative, and we see Captain Phasma commanding the troops in battle. Just as KM-8713 is ordered by Phasma to abandon fellow soldier DB-7197, a thermal detonator is thrown in Phasma's direction by a native of the planet. KM thinks they are going to save her, but Phasma throws DB-7197 into the direct path of the detonator, creating an explosion that sacrifices KM's comrade. Phasma talks with KM about the importance of not looking back when fellow soldiers are wounded. To Phasma, kindness and compassion are weakness. And she puts this lesson to the test by promoting KM to lieutenant for the next battle at dawn. We really get to see how ruthless and, dare I say, sociopathic Captain Phasma is in this issue, but that makes it a brief yet insightful commentary on how one gains power through the cycles of complacency and violence that take place. Phasma's coldness hit me hard and surprised me a bit, but there's no denying she's a badass. This issue was very helpful in letting us see even more how helpful Captain Phasma is in getting the First Order to be where they are. I also really enjoyed the art for this and the high contrast and color schemes used. It's definitely overall a great issue in the Age of Resistance series, and side note, I could not stop reading Phasma and Gwendolyn Christie's voice. I recommend you check this out and have some Doritos. I don't know, the fiery reds and oranges made me want some.
A coaxium now.
On shelves today, Star Wars number 68. Now we're really starting to venture into Empire Strikes Back territory here, y'all. Darth Vader has sent out thousands of probe droids looking for Luke Skywalker and his rebel scum wherever they may be hiding. Now the rebels are looking for a new base of operations, and General Rieckhand's got a plan. Use our heroes as a distraction while they continue their search. The mission splits the team up. Han and Leia are on a mission to Lance Carpo, a crime-ridden planet that has Imperial ties, all in an effort to lure the Empire there to make the imps believe that Lance Carpo are now rebel sympathizers. And this mission will have all the ESP-era Han and Leia pre-romance banter. Chewie and 3PO are off to the planet K-43 with the help of some upgrades to 3PO in the form of intercepted Imperial codes to lure the Empire there for something huge. And Luke and R2 are off to a rebel refueling station in the Inner Rim to lure those Imperial probes away from it. With a couple of familiar faces and familiar ships, the Rebels and Rogues arc is shaping up to be an awesome ride. So now with the new creative team of Greg Pak, who killed it in the Age of Rebellion maxi series, and with Phil Noto, who gave us these covers, we know the main title is in good hands. And thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Why are you eating Doritos?
You want some?
No.
I told you, that issue of Captain Phasma made me think of Doritos.
So just check us out all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And we will be back with some True Believers segments coming up soon. And Dan will be back next week. So may the force be with you.
Always.
I don't like the spicy Doritos.
That's true, they are spicy. What's up, Star Wars Familia? It's your bro host, V.
And I'm Daniel Miller, and we're here with your quick shot of Broaxium to kick off your Star Wars Comics Week right into hyperspace.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And lads,
vámonos.
Coming in, point 3. This is it.
On shelves today, we have Dr. Aphra, issue number 34. Now, this issue starts off on the planet Arbiflux, and it's a flashback. Aphra is with her mom. Her mom is super overprotective, but I mean, aren't all mothers with their children? Now, we fast forward back to the future, and Aphra is back on Arbiflux. She's escaped there because she turned down the rebels' offer to help build the little super weapon out of that crazy, awesome lightsaber gun. Velata is with her, and they're just hanging out. And Afra's a little annoyed. There is a huge bounty on Afra's head, and she gets a tip that somebody's after her. And we get some known furball that comes to her rescue. And that's right, you all know him, you all love him, Black Chrysanthemum. Now, when I say there is a bounty on her head, everyone is after her. Everyone is after her. And there is nowhere to run. And the one place that she had to get away from is the one place she has to go back to. Now, while Kieran Gillen is the creator and father of Dr. Aphra, Simon Spurrier has been really filling in a lot of her backstory and doing an amazing job. I am so thrilled with this entire saga, and I believe you guys will be too. You really need to pick this one up. You need to really pick this whole series up, because all of this backstory and flashbacks that we're getting of Aphra really just gets us into who she really is.
On shelves today, we have TIE Fighter Numero 4. Alright, so in this issue, we meet two young Imperial cadets on the planet of Carida. They get recruited into the 204th, aka the Shadow Wing, to make up for the losses in the previous issue. Meanwhile, after regaining control of the Imperial Star Destroyer Pursuer, the remaining 4 of Squadron 5 discuss the potential treason of the late flight officer Xinghua, who just might have been plotting against the Empire. Whether or not the treason was real, the evidence found helped the Empire gain insight into a secret base for defecting Imperials. Turns out, this base is mobile. So the two ever-bantering cadets join the team and try their best to catch up on a briefing for the mission ahead. Fresh out of class and being expected to help wipe out the entire rebellion? That's a tall order. This issue was enjoyable. The banter between these two cadets reminds us they're just kids, and it continues the TIE Fighter series streak of really humanizing those that work for the Empire. It also provides us some humor in what would be an otherwise very bleak and pretty intense time. Now, I love the art for this series, and I also love how the post-story flashbacks give us new nuggets of information every time to propel us into the next issue with an even greater understanding and a hunger for more. Speaking of hunger, I really want some bow tie pasta. The TIE Fighters always make me think of farfalle. Now, there's only one issue left in this run, and I can't wait to see what happens. Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
Also, make sure to check out our newest podcast called Shootin' the Poodoo with Tommy Puig from Star Wars Savage and the Revanite podcast, and also Chris Ryans and myself. It's new. We've got one episode out and more to come. Also, another episode of Unrefined Broaxium will be hitting your ears soon enough. And are you waiting for something there, B?
Yeah, my bow tie pasta.
Ooh, nice.
May the fork be with you.
Always.
¿Qué tal, Star Wars familia? It's your bro host, V.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans, and we're here to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with a quick shot of Broaxium.
So, you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's
Punch it.
Fire! Coming in, point 3! This is it!
On shelves today, Star Wars issue number 69. Now, in the last issue, Han and Leia had to go to Lans Carpo to meet up with Leia's old flame, Dar Champion. Is that his real last name? Now, pay attention. There's a little snippet in there that calls back to the Solo movie. Anyway, they get there, dressed like they just came out of the construct of the Matrix, and they get in a little bit of trouble. After taking out a couple of thugs, they get rescued by the handsome Dar Champion, and they get the information they need. But can they really trust this man?
Meanwhile, on the planet Sergio on the Inner Rim, some Empire folks are at a rebel refueling station, and they have the poodoo scared out of them by what they soon realize is only a lovable astromech droid. You guessed it, R2-D2. He's carrying a message from Luke, threatening and promising to take care of them. Meanwhile, Luke is just searching and waiting for about 6 hours. He finally decides to use the Force to find those of whom he's trying to deter. It's kind of like phoning a friend. In the meantime, he does find a small cantina in the desert where he just so happens to save a young gambler. She thanks Luke and saves him in turn by helping him get away in her ship. She seems a little too interested in Luke, though, for what he's trying to accomplish that day, but then she says something that leaves Luke confused and questioning his use of the Force.
Now, 3PO and Chewie encounter the inhabitants of K-43. Now, of course, Chewie cannot communicate with them, and neither can 3PO. Sort of. Now, after a few things got lost in translation, the duo have to run for their lives. 3PO is a highlight of this part of the story. His sensibilities, from a droid's perspective, really shine through.
So what did you guys think of this issue?
So there was a little shout out to the Solo movie. You guys are going to love it. I loved it. Thought it was pretty cute. And that's about it for me.
For me, anytime there's a new costume for any of our main characters, yeah, I have to have Black Series figures of it. I just have to. At least two. You know, one to keep in the package and one to put like on my shelf. You know, a nice thing to set up. It's beautiful. I've got a problem.
You don't have any more room. You have no more room.
I'll make room.
Okay. V, how about you?
Me? I'm curious to see where this person is going with talking to Luke, because I was stressed out at first. I'm like, this is no time to be cryptic. He's got other shit to do. We'll see.
Yeah, she seems like a troublemaker. He keeps running into him. But it's a great issue, all in all. And we can't wait to see what Greg Pak does with this arc.
Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
Also, Shootin' the Poodoo Episode 2 is out now on Spotify and iTunes and Podbean, and it's going to be coming to you bi-weekly.
And next week, V is going to have her own segment where she's going to be reviewing a lot of Star Wars comics from the past, just to get you guys caught up in case you've ever missed them. It's called the V-Wing. Can't wait for you guys to check it out.
Wings. May the Force be with you.
Always.
Ooh, you all right there? What's up, Chris?
Man, what's going on? You ready to record?
Yeah. Just you saw this video. Tommy Puig sent us a video. I just want to watch this real quick before we go on. You know, it's got to be cool, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should tell you about it first.
Tell me about what? It's Tommy Puig. He's our homie from Star Wars Savage and Shooting the Poodoo podcast. What could be so bad?
All right.
Yo, shout out to Broaxium. Hey, Chris, guess where I'm at?
On shelf today, Star Wars.
Get it together, Chris.
I'm sorry. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, number 4. Damn you, Tommy. Now, the outlaw trio of Kendo, Remix, and Wuro are scheming and plotting on the Sword of Kashun that's a part of Dakonder's collection. Now, in the last issue, Kendo had made a deal with Hondo Onaka. Unfortunately for her, Hondo and Doc Onder are homies. Sorta homies. Yeah. Now our story starts off with some First Order troopers looking for some resistance spies on the outskirts of Black Spire Post. Now, as we go back to Black Spire Post, you can tell that, like with all scoundrels and smugglers and all around underworld scum, no one trusts one another. And Kendo had Hondo and Dakonder bugged. Now, I need to know what's going on with this Sword of Kashun, because the power in this thing has got Dakonder terrified. Now, as Kendo and her crew get ready for the last part of their quest, get the other half of this sword, Hondo and Dakonder are going to take a little stroll down memory lane and talk about a similar ordeal with this sword involving a certain archaeologist and screwer-upper of things who goes by the name of Dr. Shelley Afra. Now, once again, I love this 4th issue of Galaxy's Edge. I like where the story's going. I like that there is an actual story while they're advertising for the amusement park. It's really cool. It's really cool that Tommy Puig got to go. It's really nice. You know, that he got to go, and then he kind of threw it in my face, you know, that you know, I just want to go.
Keep it together, Chris. Keep it together.
So on shelves today,
We have Star Wars Age of Resistance special.
so we start this issue off with Maz Scoundrels.
And in this one, we have Maz, Chewie, and Han on a mission to retrieve something that Maz wants back.
And things are about to get icy because they're going to a certain ice planet.
Now, after arriving on the ice planet, they confront the Baron, who is in charge of everything there, to get back Maz's artifact.
Little does this Baron know, he's wearing a Wookiee pelt. And our favorite Wookiee, who's about to back up Maz, is not going to be happy about that.
Now, without knowing about the backup Maz was packing, the Baron was a little reluctant to give up the artifact.
Guns started blazing, and this Wookiee was one tough cookie.
More food.
I can't help myself. I'm on fire today.
Now, this story is called The Bridge, and it features a young Emmeline Holdo. Now, this one starts off with a young, blonde Emmeline Holdo on a Rebel Alliance arms smuggling ship. She's dyeing her hair that famous purple that we all know as an Imperial Star Destroyer comes bursting out of hyperspace. Now, at this point in her career, Holdo's only known for being an apprentice senator and also flying around giving some speeches to other rebel cells. But you really get to see her take command and show us the Holdo we got in The Last Jedi.
This brings us to our third and final chapter in this issue. And now that VV8, let's get to BB8 in Robot Resistance.
Oh my God, you're fired.
All right, so we're on the planet Josh. Poe needs help from our little buddy BB-8 to break into a data center and download movement information from the First Order. This is provided, however, that BB-8 doesn't get into trouble first. And of course, BB-8 does. But it's not hard to see why. A trooper is, and I say this lightly, forcefully programming droids into submission, and it tugs at BB-8's heart circuits. You know? BB-8 gets involved, zaps the troopers, and then quickly escapes to successfully acquire the data. It's not that easy though, because BB-8 becomes trooper bait. The other droids that BB-8 rescued, they're quick to want to return the favor. Meanwhile, Poe is freaking out, trying to know if BB-8 is okay. Did the droids zap the troopers and rescue BB-8? Does BB-8 or Poe make it out alive? Even if they do, does BB-8 retain the data? Read to find out. If for nothing else, check it out for a cameo of one of our original trilogy pals. This issue was short and sweet, and for me, it continues to feed the affection and sense of wonder I have for droids. Hey!
I really enjoyed the triple threat between Maz, Han, and Chewie. It was really action-packed.
Absolutely, they make a great team.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I kind of ship Chewie and Maz.
Ooh, totally. Yeah.
What'd you think of Holdo?
I love the Holdo story because it gives a lot of background to The Last Jedi and her tactical knowledge.
Absolutely.
And confidence as well.
You can see that.
Yeah. And what about BB-8?
I mean, I really enjoyed the camaraderie between the droids. Like, ultimately, they don't necessarily have to be inherently aligned with Empire or Rebellion or Sith or Jedi. They're just droids. They're just trying to live their lives, you know?
And if you treat them poorly, they're going to rebel.
Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
Also, make sure to check out Shootin' the Poodoo Episode 3 coming to you August 5th. It's a Monday. And also, make sure to like, subscribe, follow us on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Hey, may the Force be with you guys.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fans? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans.
And she's eating. She's eating. You hungry?
I'm almost done. I didn't get to have dinner yet.
Come on now. We're about to review Star Wars number 70 today on shelves, and you over here grubbing?
Oh, well, that's perfect. So, we pick up where we left off with Luke. We learn that the name of the gambler who freaked him out is Warba Kalip. Turns out, Warba stole the ship that they're in, and now they have to survive a chase. Once they make it to shelter, they discuss the Force, and Warba seems to know a thing or two, surprising Luke. Luke lays out his plan to become a Jedi and asks for help. Just when it seems like Luke will get to training, Warba throws in yet another curveball and says, "Let's rob a bank." Okay?
Last we left our two lovebirds, they were on the crime-ridden planet of Lance Carpo. Now, they already had a room booked, a honeymoon suite, at the Carpo Grand Regent Hotel. And when they were getting there and checking in, the droid was like, "Hey, you want us to put the pheromone enhancers on?" But enough honeymoon talk. It's time for our lovebirds to get down to business. They need to break into that communication center and relay those false messages. But they're being followed.
Chewie and 3PO escape the attack from the Rock people, and as they're leaving, they realize that all those detonators are set, and they'd be killing a lot of innocent living beings. Now, as Chewie and 3PO are spacebound, they have a debate on whether to stay or leave and help the Rock people. And then the Empire shows up to make that decision for them. So, back to K-43 they go. Chewie and 3PO land the Falcon. It's more like they crashed the Falcon. They crashed it. But once they crashed, they meet up with the Rock people again. And now 3PO can communicate with them, which makes things a little bit easier-ish. Easier-ish. All right, so what'd you guys think?
Well, I'm having some trust issues, really. I'm having a lot of trust issues, but the pheromone enhancers kind of got me interested. Yeah.
Understandable.
Yes, well.
My thoughts. Honestly, I was ready for there to be some more training of Luke than just what we know of Yoda and Empire. But no, this person is yet again gonna do some crazy stuff and freak out Luke. I'm just waiting for other stuff to happen.
Yeah. I'm really digging that 3PO is front and center in this particular chapter that he's in, and it's really weird to see Chewie as not the strongest person in the room, because those Rock people are stupid strong, it's crazy.
Yeah, well, they're a little strong. I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'd say the other thing is I think Greg Pak is doing a fantastic job writing this book. He is a phenomenal successor to what Kieran Gillen was doing beforehand.
I'm loving this 3-part story idea. It's been really cool.
Yeah, they're fun. And it reminds me of the transitions in the movie. For, a while they'll focus on one character. You'll see an interesting screen transition, especially in Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
That would happen a lot. And Phil Noto, beautiful artwork as always.
Of course.
Thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
That's right. Also, make sure to check out episode 3 of Shooting the Poodoo with me, Chris, and Tommy Puig from Star Wars Savage. It's on iTunes, Spotify, and Podbean.
That's right.
Oh, solid. Also, make sure to check out my pilot episode, of viewing, where I review Star Wars comics and take it all the way back to issue 1, Skywalker Strikes.
It's a great issue. May the Force be with you.
Always.
Right, sons? Chris? What's going on? What you got there? Is that
Star Wars Target Vader number 2.
Nice.
On shelves today.
Been waiting for that. So what do you got in mind for the review?
What do you think about maybe we cosplay doing this this one. Like we'll play different characters or something like that. Like maybe like I'll be like Dengar or Hana, like Gamorrean, and you can be Valance. It just works out. Valance,
I'm not feeling you as the Gamorrean. I think that you should be more like Vader. You can't pull off Dengar either. I don't understand why you.
I figured, as we'll be like, the underseat, underbelly,
you're
crime world of Star Wars characters, something like that.
I mean, look, I appreciate your enthusiasm. I think it's great, but I think that you should be Vader, and because you've got, the more like you choke people, the dark side thing. It's your thing.
I don't have the dark side, man. How are we still on this? I am not a dark side user. That is fictional.
It is not fictional, Chris. I have experienced it myself. You should play
about?
Vader. I'll be Dengar. I'll be Valance. It doesn't matter. But
you should be Valance, definitely. And I'll be Dengar.
No,
He's a fun-loving character.
You can't be Dengar.
Oh, that's punch.
Yeah. Wait, what? Huh? What?
Hey folks, it's your bro host V. Remember Target Vader? Well, we're on issue number 2, and may I say, this cover is gorgeous. So we start this issue with a flashback of Valance as a child. He's mining with his father and discussing his fate in mining. His father tells him that generations before him, they were all mining as slaves, but now, Vader can do it as a free man, thanking the Empire for their liberation. We cut back to the present. Valance is on a mission for Vader with the team offered to him, and this team thinks he's loco. We get to Fetia's Hollow, where Valance's advice is if you see trouble, shoot it. Understandably, this sounds to the others like some questionable advice. Fetia recognizes Valance sneaking around and offers him and the team some weapons. They soon find out that they all happen to be working for the Hidden Hand too, at least as far as they can believe. Soon, Fetia tells Valance that there are no good guys, and things heat up. This yields explosive results. Now, this issue for me serves as a reminder of the omnipresence of the Empire and the ubiquity of the Rebellion and the Jedi, at least at this point in time. And I don't know about you, but does Vader's helmet remind anybody else of mushrooms? Or is that just me? Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Why is Dan on the floor? All right. Be sure to check out Shooting the Poodoo podcast as well as a special quick shot for Jace Wars. Thank you, and may the force be with you always. Guys, what the fuck?
Coming in, point 3. This is it.
On February 5th, 2011, the Russell family were told some news that no parents would ever want to hear. Your son may not make it through the night. You see, young Jace Russell was diagnosed with a brain tumor, and it was threatening his life. And the odds were stacked against him. But his parents never tell them the odds. The Force is strong with Jace, and after surgery, the young Padawan made a full recovery. Through the will of the Force and the love for their son, the Russell family created Jace Wars, an organization dedicated to raising funds for the Ronald McDonald House of South Central Ontario, also the McMaster Children's Hospital, and the Brain Tumor Research of Canada. One of the creative ways they came up with to raise funds was that they came up with a comic book. Now, you know Here at Broaxium, that's our bread and butter. That's what we do. Aaron Russell, the father of Jace, came to us and asked us to review Jace Wars the comic book, and that's what we're here to do today. And this is Jace Wars. Cover is awesome. The art is awesome. I mean, the story, so much fun. With all of the fan-made stuff you get here in the Star Wars universe, you know, you can love it or hate it, right? And I'll tell you right now, I loved it. It was a great story. Lots of callbacks to characters that we all know and love.
Absolutely.
I couldn't have been happier. Chris, what'd you think?
Well, like you said, it's always a 50-50 when it comes to fan art and fan comics and stuff like that. This one, I was on board 100% with every bit of it. Like I told Aaron, I said, this right here, I consider this canon. Like, it's that good that I consider it canon. The artwork is awesome, like you said before. One of the cool things I like is that all these characters that come together to help Jace and Gigi take out Tomb of the Hutt, everyone in the galaxy that they deal with really comes together and it shows how nice they are. We're talking like crime lords, we're talking Imperials and stormtroopers, all that stuff. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah,
What about you, V?
Yeah, everyone is so benevolent. They're willing to help. Also, great parallel. You have this sort of equal repulsion level with tumors and Tuma. It's great.
Love
Funny.
that.
Love the puns.
Not a tumor.
The art is gorgeous. The layout team, the coloring, everything is really nicely made. And, you know, like you're saying, it calls back to you have the Jawas, you have Watto, you have droids, and everyone is so benevolent and ready to help.
I loved seeing Watto in there. He gave her the ship.
Honey.
Hey, you know. So yeah, you know, this was a special comic, and you can get your own hard copy if you go to jacewars.com. If you donate more than $12, you get your own free issue of Jace Wars #1.
Ooh.
I remember when Aaron first came to us with this, I was like, oh, what is this about? What's going on here? So when I read the story, and I read that it was his son that had a tumor and whatnot, and that hits home for me, because as you guys know, back in January 2018, I lost my father to brain cancer, to glioblastoma, a tumor on his brain. So it does my heart good to see that someone, you know, came through, you know, when there was like the odds were so stacked against him, and he was able to pull through. And how old's the boy now?
He is. Hey, this
11?
kid is a Jedi, I would have to say by now, and just doing good for the rest of the galaxy.
Absolutely.
As far as we know, Jace is alive and well and
The
kicking
Force
some
is
butt.
strong.
That's right.
And like, what better way? You know, I think the arts are one of my favorite ways to call attention to some specific issue that affects a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, you can call attention to a good cause. You can create funding to help out, and like, it's beautifully done.
It was so beautifully done, and it was our pleasure to really review this comic book
Yeah,
for
thank
Jace
you.
and his family.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you so much, and may the Force be with you guys.
Always. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Get out of here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh.
Hey, Chris. Right, sons? What you got there? Oh, yeah. Nice. All right. Well, I mean, we also have our quick shot to do today. You ready for that?
What? Who?
This
exactly
is
where this is gonna go.
Ooh, is that the skiff?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
you know what this goes with?
oh.
Sail barge.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
You know what I'm saying?
I swear, though, I feel like we really gotta
Put that
start
right there.
doing something. Maybe we should punch it.
On shelves today, the final issue of Star Wars TIE Fighter number 5. After Zen, a rebel informant within Shadow Wing, finally got what she deserved, and after recapturing a Star Destroyer from another traitor to the glorious Empire, Shadow Wing has tracked down a mobile rebel base, lousy with Imperial defectors. Squad leader Tesso Bruce gets his team ready for combat, but the plan starts to falter because they've got 2 very green cadets with them, and of course, a fractured team thanks to Zen's betrayal. And just like Inferno Squad as they were on their mission on Endor, Shadow Wing got some horrible news. Never forget. This was a really nice tie-in to the Alphabet Squadron novel. And as this miniseries ends, is really looking forward to what comes next in the Alphabet Squadron trilogy.
On shelves today, Dr. Aphra, issue number 35, written by Simon Spurrier. Now, on the last issue, Dr. Aphra isn't fooling anybody, especially Tolvin. She knows exactly what she's up to, super predictable, always out for herself, and catches her trying to take that lightsaber gun. Now, Chelly tries talking her way out of it, as usual. Innocent lives and all that garbage. Tolvin isn't buying it, but she has a soft spot in her heart. She loves her and lets her go. Once Aphra is free, she has the gun, and now she broadcasts a live message to every Imperial officer throughout the galaxy, the whole Empire. Every officer has seen this, even Lord Vader. After this message, she gets the attention of Minister Patina Vor. She is the chair of the Coalition of Progress for the Imperial Propaganda and Misinformation. Now, these are my thoughts, and this is also just my opinion, but Dr. Aphra is one of the greatest new characters created in canon. Her comic book stories have been nothing but fantastic, and the way that they are weaving her into the story is just simply fantastic. Simon Spurrier is knocking it out of the park. Keep your eyes open throughout this whole issue. You're going to see some Easter eggs, some pretty talked about masks, some popular helmets. Keep your eyes open. Wonderful Easter eggs, everybody. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Unfortunately, V was feeling a little under the weather, could not be here with us today, but will be back next week. Also, guys, make sure you check out episode 4 of Shooting the Poodoo. It's going to be on Spotify, iTunes, and Podbean. We talked a little bit about the Obi-Wan, Ewan McGregor rumor that's going around.
Yeah, we also talk about Grieve Karga, the greatest Star Wars character, played by the greatest actor, Carl Weathers. And of course, during the podcast, Tommy and Dan like to make fun of me because I'm a huge fan, and they want to, make light of his untimely deaths in Rocky IV and then Predator, and then
if he dies, he dies.
How dare you?
Also, we talk about the importance of Star Wars comics and Star Wars storytelling.
And that leads us right into what's going down this Friday in Philadelphia at the Pennsylvania Convention Center, Keystone Comic-Con 2019. Your bro host will be hosting a panel talking about just that, the importance of comics within the Star Wars galaxy.
We'll be joined by Matt Moore from Comics with Kenobi, a great podcast that breaks down all of your Star Wars comics. We give you the spoiler-free review. They give you all of the reviews.
Right.
Totally in depth. It's going to be awesome. Also, you guys need to make sure to follow Broaxium on YouTube, Facebook,
Instagram, and Twitter.
That's right. And may the Force be with you.
Always. I swear to God, you talk about Carl Weathers one more time, I will suplex you through several tables. Understand that?
Bright Suns, Chris. What you watching?
The special look, the D23 Rise of Skywalker trailer. You didn't see this yet?
It came out this weekend?
Yeah, where were you?
I was out the shore.
What do you do? Watch this right now!
On shelf today.
Hey, this is
we
Chris
have
Ryan from Broaxium. I have an urgent message for General Hugs.
Age of Resistance, General Hux.
Yeah, I'm holding for General Hugs.
Now, this comic starts off with a very young, I would say about 10 years old, Artemage Hux. Fair-haired ginger boy being treated like a mangy mongrel.
Okay, I'll hold. Yeah, I'm still holding.
Hux opens his eyes, bloody-faced and marooned on a planet with none other than a pretty moody Kylo Ren.
Hugs with an H. Skinny guy, kind of pasty.
Since the release of The Force Awakens, General Hux has been such an interesting character to me. I wanted to know more about him, and this comic book gave me that. In The Last Jedi, he was a beaten, wounded animal, a rabid cur, if you will. So, this is really setting something up big for him, I feel like, for the rise of Skywalker. And let me just tell you one thing. Never underestimate General Artemage Hux.
All right, look, I can't hold any longer, all right? Just let General Hugs know that he's got an urgent message from Daniel Miller. His mother. On shelves today, a place where I'm going to retire to until security kicks me out. Number 5. Now, everything we learned from the past 4 issues of Galaxy's Edge helps to give us a really nice finale. So this number 5, it's a story about people screwing over other people, sometimes for the betterment of all parties involved. All right, so just a few things of note when it comes to Galaxy's Edge number 5. 1, Afra is bad news. Of course, we already knew that. 2, First Order troopers are dicks. 3, baby Sarlaccs are dangerous. And 4, I really want to go to Galaxy's Edge. My friends have gone, like everyone gets to go but me. Like I still want to go on the Smuggler's Run. I hear the Resistance ride is going to start up soon. I got to get there. And then they just announced this weekend about the hotel that I got to go to, because when you go to the hotel, you look out the window and you see stars, okay? It's like you're in space. And I can't wait to
Wrap it up. Wrap it up, Chris.
It's a really good series. It really does help to explore a little bit more of Galaxy's Edge with this book, and I think you should pick it up. It was a nice story. Really want to go. Oh.
On shelf today, Age of Resistance, Poe Dameron. This one starts off with a starry-eyed Poe Dameron staring out the viewport of a New Republic space station. Alarms go off, and it's time for Poe Dameron and his New Republic Defense Force to get into action. Someone has stole something on the base. I think it's a droid's head. What I love about this one is it's Poe Dameron, one of the best starfighter pilots in the galaxy. Also, this is when Poe Dameron first discovers what the Resistance is and who they are. We don't find out who he's chasing, but he definitely knows that they're out there. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia. Make sure to check out Unrefined Broaxium with the D23 special look footage that came out for the Rise of Skywalker. Oh, God, it was so beautiful. Gerard Bear, Daniel Leahy, and Brian Karasik talk all about it in the next episode coming up. Really have to check those guys out. Also, Shooting the Poodoo will be coming out next week. We're going to be talking about Ray and how she's not a Mary Sue. So, may the force be with you always.
Yo, dude, General Hugs is pissed at you.
What?
So, you hear good old Gerard took a trip to Batu? Yep. Went right down at the galaxy's edge. Isn't that great?
Yeah, he hit me up over the weekend, let me know he was going down there, that the hurricane wasn't going to get in his way. You know, G.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, he's probably already on the Falcon by now, I would assume, right? Maybe already booked himself a Savvy's workshop session.
I don't care.
Had a Bronto wrap, maybe some green milk.
I don't care.
Yeah, you don't, do you? Yeah. Oh, what was? Did you see that? Oh, oh, the lights. Oh.
Master?
What? Dan, I'm scared. What's that? We gotta go hit the center like my master's cat. You don't have a master. We gotta go hit the. You seem to do the dark side before. You know what that is. You don't have the dark side. Oh my God! What is that?
No!
Oh, why are you guys so jumpy? You afraid of thunderstorms? It's gonna be okay. Now let's punch it. On shelves today, we have Star Wars issue number 71.
So we're back on K-43. Now, while Chewie is working on deactivating those bombs, 3PO has made contact with the elders of the Rock People. And I'm not going to tell you what their name is. You got to read this issue to find out. But as 3PO is making the slightest bit of headway with these people, they get interrupted by the Maker.
Now, Han and Leia are on their way and almost to Boss Carbo's communication center. Now, they're being followed by Dar Champion. Our bro host Chris likes to say Dar Champion. Champion is following them and has figured out their plan. Is not cool with it, doesn't like it, comes up with another plan. And you know what? It's time to dance.
So, Warba decides that in order to help Luke locate Imperial scouts, they need to pay for information on their whereabouts. And to do that, they need to rob the Imperial payroll garrison. Of course, right? So to get Luke into the headspace to do that, Warba has Luke recite a mantra that gives us a callback to Shira Imwe in Rogue One. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. This makes me want to know more about Warba's origins, because I'm like, all right, now this might not just be some random bar patron with a thrill addiction.
On shelves today, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Dark Temple issue number 1. I cannot wait for this game to come out. Now, this issue starts off on the planet Ontotho with the second sister there to clean up the mess of some stormtroopers. The scene ends with a spinning red lightsaber that we all know from Rebels. But we go years earlier and we join Master Cardova with his Padawan, Siri Junda. They're on the planet Namil dealing with some angry tribal Trandoshans. And we find out that Siri has a bit of an attitude problem. Now, after some aggressive negotiations with the Trandoshans, Siri had to face the Jedi Council. You know how those guys are. After a long and boring talk about patience, Siri and her master are sent on a mission to Ontotho, the place where the second sister was at the beginning of this story. This was a great setup for this series. I cannot wait for this video game to come out in November. I can't wait to learn about Kel, and I really hope we see an appearance from him in this series. We get the second sister, some new characters, and it sets up a bit of a mystery. So I'm really excited to see where this story takes us.
Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
And don't forget to check out Shooting the Poodoo. Our 5th episode is out this week, and we're talking about Ray and is she a Mary Sue? You can check us out on Spotify, iTunes, and Podbean.
Also, we all know that you guys love the Alliance of Star Wars Fanatics for your Star Wars chatter on Facebook. There is another group out there, people. It is called The Force is Strong with this group. Another great place to go and talk Star Wars. And also, make sure you follow Broaxium on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.
Oh!
Just was this. No one? Yeah.
I can feel your anger. It gives you focus, makes you stronger.
Yes, Master.
Why are all the lights off?
I don't know. What is Chris doing? Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
What do we have here, Chris?
He is learning the ways of the dark side.
Oh, what's
Oh, you will experience the full power of the dark side.
No.
Yes,
Master.
I think,
Yeah. Well, speaking of the dark side, let's punch it. On shelves today,
Star Wars Age of Resistance,
Supreme Leader Snoke.
number 1.
All right, so this issue starts off on the Rarlek system, where Snoke is teaching a young Kylo Ren a harsh lesson in fear.
While he's also learning a lesson in fear, he's also being taught to rely on his own strength without any safety nets.
In order for Kylo Ren to be able to rule by Snoke's side, Snoke takes him to the Dagobah system, where he must train like Luke before him and conquer the fears that he must face.
So, we love this comic. It wasn't the origin story that I believe most people thought it was going to be,
No.
but we got a really good teacher story. What Snoke is like teaching Kylo Ren.
Yeah, and I think it's important to meet him where he's at to at least learn that much about him, and that was nice. I think overall it was a nice issue. Also, shout out to the artists. They had a somewhat difficult task because they also had to capture the likeness of some original trilogy characters at a point where we don't see them on film. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really good. And also, I loved how much, and we saw a little bit of this in The Force Awakens, how much Snoke actually respects and reveres Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
Kind of didn't get that from Palpatine.
Not necessarily, yeah. Palpatine seemed to use him more to an end directly, Anakin. But then something else that I found interesting is that we see the cycle repeat itself again with the Skywalker lineage.
Oh, yeah.
Anakin had, this unimaginable power, has to conquer the fear in order to reach his next potential. Luke goes to Dagobah, has to do the same thing, and we see that Kylo is no different. And he's got that inner conflict with still being Ben Solo. Where to go from there, right?
Yeah. All in all, I mean, there's a lot to unpack with this comic, and you guys need to pick it up. Definitely a good one.
Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
That's right. Also, make sure to check out Unrefined Broaxium and Shooting the Poodoo. Shooting the Poodoo will be reaching the Podwaves this Monday. Also, make sure to follow Broaxium on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
Wait a minute. That doesn't sound right without Chris here.
It doesn't.
Anyway, may the Force be with you.
Always.
Chris, What? What is that face? This is a Jedi holocron, man.
Man, that joint is whack.
What? What do you mean it's whack, dude? Look at this. I'm gonna learn so much of the light side and the Jedi from this.
Lame, dude.
Well, what do you have that's better? Because I don't see anything better than a Jedi holocron right now. Sorry. Waiting.
Bam! Sith holocron.
Oh, that is cool.
Look at that.
You know,
Whoa, guys, wait a minute, hold up.
on shelves today, we have Age of Resistance Rose Tico #1. This one starts off with the Sisters of Otomak on a tiny, desolate planet called Haze Minor. Little Rose and Paige Tico are in the cockpit of a Z-95 starfighter. Hope you guys remember where that one is from. And they are ready to push this thing to its limits. With just the first few panels of this comic book, we learn that Paige is a stellar starfighter pilot and that Rose is a walking, talking engineering schematic. A small jump into the future where our girls are all grown up and we find their planet being ravished by the First Order. The First Order has cranked up the mining operation and they are destroying their planet. Rose and Paige had to take things on themselves and defend their little rock. I really loved this comic book. The narration was quite a surprise as well. You get to find out that Rose is a true hero. And if you guys listen to Shootin' the Poodoo episode number 6, you'll find out that I'm a huge Rose Tico fan. So this comic book was spectacular. She is the brave one of the pair, and she is the one who is willing to put everything on the line so the galaxy is a better place to live.
On shelves today, Dr. Aphra, number 36. Ooh, the backstabbery. Like the quadruple crossing backstabberies. It's delicious. Now, in our last issue, we're reintroduced to the Imperial Minister of Propaganda, Bettina Vore, as she's roped in Aphra and Velada into a plot to assassinate the Emperor. So this issue begins with Minister Vore's backstory, that she grew up rich, just not rich enough for her liking. And then she was married off to some chump senator who chumped his way up the imperial ladder. Even before getting her position as a head of propaganda, she saw what the empire could be, with the right message, tweaked and edited, of course. So to kick things off, she spread a rumor, a horrible rumor about her husband. Did that dude dirty. All in an effort for her to rise in rank in the empire, make the galaxy great again, without all the genocide and wasted credits, strictly using propaganda. Now consider who the Emperor and his enforcer are. Violence and fear is what the galaxy got. And Vore wants a lovable leader in the public eye. And well, Palps ain't it. And that's where Aphra comes in. Vore has been watching Aphra for a long time, taking notes on how she always looks out for herself first and will betray at the drop of a hat. Another excellent Aphra issue. Now, what's cool about this is that some teachings from Aphra's mom come back to help propel the story forward. But man, I'm double crosses. So many. So, does Vore succeed in killing the Emperor? Or is Aphra just too good for her own good?
On shelves today, we have Star Wars Age of Resistance, Rey, #1. We start with Rey reflecting on her past of always being alone, and cut to Leia and Chewbacca mourning the recent death of Han Solo. She and Rey speak for a while, Leia encouraging Rey and calming her worries about the mission ahead, giving her helpful advice that there's a time to run and a time to make a stand, and reminiscing about how up until his death, Han always knew the difference. Rey and Chewie board the Falcon with R2, and as they prepare to find Luke, they run into some trouble with the compressor on the ship. R2 suggests that they go to a junkyard planet, morbidly known as Necropolis. There, they have to negotiate with an overseer named Aranea, and he's not playing around. Rey is sent down by herself into the main junkyard to retrieve the parts she needs, and things seem to go a little too perfectly. Until she hears a rumbling, and it's not from her stomach. Okay, whew. This issue is well written all around. Shout out to Tom Taylor. Because first off, we get that vocally expressed internal monologue of misfortune, peppered with light sarcasm, which tends to be a staple, I find, in our heroes' journeys in Star Wars. Then, there is a continual examination of the motifs of being alone, balancing human urges of fight and flight, and hope. We also get a nugget from the past in the junkyard, and maybe a glimpse of the future at the Resistance base. Leia, as always, is full of hope in this issue, and she says something that gets me thinking about the future of the light side of the Force. Maybe a hint of what's to come in Rise of Skywalker? Whether it is or not, this issue showcases the badass strengths of Rey as a Force user. She is giving you knowledge, heart, diplomacy, and a willingness to apply wisdom. In some ways, she is already a lot like all the original trilogy heroes combined. Lastly, the artist really gave this some care and an extra cinematic edge. It made me wish I had some popcorn. Not gonna lie. Anyway, if you are ready for some great stuff, check this issue out. So thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
That's right, everyone. And make sure to follow us on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
That's right. And may the Force be with you.
Always. Ooh, hey, Chris. What you reading?
Hey, it's this book on how to not get eaten by Ewoks and other survival tips in the Star Wars universe. It's pretty dope.
A lot of things to survive.
Yeah. Like, you go on to Naboo, you want to survive meeting with the Gungans or something like that. But especially these Ewoks, because those little dudes are vicious.
True.
I play a lot of Battlefront.
Hey, Battlefront was good, and number 2 was good. So you're dealing with different spaceships, different alien species. Speaking of surviving and alien species, you think there's anything on how to survive those raids at Area 51 this week?
I'm gonna
We gotta save the ports!
Let's punch it.
On shelves today, we have Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Dark Temple number 2. Oh, that's a mouthful. All right, Star Wars fam, and we are back on the planet on Totho, and the second sister is on a tear to find some kind of temple. I don't even know what it is. Do you? Now, as I said, Siri doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know who has captured her or who has attacked her. She has learned all of this information. The leader, Nerali, has introduced her to her people, the Phylari, and now she has to figure out where her master is. She needs to contact the Jedi, and she needs to figure out what is going on. We all need to figure out what's going on. I need to know what's going on. We need to see what is going to happen for us in issue 3. This is a great comic book, everybody. I cannot wait for this video game to come out. It's going to be fantastic. Already the story in this comic book has been amazing. So I just can't wait to see how it all ties together.
On shelves today, Age of Resistance, Kylo Ren, number 1. Captain Rutherford, a relic of the Empire, is getting ready to accompany Supreme Leader Kylo Ren to negotiate terms of fealty with the Benanti people. Now, years ago, Lord Vader tried this same thing, but Kylo Ren wants to succeed where Lord Vader failed. Now, Kylo Ren meets with their leader, King Kristoff. Love that name. And well, let's just say
the negotiations were short.
So as the king learned, don't try to belittle Kylo Ren. He's got no time for that foolishness. Now, this was a great way to top off the entire Age of series with our boy Kylo Ren. We get to see a little more into his psyche and where he's at. He doesn't just want to finish what Vader started or be like Vader. He wants to surpass Vader, and that is shown in this comic book.
On shelves today, we have Target Vader, issue number 3. Now, if you thought this was going to be the issue with a big battle between Darth Vader and Balance, you might want it true. I'm sorry. However, they are preparing for battle. They're on the planet Heva, and they're hoping that if they can knock out the electro pulses, they can knock out Vader. Balance happens to be cyborg, just like Vader, and so maybe he's met his match, maybe not. Now, I can't give away too much, but I will say that there are some ships flying, and there's a lot of effort among the Hidden Hand to bring Vader to ground level. Now, this issue is packed with action. We're halfway through the story, and I must say, there's some suspense elements, some humor. The art is great. I would check it out if I were you, and get ready for the second half.
Broaxium, enough to power a fleet, or blow us all straight to hell.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium right here at Atomic City Comics on South Street in Philadelphia.
Also, we'd like to give a shout out to Luke Skywalker himself, Mark Hamill. Thank you and happy birthday.
And next Monday, a new episode of Shooting the Poodle is coming out, episode number 7, where we're going to be talking about where we would be, our current selves, in the Star Wars universe. Not as some badass Jedi or bounty hunter or something like that. Just us, regular us. Where would we be at? What would we be doing? Where would we come from? Check us out on Monday to see.
I know I'd be fixing a ship or something. I'd be working on the electronics on some ship. That's about it.
Yeah, I probably stumbled my whole life through, somehow I'd be working at the Connor's Den of Antiquities and just
sweeping the floors.
Wasting my life away.
Anyway, may the Force be with you guys.
Always.
Are you serious?
What's that?
Triple Force Friday.
Yeah.
Looking for these new pops in Black Series figures, and not one Grief Karga, not one Carl Weathers figure in this thing. Like,
really?
The thing's about to come out, and you're going to have Carl Weathers.
Yeah.
It's the biggest name in that show. I don't care anymore. What?
Ooh, is that the new Coca-Cola? Can I have some?
What's wrong with him?
He clearly doesn't know what it's like to share a Coke.
It's just a drink. Dude is uptight. Whatever.
Let's punch it. On shelves today, Star Wars issue 72.
Now, while Chewie's pausing the detonators, 3PO is playing translator for his maker, Lord Vader. Now, while the Rock people confer on Vader's demands, the Dark Lord is thinking up a counterplan for the rebels.
So we're back on Sergia in the Inner Rim, and Luke successfully puts enough trust in himself and in the Force to complete that robbery. He also succeeds in putting all of his trust into Warba, and she tests it yet again. I'm mad.
So Han and Leia are dancing with Dar Champion and his date, and they decide to switch partners. Dar Champion and Leia are, and I keep saying Dar Champion because that's the way Chris likes it, but Dar Champion is dancing around with Leia, and they're talking about what to do with Boss Carpo. And they're both on board with screwing over the Empire. But Dar has his way, Leia has hers. Can they come to an agreement? And what happened to Han?
On shelves today, Dr. Aphra, number 37. So Aphra hasn't been sleeping good lately, and she's been having horrible nightmares. I wonder why that is. Yeah, that'll do it. Now, after exposing the Minister of Propaganda's plot to assassinate Palps, Aphra has been conscripted, offered a job with the Empire. Now, Aphra's been assigned to Project Swarm, and their team's got a new supervisor after Lord Vader let the last one go. Now, this new supervisor is a fan-favorite general turned Grand Maester. The Empire is developing a system to find the rebels. Now, in Aphra's own words, she disagrees with the Empire's plan, and she's quickly reminded that an Imperial worker who does their job and keeps their head down is an Imperial worker who lives. Damn. Aphra even tries to bury the hatchet with Lord Vader and, Yep. This was a fun issue, and Afra's mouth got her in a shockingly large amount of trouble, and General Veers is hilarious in his no-nonsense ways. Afra proves once again why she's one of the smartest characters in Star Wars, but also a terrible person, and I'm loving it. Sad to see the series come to an end in December, but I'm going to enjoy the ride while it lasts.
Thank you for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And this quick shot is 1 week away from Broaxium's 1-year anniversary.
I can't believe it has been a whole year. I have enjoyed every day of it. Also, make sure to check out your iTunes, your Spotify, and your Podbean, because you'll have a Shootin' the Poodoo episode 7 there waiting. It is us talking about our Star Wars life, who we would be in the Star Wars galaxy. I had so much fun doing this episode with everybody, and Tommy Puig, Star Wars Savage, too. So make sure to check that out. Also, check us out, Broaxium, on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
That's right. And may the Force be with you guys.
Always.
Why is this book so small? I mean, it's awesome, but it's so small. Hey guys, have you seen this? Dan? V? Really? Mommy over here? Huh. He left me all alone. Let's punch it.
Coming in, point 3. This is it.
This week, the journey to the Rise of Skywalker begins with issue 1 of Star Wars Allegiance. We start off on the ice planet Tanuna, a neutral and peaceful world where all are welcome, First Order and Resistance alike. But since the Resistance happened to come through there, well, the First Order took issue with that, and on the garbage planet of Anoat, the Resistance finds out what happens to Tanuna. Now, as despair starts to set in, Leia reminds them all what must be done, and the dangerous missions that Finn, Rey, and Poe are on to secure supplies for the Resistance before going on a special mission of her own. It's cool seeing what our heroes and villains are up to between the films. We've got Rey trying to hone her Force abilities. We've got Team Star Bros, Finn, Poe, and BB-8 on a special mission. And of course, we got the First Order hunting down any leads they can to find and wipe out the Resistance. And we also get a cameo from a few scoundrels we met on Batuu. This issue was a really good start for this miniseries, and it looks like we're getting a callback to a story arc that went down in the Star Wars comics, as well as Charles Soule's Vader comic. I can't wait to check this all out. You're going to want to grab this one.
On shelves today, we have Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Dark Temple, issue number 3. And we're back on the planet Ontotho, and Barris, the second sister, and her troopers have all but wiped out the Phylari and discovered some hidden stairs. We jump back to years earlier, and Chairman Da has led a small force of Antothan soldiers into Phylar, but Jedi Padawan Siri Junda stands in their way. After some aggressive negotiations, Chairman Da has a few tricks up his sleeve and puts Padawan Junda in her place. So far, this has been an amazing story. So much mystery that surrounds this temple. Also, I'm so excited to see how the past and present meet up in the end. This is definitely a must-read.
On shelves today, Target Vader, issue number 4. Back on Heva, the battle rages on, and there's not much dialogue, but there is bloodshed. The Imperials have the utmost faith in Lord Vader as the fist of the Empire, knowing that he'll be able to hold his own and swiftly kill all opposition waiting for him on the ground. With it in hand, wait to take their shot, Lord Vader. We get flashbacks into their lives and motivations for where they are now. These flashbacks are a convention we only really get in the Star Wars comics until The Last Jedi. Not complete backstories, but just enough of information, cluing us into the characters and environments, the loved ones, fear and regret, in this case, the relationship to the Empire and the Rebellion. Does Valance succeed? And it is only through some supernatural intervention that Vader, as we know him, is alive? Does Vader wipe out the hidden hand? We need to find out. And shout out to the artists for a beautiful cover and mesmerizing artwork. Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot. Today, Broaxium turns 1 year old, but we're going to celebrate next week because unfortunately Dan could not be here tonight.
And don't forget to check us out all over social media on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter.
May the force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, everyone? This is Chris Rhines.
I'm Daniel Miller.
It's your bro host, V.
We are the fuel to
Kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week. Let's punch it.
Now let's punch it.
Let's punch it.
Now let's punch it.
Punch it.
Punch it.
Punch it.
punch it.
Punch it.
Happy Life Day. Let's punch it.
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 Punch it. Punch it.
Punch it.
Punch it.
Punch it. Punch it. Punch it. Punch it. Punch it. Engage. Punch it. Punch it.
Punch it. Punch it.
You're being a big baby, so I think we just need to punch it.
He's not over it yet. Let's punch it.
Punch it.
Punch it.
Vamos a golpearlo.
Punch it.
Vámonos.
Punch it.
No, it's a fun-loving
You
cat. It's still
can't
alive.
be Dengar.
Let's punch it.
Yeah. Wait, what? Huh? What? Punch it?
Now let's punch it. Let's punch it.
We gotta
save the ports!
Let's punch it. Let's punch it.
Let's punch it.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm V.
Then I'm Chris Rhines.
And guess what, everybody? It has been 1 full year since we started doing our quick shots of Broaxium. And we have one thing to say to all of you. Thank you so much for all of your support.
In this 1 year, Broaxium's been able to connect and meet with other Star Wars fans, generate new content and talk positively on quick shots and podcasts, and we've been able to explore more about the world of Star Wars as it's released.
And we're just getting started, y'all. So let's
Punch it.
The journey to Rise of Skywalker continues with Star Wars Allegiance number 2. Leia, Rey, and the crew arrive on Mon Cala to some hostility. A lot of old wounds. Now, as things get heated, Aftab, the son of the great Admiral Akbar, steps in to break up the hostilities. After a visit to Akbar's grave, it's time to get down to business. Leia needs to speak to the king. On the moon of Avedot, Team Starbros and BB-8 and some red shirts, Resistance soldiers, are searching for a weapons cache, because the resistance is low on everything. Now, this defunct New Republic impound is pretty much a ghost town, so it should be an easy run, right? Right? Now, while I really enjoyed the first issue of Allegiance, number 2 sets a nice pace of action and tension with a lot of nice callbacks to the Clone Wars, to early comics, and the novels. I really love how they're fleshing out the Age of Resistance.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And again, guys, thank you a million times over for supporting us on our first year of quick shots of Broaxium.
Yes. We look forward to creating and sharing more content with you, especially as we journey toward the rise of Skywalker.
And remember, may the force be with you.
always.
What are you doing there, 3PO?
Taking one last look, sir. At my friends.
shelf today, we have Star Wars issue number 73. Last we left our scruffy-looking nerf herder, he was being captured by some Carpo thugs and got to meet the big bad Biff himself. Well, you know, he tried to weave a tale. Nobody believes him, and Carpo puts him up for ransom with Dar Champion and Leia. Leia spills all of the beans for their whole plan. Or did she?
Now back on K-43, nothing is going right as Vader is trying to control the Rock people, and 3PO and Chewie have themselves a little dilemma once more on the morals of their mission.
So, while on a conference call, Luke, who when we last left him was back on Sergio chasing Warba for stealing his lightsaber, still running, this time with Imperials approaching. So, to pick up speed, he uses that threat to his advantage and steals a speeder, running closer both towards Warba and Imperial soldiers. What is he doing?
A coaxium now.
The journey to the Rise of Skywalker continues with Star Wars Allegiance number 3. Now, after Rey and Rose are attacked by a group of Quarians, they, along with Chewie and General Organa, have to stand before the king to clear their names while still trying to win over the Mon Calamari to their cause. The scars of the past run deep as General Nosori wants to bypass all the talks and settle up with an ancient rite of challenge. Little does he know that Rey wants that smoke. And Rey's about to find out that the Quarian General's champion is a rebuilt Aqua droid from the Battle of Mon Cala during the Clone War. On Avidoc, the bounty hunters from the Galaxy's Edge comic, Remix, Wuro, and Kendo are hunting my man Finn, thanks to the First Order. They've already killed a few Resistance soldiers to get to him, but Finn has a plan and an ace up his sleeve, Poe Dameron. Now, I've got only one gripe with this book, which is the only gripe I've got with the entirety of Star Wars. Can we please stop making Finn look like an untrained buffoon? Come on now. Homie was a top cadet in the First Order. Better than most. Come on now, let's show that side of him. Past that, story's awesome.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And did you guys see that trailer?
Now, more importantly, did you get them tickets?
I actually didn't yet, but I better because
on our Facebook page, we've got a galactic worldwide watch party for the Rise of Skywalker. Come and watch it with us. And by that, I mean, no matter what state you're in, no matter what city you're in, no matter what country you're in, we want you guys to watch it with us. This is our time. This is our time, Star Wars fam, for us, for one last ride to watch that last chapter in the Skywalker saga together.
And that's right. And make sure to check out Broaxium on our Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
Thank you, and may the Force be with you.
Always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And we're here to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with a quick shot of Broaxium for October 30th, 2019.
That's right. So you better buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
On shelves today, we have Star Wars Adventure, Dr. Aphra Annual. So this starts off with the good doctor telling a little story about a Trandoshan woman who was kicked out of her tribe. We all come to know her as Nock, our favorite human. Win-loss and Nock are back. So Aphra has been feeling a little guilty about her actions. She's been a little selfish, right? Yeah, so it's time for her to start paying some debts back to some of the people she's screwed over, aka Win-Loss and Nock. Now we're back on the planet Tatooine, at that Mos Eisley cantina where all the scum and villainy reside. Yeah, well, it's time to set up the barman because As somebody's done some wrongdoing. Now remember, this is still Dr. Aphra we're dealing with. She's not going to help somebody selflessly without helping herself. So they're setting up the bartender to set up someone for knock. We got to figure out who is doing what for who, because Black Chrysanthemum comes into the mix and we don't know who he's working for. You're going to find all of this out, and it's going to be amazing. I'm going to start off saying that I love this because it's our third Aphra annual. She's been around for 3 years, guys. My favorite character that has hit the comic book pages. It is really going to be sad to see her run come to an end. This comic book is amazing. Spurrier did a great job at writing every story for Dr. Aphra. You're going to enjoy this one. A lot of characters get into the mix, and we're on Tatooine. It's going to be a great read. Really need to pick it up.
Broaxium. Enough to power a fleet or blow us all straight to hell.
The journey to the Rise of Skywalker continues as Star Wars Allegiance comes to an end with issue number 4. Now, we left off in the last issue with an assassination attempt on General Leia and the Resistance. But thanks to Rey and her growing use of the Force, and the fact that we will see them all in the Rise of Skywalker, everyone was safe from the blast. While Rey and Rose go off to find the culprit, Aquarian, who dimed them out to the First Order, our Star Bros, Finn and Poe, have their plans start crumbling all around them as they're still trying to get those weapons from the Republic impound and get away from those bounty hunters alive. Back on Mon Cala, the First Order have arrived, and Leia makes one last plea to the King to help the Resistance. Will the Mon Calas give the Resistance the fleet that they so desperately need, or the scars from the past too deep to come back from? I love this run, despite my feelings on how Finn is written. There's so much weight to this story as far as sacrifice and decades-long wounds between the Rebellion/New Republic and the Mon Cala. And we get to find out exactly when this story takes place in the timeline.
And thanks again for joining us for the quick shot of Broaxium.
And next week, we've got another episode of Shooting the Poodoo coming out.
That's right. Our bro host Tommy had to take an extended break, had to take care of some things on the home front, but we will be back up and running. So make sure to follow us, Broaxium, on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
That's right. May the Force be with you.
Always.
Dr. Aphra 38 comes out today. Have you read it?
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans.
And we're here to jump your comic book fandom right in the hyperspace. So you might want to get yourself a glass of water and let's punch it.
On shelf today, Dr. Aphra, number 38. So Aphra saved the Emperor's life, and now she's got a cushy job with the Empire. Now that should give her some peace of mind that Vader won't murder her, right? Probably not. And on top of all that, Lord Vader has captured her dad. Perfect. Now, as Aphra pleads for her father's life, General Veers brings in the interrogation specialist to pry the information from the older Dr. Aphra. And just like that, my two favorite droids are back. BT and 000 are back and more vicious than ever thanks to a memory wipe. With no prior history, as far as the droids go, the bad doctor's even more scared. After a misunderstanding that has extended both father and daughter's lives for just a little bit longer, Lord Vader brings both doctors along for a mission to an old ruin that has deep connections to the Force. Only problem with this mission, Lord Vader only wants one Dr. Aphra to come back. As the series winds down, we really start to get into the heart of the main character. Now, she does have some regrets, and she's trying to do right by at least one of them. Now, I'm sad to see this series come to a close, but I'm totally looking forward to the new series that starts up in April.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And Chris, do you know what happens next week?
Oh, do I? On Tuesday, November 12th, the launch of Disney Plus. That means The Mandalorian begins. We get our first episode on the 12th, and then on the 15th, we get another episode of The Mandalorian, and we get Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I cannot wait. Oh, my weekend is it's spoken for.
I can't wait for Cal. It's going to be a great weekend, guys. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. Make sure to follow us on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans, and I really want to make this quick so I can get home and watch The Mandalorian one more time.
So, you might want to buckle up, baby.
I have spoken. On shelves today, the penultimate issue of the entire Star Wars run, issue number 74. Our heroes come together as all their paths are leading to one place, Planet K-43 with the sentient rock people. Now Han, Leia, and Darth Chavion set a stupidly dangerous plan in motion while Luke makes his way to K-43. Lord Vader subdues the rock people while 3PO and Chewie learn a powerful secret about them, which leads to a fight that I've only seen when I play with my Star Wars figures as a kid. Not now. I don't play with them now. I play with them now.
Broaxium. Enough to power a fleet or blow us all straight to hell.
On shelves today, the penultimate issue of Star Wars Target Vader number 5. After we get a full-on look back at how Valance was rebuilt after repeatedly surviving grave injuries serving the Empire, we're taken back to present day as Lord Vader pays off Dengar for his betrayal. After Valance's interrogation produces 0 results, Lord Vader stepped in to do what the interrogation droids could not. Vader delivers unimaginable pain to Valance, but being the super badass that he is, Valance never budged. Oh, he screamed a lot, but he didn't budge. We flash back to after Valance was discharged from the Empire after all he sacrificed for them, to a home that has been devastated by the Empire. That rage that he felt then just might be what he needs to get himself out of his current situation. Of course, Lord Vader has other plans.
A coaxium now.
On shelves today, another penultimate issue, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Dark Temple, issue number 4. All right, everybody. Barriss, the second sister. I gotta stop doing that. I keep doing that. Anyway, the second sister has made her way with her death troopers down to the temple. She is seeing a graveyard of a battle that was fought. And who does she find other than Threelo? As always, we start off in the present with our second sister, but now it is time to jump to past with my favorite Padawan, Siri Junda, and her master, Eno Cordova. Now, they are protecting the Phylari Temple. They're trying to help this peace treaty between the Ontothans and the Phylari so there isn't a war. But they can only do so much. And Cordova is mad curious about what's going on in this temple. So am I. There's a lot happening. And then Siri is doing her best to protect everyone, her master, the Phylari. She wants nothing bad to happen, but you know what? Sometimes the Force just wills things to happen the way it wants. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And guess what? Disney Plus has finally hit the internet, and we got our first episode of The Mandalorian. Oh, man. And that has inspired us, everyone at Broaxium, to do a quick shot audio style review show of The Mandalorian, our initial reactions, if you will, after each episode. And the show is called the Mandalorians. So be sure to check it out each day after the episode airs.
I tell you what, Dan, it is an amazing time to be a Star Wars fan. It always is. But this week in particular, we've got 3 comics coming out. Yesterday, The Mandalorian debuted, and on Friday, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order drops. Man!
My heart beats still.
8-year-old me would be insane with happiness right now with all this stuff going on. So glad. We're in Star Wars season.
It's the golden era. Woo. It is the golden era. So, with that, also, out of hiatus, Shooting the Poodoo is coming back Monday.
That's right.
So check that out. Our buddy Tommy is back in the mix.
My man.
And it's going to be a good time. Also, make sure to check us out on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
That's right, everybody. This is the golden age of Star Wars,
That's
so
right.
may the Force be with you.
Always.
Ah, there he is. BD1. It's my new best friend.
The Amazing Star Wars series comes to a close in its 75th issue on shelves today. The gang's all back together on K-43 to save Chewie and 3PO and finish the mission. Now Luke comes in to give Chewie a hand with this fight against Vader, only to find out that Luke needs some help himself. Now soon after, Han, Leia, and Dar Champion arrive, and it's our main heroes against the Empire. And by the Empire, I mean Lord Vader, by himself. Because Lord Vader. There was some really epic action in this issue, and we find out even more about the Rock people that can set up some really cool stories going forward. Now the Rebels and the Imperials are all set in place for the next chapter in the original Star Wars trilogy. And thanks again for checking out this week's Quick Shot of Broaxium. Now, before I go any further, I just want you guys to listen to the track that's been playing throughout the entire episode. Now, this track is called Skywalker, the Force Remix from the Dark Side EP from She's Excited and one of my favorite YouTube channels, The Oral Knots. You guys have got to see them. They've got some great Star Wars parodies on there. Do yourself a favor, like and subscribe to all their stuff. It's amazing. And over the weekend, we've got 2 podcasts coming out. We've got The Mandalorians, where we're going to be talking about the latest episode of The Mandalorian. And we've got another episode of Unrefined Broaxium coming out, where I'm pretty sure we're just all going to be gushing over Baby Yoda, because Baby Yoda is the cutest. He's so precious. Oh, all right. All right, thanks again for watching it. May the Force be with you. Oh, Baby Yoda. Like no green, darling. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Chris Rhines with that quick shot of Broaxium to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week with the penultimate issue of Dr. Aphra number 39. Let's punch it. Tolvin has captured an Imperial shuttle with both Dr. Aphra's and BT-1, and are now on board the Rebel intelligence ship, the Unnamed. Only one problem. Of course, Shelley is nowhere to be found. And while the other Rebel officers aren't sure if she's even on the Imperial shuttle, Tolvin most definitely knows. And of course, she finds a way to get herself out of immediate danger just to land in more danger. Classic Aphra. This is one of the heavier issues of this series as we learn about an even deeper connection between Tolvin and Aphra, and how these events may have a huge effect on how we get to The Empire Strikes Back.
Thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. We'll be back to our regular format next week. Now make sure you like and subscribe to Broaxium to keep up with all of our shows and podcasts all over social media. And may the force be with you always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans.
And we are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace. So, what's that?
Baby Yoda's available.
Oh my God! Funko, you guys are amazing. He's adorable. We're just gonna have to punch it. On shelves today, we have Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order Dark Temple, the final issue, number 5. Now, in issue number 4, Seer Junda, and let's rewind for a second. I have been calling her Siri, and it's only because I didn't play the game yet. And I played the game, and I learned that her name is pronounced Seer. I'm an idiot. You all know that now. But she is in the middle of this war between the Phylari and the Untothan, and it's getting pretty brutal. And she's trying to do her best to quelch this battle. Now, as a Jedi, here's all about a peaceful solution. But the Phylari and the Untothans are at it. And the Phylari will stop at nothing to protect that temple of theirs. The Untothans and Commander Da will also stop at nothing to find out the secrets contained in that temple. She needs to find a quick way to resolve all of this. Seer is an incredible negotiator. It seems as though she's very convincing to Commander Da and gets his troops to cease fire. But it seems like the Phylari didn't get the message. Now, you guys really need to finish this series off and also play that game. It is amazing how all of this connects. The Lucasfilm Story Group is fantastic. The way they have been weaving all of this together, I can't tell you guys enough how awesome it is to be a Star Wars fan nowadays. Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And also, make sure to check out our Mandalorian review show called The Mandbrolorians.
Now, if you've never checked that out, here's a clip.
When I saw that bullseye on his face, though, I'm not going to tell you.
That's what I was just about to. Oh, yo, that's what I was just about to ask. Like, hey, how much terror and fear was in your heart when you saw
all the terror, Chris?
And
All the terror.
Yeah, and then you
I
hear
was
that
about
like
to jump in front of my TV so that I could take the blast for Baby Yoda.
And if you enjoyed that, check out this clip of our other show called Shootin' the Poodoo, which is back on air.
I'm not trying to like diminish Cal or any of these others, but
Right.
compared to Anakin, you know, they are Jedi who are just struggling to find their way back into the Force, and
Right.
or you know, and you know, they're a little bit easier to defeat, I guess you could say. But like when they come up to someone like Vader, it is just like this, like you said, a juggernaut, dude. Like, are you kidding me? So I mean, I guess there is like
that old Vince McMahon theme song plays.
Yeah.
No chance.
See Vader walking in the same way.
Strutting,
just shimmying down the
his shoulders.
Also, be sure to follow us on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
I'm your bro host, V.
And I'm Chris Ryans.
And we are the fuel to jump your comic book fandom right into hyperspace. And we have 2 series finales for you today, everyone. So
you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
On shelves today, Target Vader, issue 6. We are meeting Valance in his memories once again, this time being shown places the Empire does not touch. In the present, we catch a glimpse of Gita and company, waiting and discussing how they don't trust Valance, but they need those weapons to fight back against the Empire, you feel me? But where is Valance? Valance is being dragged to meet the incarcerated true leader of the Hidden Hand, who is not happy that he and Valance wound up in the same place. Luckily, Valance doesn't stay in the same place for long. And remember that good luck gem from Eula? Let's just say we are reminded of her again as Valance makes his way, risking his life one last time in hopes of preventing Vader from ever killing anyone again. I enjoy stories that show us exactly how someone's distant memories inform their plans, especially in Star Wars. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't entirely trust Valance at first either, but I can say after reading that his intentions were pure and he never lost sight of the mission, including helping others on the way, even when his plans got sidetracked. And they did get sidetracked a few times. Valance is ever the great escapist and one of many to try and take out Darth Vader. Now we know Vader doesn't perish at the hidden hands of Valance, but to see if Vader Valance himself survives, you'll need to read this final issue.
On shelves today, the final episode of Dr. Aphra, number 40. What can be said about Aphra that she hasn't said about herself in this final issue? She's a liar. She's backstabbing. She's manipulative. She's loving in her own way. She's protective in her own way. And like any good RPG, all those decisions and her skills come to a really nice conclusion. So since this is the finale, and it's really easy to spoil this entire issue, I'm just going to give you guys my thoughts on it while the pretty panels scroll up. It's been a long and insane journey for Shelley Aphra, and she's learned a lot about herself. She is trouble with a capital trouble. She has betrayed anyone who's ever cared about her, and there's no one in the galaxy who is better at saving their own skin. Now, while she is morally gray, every now and again, some light does shine through. But whether or not she makes it out of this issue alive remains to be seen. Wait, she's got another series that's coming out in April, so spoilers? Okay, so how she gets out of this predicament is criff and awesome and must be seen to be believed. And you want to grab this book at your local comic shop as soon as possible.
And thanks again for joining us for the quick shot of Broaxium. Also, be sure to check out our podcasts. We have Shootin' the Poodoo, we have Man Brolorians, and we have Unrefined Broaxium. Also, be sure to check out Broaxium on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
Also, thank you, and may the force be with you.
Always.
Day 101, Star Wars fam. It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And this week is the...
I can't
All right.
believe it. I can't.
Okay, today we've got 2 new Star Wars comics coming out. Today, we've got a new episode of The Mandalorian.
Leading up till tomorrow, this episode will lead into The Rise of Skywalker, the final movie in a 9-episode saga.
It has taken us all of our strength to hold back the giddiness right now, but
so much happening. There's so much happening.
I can't even.
There's so much happening. I don't even know what to do anymore. Let's just punch it. On shelves today, Star Wars Empire Ascendant issue number 1.
Now, this book is a preview for all the new comics coming out in 2020. Let's get started. Chapter 1, An Echo of Victory. On Hoth, everyone has grunt work to do, even the parents of a future resistance hero. Now, on Hoth, rebels Shara Bay and Kes Dameron are digging tunnels on the ground to hide the rebellion from the Empire. Now, after an accident occurs that is ensured to take their lives, doubt starts to set in for them about the rebellion. But one of the tenets of the rebellion is hope. And as we all know,
rebellions are built on hope.
And if you think Baby Yoda's adorable, just you wait.
Chapter 2, Darth Vader in Service to the Empire. Now, this chapter starts off on the planet of Mimbam, and an explosion takes place and takes out all of these stormtroopers. But they're not done yet. An Imperial officer sees them and sees good use for the future Death Trooper program. Now, if you guys have read any of the novels, you will all know that Death Troopers are augmented in some sort of way. We're not totally sure, but we know that they're not just regular humans under Stormtrooper armor. And these guys are pretty badass. They do what they have to do, any way they have to do it to complete the mission. And that means sometimes taking out an Imperial officer. But see, Vader sees use in all of it. Chapter 3, Bounty Hunters, 2 sides to every sortie. I said it right. Now this one starts off at Rimmer's Rest on Nar Shaddaa with our old smuggler Han Solo. And he's there to meet up with an old friend, Valance, from the Imperial Academy. Now these 2 old friends meet up, and it looks like Han has got a job for Valance. A babysitting job. That's right, a rebel engineer with some serious tech to give the rebels a leg up needs protection. And Valance, the man, the myth, the legend who almost took out Darth Vader, is the one to do the job.
Chapter 4, Dr. Aphra Epilogue. Captain Talvin arrives on Osri 2 to complete a deep operative extraction. Afterwards, back on Hoth, Captain Talvin is checking the status of a planetary shield, and then General Riken hands her a message from our favorite archaeologist. Talvin, along with Vulada and Aphra's father, handled this recording in their own justified ways. After masking the secret location of the rebel base from Vader, all that Talvin, Vulada, and her father can do is hope that she's safe wherever she's at.
On shelves today, Star Wars, The Rise of Kylo Ren, number 1. My boy. Now, as far as I can tell, the Knights of Ren are recruiting, and they're looking for anyone who can control and manipulate the shadow. Now, we only get a little taste of the Knights of Ren, and I need some more. But then we cut to a burning inferno of a Jedi Academy with the face of Ben Solo. What have I done? That's right, everybody. We are going back to the beginning, to the origin story of how Kylo Ren was made, where it all started, what he did, how he did it. This is some really good stuff, and a surprise appearance by, I don't even want to tell you. You guys need to read this comic. Oh my God, it is amazing. So good. You need to pick it up. This is stuff that we've been waiting for since The Force Awakens. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And make sure to check out that episode of The Mandalorian today, because it's supposed to tie into
The Rise of Skywalker. Now, if you remember from a few weeks back, we put out a little event on Facebook to bring us all together to watch The Rise of Skywalker together. Now, what I mean by that is not all of us, everyone in the world, cramming into one theater and watching it, because that's just, the place is going to get hot. It's going to get funky. That'd be bad. But what I mean is, this is our time. Let's all watch it together, wherever we're at, whatever city you're in, whatever state you're in, whatever country you're in. Let's all watch it together, because this is our time to come together for the final chapter in the Skywalker saga. So check us out on Facebook. Click the going button that's on there, and let's all do this one last ride together.
That's right. Also, be sure to check out our podcast. We have the Mandalorians, our Mandalorian review show. We have Unrefined Broaxium, where we just talk all about Star Wars. And then we have Shoot the Poodoo, where we just, shoot the voodoo. Also, guys, tomorrow night after the Rise of Skywalker, we will be doing a live reaction video. Make sure to check that out because you're going to be seeing a bunch of crying dudes. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're going to want to see that. You're going to want to see that. Also,
who's going to not want to see me, a blubbering mess, live for the entire internet to see?
That's right.
It's going to happen because, yeah,
I'm going to cry too. So, also, be sure to check out Broaxium on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the force be with you.
Always. Merry New Year, Star Wars fam. It's January 1st, 2020, and we're starting a new year off right with the first issue of the new flagship series, Star Wars #1, by Charles Soule and Jesus Says. Let's punch it. Now, the story picks up as our heroes are fleeing Cloud City. Now, it's dark times indeed, as Luke had a whole bunch of heaviness dropped on him about his parentage. Chewie and Leia just lost Han, and Lando just lost an entire city. And Luke lost his hand. Forgot about that part. And Luke is understandably traumatized after what just happened to him. And Chewie and Leia have some serious trust issues with Lando over his betrayal. I mean, come on. He was dealing with Lord Vader. What do you want from him? And I mean, seriously.
Did anybody die?
Now, as our heroes set course to meet up with the remainder of the Rebel Alliance at the rendezvous point, the Imps are already there to greet them, with Commander Zara leading the charge in her Star Destroyer, Tarkin's Will. The Falcon gets out of one trap and goes right into another as they come out of hyperspace into a battle for the Rebellion's existence. Now, Luke, as injured as he is, wants to do his part. But is he mentally stable enough to help? We know how dark times can have an effect on Jedi, especially a fledgling one. You are not going to want to miss this issue, as it's a great starting point to get into the comics and for anyone wanting to learn more about the era between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. And thanks for joining us for our first quick shot of 2020. We've got a lot more in store for you this year, and we can't wait to share it with you. And may the Force be with you, always.
On shelves today, The Rise of Kylo Ren, issue #2. So we're back on Planet Snoke's terrarium. I have no idea what kind of deception this man is trying to sow for Ben. He is so nice and kind and gentle. He's tending to his plants, his flowers. Can someone please just tell me what the hell is going on with this guy? And we see him in The Last Jedi, and he's blowing Ben across the room and treating Hux like a dog, a rabid cur, if you will. I'm confused. This guy is too nice. We need to figure out what his game is. Now, Ben is super frustrated. He just got back from running away from 3 Jedi, and also Luke's temple is burnt to the ground, and he didn't even really do it. In the comic, it just shows this bolt of lightning, and boom! I mean, the whole place to the ground. So he's frustrated. He also wants to learn more about his dark side capabilities, and he needs the Knights of Ren to do it. And Snoke isn't going to just open the door for him and show him how to do everything, so he makes him find them himself. Now, as always, I don't want to give you the whole story, but what I will tell you is that it flashes back to an awesome adventure between Ben, Luke, and Lorsan Tekka, looking for some cool Jedi stuff. So you guys really need to pick this one up. Check it out and give it a good read. The Rise of Kylo Ren is amazing. So many good little treats in there from all of the movies, lines, just little tidbits. Man, they really just love giving us all of the good stuff, and it's all in this comic book. You guys are going to love it. The Rise of Kylo Ren, issue number 2. Thanks again for joining us for the quick shot of Broaxium. And make sure to check out our podcast. We have the Mandalorians, which is our Mandalorian podcast. And it's over right now with season 1 being done. But be sure to check us out for season 2. But if you haven't caught up on the Mandalorian, it is the perfect time to check out the Mandalorians. We also have Unrefined Broaxium, Shooting the Poodoo, and this, Quick Shots of Broaxium. Make sure to check out Broaxium on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And anything else, Chris? Chris? D? No one? Oh, well. Always wanted this Ray.
The second issue of Charles Soule's The Rise of Kylo Ren comic is out. In it, we get to see more of Ben's journey after Luke's temple was destroyed, and we see some of Snoke's manipulations from years earlier. Let's start with the flashback. Luke, Ben, and Lor Santeca are on their way to an old Jedi outpost Lor heard about on the planet Elfrona. The older man says it was probably from the High Republic era when the Jedi expanded their activity throughout the galaxy. This could be seen as confirmation of those rumors that Star Wars will soon be exploring this
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans. And on shelves today, we've got Star Wars number 2 by Charles Soule.
And you guys should keep your eyes open because with the announcements of Project Luminous, you are going to start seeing hints of it in this comic book.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
The Rebel fleet is scattered. The Imperials have the Rebel transmission codes, and every Rebel cell is on their own. Now, with our heroes, there's still a matter of trust regarding Lando, who's got a plan to find Han Solo. Now, after some convincing, Leia goes along with the plan to let Lando use the Falcon under one condition. Chewie's got to come with to keep an eye on him. Now, meanwhile, Luke is still reeling from the ton of bricks that Vader laid down on him, and he's questioning his purpose in the galaxy. Now, back on the Falcon, Lando and Chewie run into a little bit of trouble. And that happens when you find a ship that helped destroy the Death Star. Or the ship is recognized by the guy who normally flies it. You're going to attract the wrong crowd. But Lando ain't sweating it. He's got it all covered. Lando style. Now back with the fleet, Leia and Commander Grek, a guy who looks a lot like a certain Force sensitive from The Rise of Skywalker, and I'm not talking about Rey, devise a plan to reunite the Rebel fleet. Star Wars number 2 was dope. Charles Soule is laying the foundation for what's to come with Project Luminous, as some High Republic nuggets were dropped in this issue.
We here at Broaxium are super excited about the future of Star Wars storytelling.
Pick up your copy at your local comic shop today. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller. And for your quick shot of Broaxium, we have Darth Vader issue number 1, written by Greg Pak. This takes place between The Empire Strikes Back and The Return of the Jedi.
So you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it. Now, as I said before, this one starts at the end of The Empire Strikes Back. Vader has already revealed himself to be Luke's father and now is more determined than ever to find him. But first he needs to find a few things out, and he gets a little data droid named Z67 and begins his mission.
A mission to find everyone who hid Luke from him. those he considers made Luke weak.
Now, their first stop is Tatooine. I know, that old chestnut. And as they're entering orbit, a ship hidden behind some asteroids sees a lone Imperial shuttle just cruising on in and thinks, hey, free lunch.
Those fools have no idea. Anyway, Lord Vader lands on Tatooine with Z-67 and Death Troopers in tow. Now, after accessing Luke's information, it's off to the Lars homestead, which triggers some old memories for the Dark Lord of happier-ish times.
Like a little mechanical narrator, Z-67 is spouting all the deets of the Lars homestead to Lord Vader, and it's triggering some heavy flashbacks from Attack of the Clones for Lord Vader, who was once Anakin Skywalker. Duh! Now, Vader is getting visibly frustrated, and it's not because of the flashbacks or because of Z-67. He's awesome. It's because Vader feels that the ones who took Luke in made him super weak.
Now, just as Vader is ready to leave the homestead and those flashbacks behind, an Imperial transport is shot down by those pirates. Well, they didn't step in some serious poodoo this time.
All in all, it was a great beginning to a third series of Darth Vader. Greg Pak, you got some big shoes to fill, but I think you're doing pretty good.
I'm telling you, man, Greg Pak has knocked it out of the park. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry I did that. I didn't. Ooh,
With that,
I'm really upset with
thanks
myself.
again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, please give us a share, a like. We are everywhere on the social network, people. We are on YouTube, Facebook,
Instagram, and Twitter.
So may the force be with you.
And subscribe.
Always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhines. And on shelves today, we've got the third issue of Star Wars, The Rise of Kylo Ren.
That's right. And this time we get to find out the exact initiation Kylo has to go through in order to join the Knights of Ren.
So you better buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it. This one starts off with Ben finding Ren and his knights at a bar on Varnak. Ben looks as though he just got spit up by a trash compactor, a giant fight with his former students from the Jedi Temple, and he feels as though he has nowhere to go but with the Knights of Ren. They are going to help him form his skills.
Now, Snoke told Ren that young Solo's special. Ben is strong on the dark side. I mean, the shadow. And Ren senses it, but it ain't enough to join the Knights. You got to have a kill, and not just any kill, a good one, a personal one. And Ben's got that. Or maybe some more.
So Ren wants to have story time with Ben. He wants to hear about these good deaths. So Ben sits down and tells him all about how he was hunted down by his former classmates, Vo, Hennix, and Ty.
Now, Vo always tried to measure up to Ben. Hennix is a smarter, funnier one of the three, and Ty is the empathetic one.
Now, out of all three of them, Ben's closest relationship was with Ty. Vo, not so much.
Ben's story about his last encounter with his former fellow Padawans is filled with despair, anger, mistakes, hope, and sadness.
Will story be enough for Ben to pass his initiation into the Knights of Ren? Did he kill his classmates? You're just going to have to pick this one up and find out for yourself.
Charles Soule shows us once again why he is the go-to writer for Star Wars stories. I'm hoping that one day down the line, he gets to write an entire Star Wars series for Disney+.
Not only does this series show us how Ben Solo becomes Kylo Ren, but it also gives us a little bit of an insight to the untapped era before The Force Awakens.
Now, this is a very important series that keeps selling out at comic shops all around the world, and it's got second printings for the first two issues already out, and it's bound to happen for the third. Grab this book today.
And thanks again for joining us for the quick shot of Broaxium. And if you guys enjoyed this, we also have a podcast called Shooting the Poodoo with our other bro host, Star Wars Savage, Tommy Puig.
Now, if you guys are watching this on Facebook, thank you so much for checking this out. You guys have been great week in and week out. If you're watching this on YouTube, now, I don't want to come off like I'm begging.
We're kind of begging.
I'm kind of begging.
Yeah.
For you guys to give this a like, give us a subscribe, and share it out. So we can keep doing what we're doing. And we love doing what we're doing. And we love doing it for you.
And that's right. And we need those views. And you can check us out everywhere on social networking. That's Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the force be with you guys.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhines. And if this is your first time checking us out, let me tell you what the Quick Shot is all about. Every week that there is a Star Wars release for comics, we give you a quick review on them, or preview, I should say, just to get you hyped for the books so that you go out to your local comic shop and grab them.
That's right. These are some seriously good stories in the Star Wars universe, guys. And you're missing out if you're not checking these comic books out. And on shelves today, we have Star Wars issue number 3, written by Charles Soule.
And Charles Soule they just announced the High Republic era coming to Star Wars for the books and the comics.
That's
Start
right.
Up in August.
The Project Luminous has finally broken open. Yeah. We got a trailer. You should check that out on YouTube on StarWars.com. It is fantastic. A whole new era of storytelling is going to open up for you guys. So you might want to buckle up, baby, and let's punch it. So I'm guessing the Imperials took that whole Death Star blowing up thing a little too personally, and they are striking back hard. They have obtained some codes from the rebels, and they are using that to expose, demoralize, and just destroy everything the rebels have done.
Now we start off in the mid-rim, where Commander Zara's Star Destroyer, Tarkin's Will, takes out the last of the rebels in that system.
Now Commander Zara, as far as I'm concerned, has Wu-Tang status. She ain't nothing to f with, you know what I mean? She has intense blue eyes and a hell-bent vengeance for all who have died on the Death Star. And she's got plenty of reasons for it, too.
Now, back in the Outer Rim, the 3 L's are heading back to Bespin to find Luke's lightsaber and his hand. I mean, I want that, too. It's mine, ain't it?
Now, Lando knows Cloud City like the back of his hand. Not Luke's hand. His hand. Because he's got both of them still. And he thinks he knows where Luke's lightsaber is. Now, Lando has his own reasons for coming back to Cloud City. He's got a debt to pay. A debt to a really good friend. A brother, actually.
The crew's all set to handle the business, but they're stopped by Cloud City security. But a little luck and a lot of Lando can get you far. Very far. Now, once the crew lands and takes care of some Imperial opposition, the crew splits up to take care of their own errands.
It's a race against the clock for our 3 heroes. And on an occupied Imperial Cloud City, can they get away when all 3 of them have split up on their own agenda? You're just going to have to pick up this issue and find out for yourself, because it's a good one.
And thanks for joining us for another Quick Shot of Broaxium.
And if you guys haven't checked out our podcast yet, listen to Shooting the Poodoo. We talk about all things Star Wars, and we did a little bit of a change where now we are opening up to the whole nerd realm. We start off by talking about the new Batman movie in production with Robert Pattinson.
And this week, we've got a review of The Legends of Luke Skywalker, the manga, by our bro host V.
It's pretty awesome. Also, check us out on all of the social networking. We are on Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the force be with you.
Always.
What's up, Star Wars Familia? It's your bro host, V.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhymes.
And we have a stacked show for you guys today. 3 comic books on shelves today. One is The Rise of Kylo Ren, number 4.
Star Wars Bounty Hunters, number 1.
And Darth Vader, number 2. So, you better buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
Coming in, point 3.
We start this off on Corellia, flashing back to a botched mission with a deadly 6. Baylor Balance, Boba Fett, Camus, Tongor, Bosk, and Nakano Lash. Speaking of deadly, more on that in a moment. Things get deadly and messy when Camus kills a client and then Lash shoots Camus. It's just a mess. So keep that all in mind as we go to present day, and by present day I mean between episodes 5 and 6, and Balance is on a job in Batu. After this proves to be successful, Balance's attention is alerted towards a puck that might just interest him. Word on the street is this job is big. It harkens back to that Corellia mission in the very beginning of this story, and it seems everyone's got a stake in it. Like, everyone. Call your mom. Tell your friends. Everyone. News of this mission, it seems, for some, is just what the doctor ordered. So we have a couple of cameos in this issue. Also, it's always fun to explore that seedy underbelly of the galaxy. I love Corellia. And also, I love that we're learning some more profanities from a galaxy far, far away. Shout out to some women in love with each other. This issue and this series is shaping up to be something special. Check it out.
As with the start of this series, this issue starts out with a huge blast from Vader's past as a woman who looks a lot like Padme is standing face to face with the former Anakin Skywalker. Now this has Vader flashing back to Geonosis, where faced with certain death, Padme confesses her love for Anakin. Now after some harsh words and a blast attack by this Padme-ish woman, Lord Vader force chokes her, then immediately flashes back to the last time he saw Padme and what he did to her. Later, her identity is revealed, and both Lord Vader and this mystery woman have questions on Padme's death, since they both have differing stories. Will they find the answers they're looking for? And more importantly, how? Make sure you pick this one up at your local comic shop to find out.
In the mid-rim, on the Mind Moon of Mimbam, Ren, his knights, and Ben Solo are on the hunt for a special artifact called the Mind Splinter, and they have the Mimbanese captured, looking to find it. Now, instead of killing the Mimbanese for not telling them where the Mind Splinter is, Ben has another idea, a little mind meld. That's Star Trek, but you know what I'm talking about, everybody. And he gets that information. You remember what he did to Poe, Rey. Now, Ben thought he was sparing some lives. The Jedi inside of him did not want to see all of these people be slaughtered just to find a Mind Splinter artifact. But boy, was he wrong, because Ren and his knights, yeah, they released them into the afterworld. Yeah, we don't leave no prisoners. Even Snoke said their ability to have fluidity lets them do whatever they want to whoever, anyone, whatever. Now you can tell Ren is questioning Ben's commitment, but as they face off with the Mimbanese, because they're not going to take this lying down, Bo and Ty come into the picture to stop Ben or to save Ben. What's he going to do? Now Vo, with all that confidence of Luke Skywalker's training, thinks that she can take Ren and the Knights. We'll see. And Ty decides to take on Ben because he believes he has a connection and can reach Ben. Will he? As you read this comic, you'll find that Ben is stressed out about the legacy, the burden left on him by his uncle and his parents. He believes he never had a choice his entire life, not even his name. He was named after some Jedi he never even met. Through his eyes, through his point of view, Ben believes that people only look at him as a legacy, just some continuance of the great big three. But when it comes time for Ben to present his good death, who's it going to be? Vo? Ty? Somebody else? You're just going to have to read and find out for yourself.
Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
If you like what you see here, please give us a like and subscribe.
And also follow us on all of our social media. We are everywhere, people. Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm Chris Rhines, and today we're previewing Star Wars number 4 from Charles Soule and Jesus Says. So you better make sure you wash those hands, baby, and let's punch it. As the Imperials try to contain the gas venting problem on Cloud City, Lando and his robot Lobot are about to have some company in the form of some stormtroopers. As things heat up, Lando tries to get in touch with Leia, who, well, then tries Luke, who's having some troubles of his own. While Luke's knee-deep in garbage, again, looking for the saber, Lando decides to get Lobot out on his own. Just then, thanks to Lobot, he and Lando escape the troopers. Meanwhile, a couple stormtroopers are shipping a carbonated Leia to the ISB. Back at the waste dump, Luke tries to find his metal thing with black knobs amongst a sea of metal things and black knobs. And surprise, he can't find it. Then he tries to reach out with the Force, even though his connection to it is damaged. Just then, he sees a vision of his recent past, his soon-to-be future, a hooded figure holding his lightsaber, and Leia captured in carbonite. This was another incredible issue. Charles Soule, as usual, is, in my opinion, masterful when it comes to writing Star Wars, and this issue is no different. There are a lot of great moments in this issue that tie things together and sets us up for another adventure. Now, I've got some ideas on who this hooded figure is from Luke's visions. Let us know in the comments who you think it is. And thanks for checking out this week's Quick Shot of Broaxium. Now, if you can't get to your local comic shop to check this out, definitely buy the digital copy. Now, in these strange times, we'll do our best to bring you the Star Wars comics previews. Stay safe out there, Star Wars fam, and may the Force be with you, always. What's going on, Quarantine Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Rhines.
And I'm Daniel Miller. Now let us escape to a galaxy far, far away and take a look at Star Wars Bounty Hunters #2 by Ethan Sachs and Paolo Villanelli.
So, you better be washing those hands, baby.
And let's punch it.
In the first issue, we learned about a job back in the day involving Nakano Lash, her protege Valance, Tonga, Bosk, and Boba Fett.
While on the job, Nakano betrayed her crew when she killed their client, who just happens to be the heir to the Mourner's Wall Crime Syndicate.
A snowball effect of bad things happened afterwards, including the death of crew member Tonga. What Lash did started a war between the Mourner's Wall and their rivals, the Unbroken Clan.
Years later, somehow, Nakano Lash has resurfaced and everyone's looking for her. Everyone.
Valance, Tonga's sister Tonga, Bosk, and Fett all have a personal score to settle, and they'll take each other out to get to Lash first.
Issue 2 starts off on Eridu, where Valance is on Lash's trail, but it runs cold as Valance tracks down one of her former associates to turn up dead.
We flash back to Valance's younger days, right after he was discharged from the Imperial military, and let's just say he had some aggressions to work out.
During a brutal fight with some stormtroopers, Nakano Lash, along with Tongor, saves Valance from his own rage and takes him under her wing.
Now, back in the present, post-Empire, pre-Jedi, Valance finds out who killed Lash's former associate, none other than Boba Fett. But before giving up, Vance gets the info he needs to find Nakano Lash on the planet Galmera.
Thanks to the info he got from our girl, Dr. Aphra, Bosk is already on Galmera to track down Lash.
At the fortress of the Mourner's Wall, Tonga, Tongor's sister, breaks into the fortress, takes out a bunch of their guards just to get to the head of the syndicate to offer her services in finding Nakano Lash and avenge his son and her brother.
Who's going to get to Nakano Lash first? How many more people are going to die for Lash's actions?
In these uncertain times, it may be tough to get your physical copies if you don't have a local comic shop like Atomic City Comics in Philly that goes above and beyond to help you with your comics fix until the COVID-19 crisis comes to an end.
You can always try the digital versions of the comics. Download the Comixology app and select from tons of titles, including the Star Wars comics.
So remember, y'all, social distancing, wash them hands, and stay home.
And thanks again for joining us for another special Quick Shot of Broaxium, coming from your bro host, locked up in quarantine. And may the Force be with you, always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller here. And I know, guys, with COVID-19, things have been crazy. Comic books haven't been coming out. We haven't been getting any Star Wars stories whatsoever. I mean, except for the Clone Wars. Have you guys seen that season finale? Oh my God, my heart. It can't handle it. And anyway, right now, I'm going to take you guys on a quick shot of Broaxium, an adventure. A Star Wars adventure, that is. That's right, guys. We are going to start covering the IDW Star Wars adventure comic books. And we're going to start off with, that's right, the Clone Wars Battle Tales issue number 1. So you guys better buckle up, baby, and let's punch.
A planet under siege, the Separatists continue their march across the galaxy, fueling the flames of war. Determined to prevent another system from falling into the Separatists' grasp, the Jedi Council sends 3 of its most trusted Jedi and their clone battalions to stop the enemy in its tracks.
So we are on the planet Hycene, and we have Commander Rex, Commander Wolf, and Commander Cody, and a battalion of clone troopers under attack by a wave of clankers. All of a sudden, things get quiet, and 3 Master Jedi show up. Master Plo Koon, Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker. Now, I know I said Anakin was a master earlier, but he was on the Jedi Council. He just wasn't given the rank. All right? That's not his fault. It was Mace's fault. I digress. Anyway, they beat back the battle droids, helped the clone troopers out, but they weren't there just as reinforcements to beat back those battle droids. Nope, they were there to intercept Count Dooku and Asajj Ventress from meeting with the Hycenian Premier. Now, our Jedi generals formulate a plan and have our clone troopers hold back the next wave of clankers as they go to intercept Count Dooku and Asajj Ventress. Commander Cody is feeling a little uneasy with General Skywalker behind the wheel because of his unorthodox tactics. And Commander Rex has to remind him that General Skywalker is not the type to leave his men behind. Commander Rex flashes back to a time when he was just a captain on this stinky, sweaty, nasty planet called Bangalore. He's on a mission with General Skywalker to search for any Separatist activity, but they're coming up with nothing until they run into this stinky, slimy, gross goo and all of these droid parts that lead to this trap. This creature jumps out from the bushes and swallows the clone trooper Bello whole, and Hardcase just couldn't handle it. General Skywalker calls a retreat, but Hardcase disobeys orders and runs after the creature and starts firing him mercilessly. Hardcase finds himself in trouble, and General Skywalker commands Captain Rex to take all of his clone troopers to safety, and he goes back after Hardcase because he leaves no one behind. After helping Hardcase, Anakin seems to have found himself in a bit of trouble. But don't worry, Captain Rex comes and helps him out, and they take this nasty creature down together. As we cut back to real time, the clones are battling back another wave of droids. They can't handle them, and a message from Master Plo Koon is all broken up as it's trying to come through. What is he trying to say? What is happening? All of that and more in the next issue of Clone Wars Battle Tales, issue number 2. This comic book was a lot of fun, especially the Clone Wars era. I enjoy it so much. I loved the series. It is such a wonderful story. So many great stories. But Anakin Skywalker in his prime as a Jedi, you just can't beat it. And especially the stories he shares with all of his clones and the way he treats them, how they are not just clones to him, how they are humans, how they are all individuals to him. It's just amazing. It's a great storyline, and I can't wait for issue 2.
Broaxium. Enough to power a fleet. blow us all straight to hell.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. Now, I know with COVID-19, comics have been slow, pretty much next to nothing. But as they keep dropping, we'll keep popping off some more reviews for you guys. So until then, may the force be with you, always.
What's up, Star Wars Familia? It's your bro host V, and I'm here to give you an audio quick shot today. That's right, we're doing something a little different. Today we're going to explore Dr. Aphra, Issue 1. This is a 2020 series, so let's punch it. We are on Hoth, the icy planet where we encounter Luke Skywalker in The Empire Strikes Back. Sounds familiar? Yes. But today we're going to explore it through some different eyes. Imperial snowtroopers are searching for the rebels when blasters are pointed at them by a Wookiee bounty hunter and a Kubaz bounty hunter. A trooper asks to see one particular person holding him at gunpoint if he can see who they are, and glad to oblige is none other than the sly Dr. Aphra. She is not alone, and we don't know what object she has found that has her and a certain lucky partner in crime ready to take off, but it seems that Aphra has found something special. At the Shadow University on the Outer Rim, Aphra turns in the item for a pay. It turns out to be a fork-nosed iceworm fossil. Were you expecting that? Me either. Aphra gets a decent pay for it, then heads with her crew to catch a drink. Just as it seems Aphra is silently lamenting and maybe coming close to self-reflection on the trajectory of her life, a former student named Deda Yao pulls her into the moment. Shelley is propositioned with helping Deda find the Rings of Valley. Legend has these to be cursed, but Aphra doesn't believe in curses. She believes in credits. So she agrees to help as Just Lucky tries to get lucky. Still on the Outer Rim, they search for Professor Eustacia Oka, hoping she will help them find the rings. A member of the Tage family, that's how I'm going to pronounce it, aka Space Elite, decide to crash the party, literally, in an effort to forcefully obtain Eustacia's help finding the same rings. Shelley, Deda, and the crew help Professor Oka fight the others off and make an escape safely to Archangel 3, where they cleverly and successfully convince the professor to help them find the rings. See, while Aphra believes in credits, Oka wants to receive credit. She was once published for having knowledge on the rings, but the university eventually stripped her of her credibility and expelled her. Finding these rings would prove they are true and get the university to reinstate her. Sounds like a win-win for everyone, no? Okay, maybe, but you know Aphra isn't always an easy person with which to share a win, and it's even harder to share trust with her. The crew talks about the possible curse on the rings, and mention of ancient guardians and Jedi fly around. Aphra is more afraid of real folks like Rowan Tage, who destroy at the expense of others for their own personal gain, as she has seen enough of it. Nevertheless, she sets the course for the planet of Dian. So, what would a story about exorbitant space wealth, playing with chance, and playing a game to win be without Canto Bite? The Target family penthouse is on this planet, and in that penthouse, Rowan is busy destroying paintings and artist spirits for what appears to be no good reason. We do get to see him hold some Beskar, though. Pretty sweet. His personal army returns to tell him that they were unsuccessful in coaxing Professor Oka, and that she escaped with Dr. Aphra. In that smooth cliffhanger way, we learn that Rowan and Shelley know each other, and the issue ends with the command for the ship with Aphra, Oka, and the others on it to be found. This issue was a fun read, especially seeing what else is going on during the aftermath of the Battle of Hoth around the rest of the galaxy, even if we are 1 degree of separation from Lord Vader and the rest of the Skywalker family. In a way, the degree of separation mirrors our own separation from the characters on screen or on the page, and reading about the lives of those like Aphra and their connections to the larger shown characters in the series, we can connect and relate more to these side characters, being on the journey with them to find the magic in the galaxy, and or have our doubts, and we continue on with life, and we're actually not the ones fighting with the lightsabers.
Broaxium! Enough to power a fleet, or blow us all straight to hell!
I hope you all are safe. I hope you enjoyed this quick shot. I enjoyed reading this comic and reviewing it for you. And be sure to check Broaxium out on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. Thanks for joining us, and may the Force be with you always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Chris Rhines, and I'm here to give you that quick shot of Broaxium as we take a look at Star Wars Adventures, The Clone Wars Battle Tales #2, and Star Wars Bounty Hunter #3. Now, you might want to buckle up, baby, and let's punch it.
As a number of systems falling into Separatist control grows, Republic forces launch an aid mission on Hycene, determined to halt their enemies' progress. But as the Jedi pursue Count Dooku and Asajj Ventress, the clone army is left to wage war without their generals.
This one starts off with cocky Anakin Skywalker locked into battle with Count Dooku, and as always, talking as much trash as he can. Also, we have Obi-Wan Kenobi flirting with Asajj Ventress. I mean, flirting with lightsabers. And then we have Plo Koon, as we've seen him before, trying to contact Commander Wolffe, but the message is getting broken up. He needs them to find the Parliament. They have the location. They just need them to rescue him before a platoon of droids reach them. Still under fire by a siege of clankers, Commander Wolffe, Cody, and Rex are receiving a gargled message from Master Plo Koon. What's he trying to say? What do they need to do? Commander Wolffe knows that Plo Koon will trust him to make the right decision, and he flashes back to a time when that trust was built. We flash back to the Nexus, a trading outpost floating above the planet Quarmundi. The Nexus has been captured by a Techno-Union commander, and the custodian is being held hostage. Commander Wolffe and his team need to move in and recapture the outpost and boot those separatists out of there. I am really enjoying these Star Wars adventure comics by IDW. Now, I know they are geared for children, but there is a moral lesson to be learned for all of these young minds, for them to grow up and be better people. And in a world like today, I think we need better people.
Let me give you an example of what I do within Battlefront. All right, I do single player, just single player, because I know better. I'm not going on multiplayer. And I'll set it up where I like just the other day, because I was bored. I went on and I did this like 999 team battle. First one to 1,000 wins. What I did was I got in there and I let my team do all the killing. I just walked around the Death Star. just looked at stuff, and I'm like, this is amazing. I get to walk around the Death Star.
Thanks, guys.
On the graveyard planet of Galmera, we're introduced to a new bounty hunter named Orus, who's the same species as Jedi Council member Oppo Rancisis. Orus is also looking for Nakano Lash, and while Valance is preoccupied with fighting Bosk, Orus finds a way to take advantage of the situation by capturing Valance's droid, thus gaining the whereabouts of Nakano Lash. Meanwhile on Ruusan, a mysterious hooded figure is speaking with an old blind friend about current events. Something about the Empire taking over Bespin or something? I don't know. Anyways, the mystery person reveals they left a clue for Valance. Could this be Nakano Lash? Now back on Galmera, we get treated to Bosk Unleashed. This entire fight sequence between Bosk and Valance shows just how much of a vicious, cunning fighter we all thought Bosk would be. He's hardcore. Now there's not much else from the comic I can preview without spoiling too much for you, but know that this story is really shaping up to be something special. The Star Wars universe is enormous, and there's ample room for gritty bounty hunter stories like this one to thrive. And you've got to see how the fight between Bosk and Valance plays out. Do your Star Wars loving self a favor and pick this up.
Broaxium! Enough to power a fleet, or blow us all straight to hell!
Thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium, and we appreciate your patience during COVID-19 as comic books have been coming out at a trickle pace.
Now, we are always going to be there for you to review these comic books, but just remember to keep following us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Chris Rhines, and I'm here to give you that quick shot of Broaxium as we take a look at Star Wars Dr. Aphra number 2. So you might want to buckle up, baby. And let's
Punch it!
We start off with a flashback to better days with Aphra and Eustasia at the University of Barleth. We get a small glimpse into their romantic relationship, one of Shelley Aphra's many doomed relationships. Now back to present day, aboard Aphra's Archangel 3, the team is plotting their best course to Dianth when suddenly a pre-recorded holo message appears from art and artifact collector / destroyer and intergalactic space douche, Ronan Tag. Tag makes Professor Oka an offer she can't refuse to join him in the search for the Rings of Val with all the resources of the Tag dynasty at her disposal, and she refuses it. Oh, and Tag also said hi to Dr. Aphra. She was happy to hear it. Of course these two have a history. I mean, this is Shelley Aphra we're talking about. Now, you're probably thinking Aphra did an archaeological dig for the guy, screwed him over, and kept the money. You'd be right. But she was kind of justified in a way only Aphra can get away with. See, Tag likes being the last person to hold a precious item, so after he has it in his grasp, he destroys it. So Dr. Aphra did her thing and screwed Homeboy out of the artifact and the pay. So true. Aphra and crew finally make it to Dianth, and that's when things got weird. I really dig the new life that the Aphra stories bring to Star Wars. This series has some strong Jedi Fallen Order vibes with the archaeology aspect of it, visiting ruins and such. Also, we get another High Republic mention, and we're also introduced to a new Farkin curse word in the Star Wars universe. How rude! Make sure you grab this issue at your local comic shop today.
Broaxium! Enough to power a fleet, or blow us all straight to hell.
Thanks for checking out this episode of Quick Shot. Hopefully we can get back to doing our regular format episodes sooner rather than later, because there's no way we're going to do episodes looking like this. Be safe out there, Star Wars fam, and may the Force be with you, always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Chris Rhines. Now, before I give the hot tag to Dan so he can give you the preview for Star Wars Darth Vader number 3, I'm just going to give you my thoughts on it real quick. Now, have you ever read a comic where you need to get up in the middle of reading it and walk away because you got to wrap your brain around how dope that issue is? That is the case with Star Wars Darth Vader number 3 from Greg Pak. The writing is immaculate. The art is Let me tell you something. If you are a prequel fan, if you have love in your heart for the prequels, you are going to love this issue, especially where it's going. Please do yourself a favor and pick this thing up. So you might want to buckle up, baby. And let's
Punch it!
The hype my man Chris gave you was not a joke. This comic was worth the wait. Oh my God, this thing was hot. This one starts off on Naboo. That's right, everyone. It's time to take a little stroll down memory lane with the Dark Lord. And he's accompanied by his little team with Sabe, some Death Troopers. Oh, those guys are creepy. And that snarky little forensics droid, Z67. They're all at Padme's old retreat, where Annie and Padme spent that little romantic getaway. I mean, hiding from assassination attempts under the guard of a very talented Jedi Padawan, looking for some security footage to find out who killed the Queen. While looking around this palace, Darth Vader having some serious flashbacks, they are ambushed by 2 men, and that's when this issue really opens up. Who are these mysterious dudes? Why hasn't Vader cut them down with crimson glory? Well, my job is to show you the door. It's you who must walk through it. Seriously, everyone,
I wish I could give you more to this comic, but if I do, I'm going to spoil so much of an awesome story that you need to pick up yourselves. I mean, if you're a fan of Attack of the Clones like I am, then this is the issue for you. So many flashbacks, also many tie-ins to the book Queen Shadow as well. Greg Pak absolutely brings the heat in this issue, making you scratching and clawing for the next. I'm telling you guys, seriously, you have to pick this series up. It's so amazing. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. I'm Daniel Miller, and as always, we appreciate your support and patience during COVID-19 because comic books are coming out super slow, everyone. But on the horizon, more and more comics are coming out even faster and faster as things start to normalize. Also, be sure to follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And stay safe, and may the Force be with you, always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Daniel Miller here. And on shelves today, we have Star Wars issue number 5 and Star Wars Adventures, The Clone Wars Battle Tales issue number 3. And this has been my personal favorite series. So
You might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's
Punch it!
On some random planet, at some random bar, there's this random dude dressed up in familiar fatigues claiming to be Luke Skywalker. He's claiming to have destroyed the Death Star with his trusty astromech R-D? He's just some dude using an angle to get some work. It's understandable. It's hard to make a little money in a galaxy far, far away. And there's one patron who's interested in this guy's story. And this patron's got some respiratory issues. Lord Vader force chokes his chump and inquires about claiming the name Skywalker. And while this poor fool tries to tell Lord Vader his real name, Lord Vader's all like,
It doesn't matter what your name is!
Lord Vader leaves the planet well pissed that he didn't find Luke, and his search continues. Meanwhile, the real Luke Skywalker and R2 arrive at the planet Sorelia to find this mysterious hooded woman from his force vision. Once planetside, Luke finally finds her on the docks, only she's not that eager to talk. Let me tell you, this issue got heavy. Luke learned some harsh lessons about the past, which lends to the scene,
Obi-Wan, why didn't you tell me?
Who is this mysterious woman? Can she help Luke in his quest to become a Jedi? Does she even want to? Star Wars fan, if there's ever a time to start reading these comics,
Now is the time.
Rescue mission in peril. With the Jedi cut off and their return in question, Commander Cody leads a dangerous mission to free the Separatist prisoners and bring them back to safety. While our Jedi generals are battling it out with Dooku and Ventress, Commander Cody, Boyle, and Commander Wolf lead a rescue mission to save prisoners from the Separatists against overwhelming odds. Our clone trooper heroes were quick to catch those clankers off guard, but still had plenty of metal to bust up after hitting them with the droid popper. While getting the prisoners back to safety, Commander Cody reminisces on another time when the odds were stacked against them and flashes back to a mission on the planet Crystar. Commander Cody, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Padme Amidala plan a rescue mission to free some clone POWs. This is where the story really starts picking up steam, and unfortunately, where I must leave you. But I'll give you a hint. Remember when Ahsoka was captured by Trandoshans, and then they released her on this planet so they could just hunt her for sport? Oh yeah, it's kind of going in that direction. If you want to know more, you must read this series. I have led you to the oasis of Star Wars, but it is you who must drink from it.
Broaxium. Enough to power a fleet or blow us all straight to hell.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you guys were enjoying that new sweet background music, make sure to check out Samuel Kim Music. His YouTube link is right below. Also, if you're loving everything we got going on here at Broaxium, we are all over social networking, people. You can check us out on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. I can't do that as smooth as my counterpart, Chris Ryans, but y'all get the gist. Also, make sure to check out Shooting the Poodoo. We have got a great episode coming up with Sisters with Sabers, a great female podcast all about the war in the stars. So, hey, may the force be with you all.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro, Chris Ryans, and today Dan's going to be taking a look at Star Wars Darth Vader 4 from Greg Pak and Raffaele Ienco. And it's good. It's real good. So,
You might want to buckle up, baby.
let's
Watch it!
Look, guys, I know I said some things like no spoilers and something about doors and oases or whatever, but yo, this one starts off with Vader being swallowed whole by a Sando aqua monster, the biggest, most baddest dude deep. Using a beast caller, Sabe, Taifu, and Tanra set Sam is short for Sando aqua monster, on the Death Troopers flying above. I guess Vader was just an appetizer. Sam takes out the trooper shuttle, but these are Death Troopers. No Sando aqua monster is gonna shake them. They come out the wreck blasting. But before becoming the next meal on Sam's menu, Lord Vader becomes a real pain in the head. I mean, my man defeated a Zillo beast. You think this planet core apex predator chump is gonna stop him? Okay. I have got to stop there. This just gets even better, and I'd be doing you a disservice if I spoil it all. I leave you with this. Greg Pak is a prequel flashback master. The way he blends the novels and prequels together is incredibly smooth, and it just feels right for a Darth Vader facing his past storyline. This issue, this whole series is a must read.
Broaxium. Enough to power a fleet or blow us all straight to hell.
And thanks for checking out this week's Quick Shot of Broaxium. Now, the incredible music that you're hearing in the background is from Samuel Kim Music, and we'll have links to his channel and the 2 tracks from today's episode in the links below. Make sure you guys check out the next episode of Shooting the Poodoo with our guest Dano from the Dano channel. We'll be talking about Star Wars Squadrons, Galaxy's Edge, and a whole bunch more. Don't miss it. Now, before we sign off, let me give you 3 important steps for your Star Wars comics release days. Number 1, watch Quick Shot for the non-spoiler preview of the week's comics. Number 2, read those comics. Number 3, listen to Star Wars Splash Page Podcast with Jeff McGee, Matt Moore, and Amy Wishman for the full in-depth review. And if you're digging Broaxium, please give this video a like, subscribe to the channel, and make sure to follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you, always.
All right, I got the bounty. Oh, hey, Star Wars familia. It's your bro host V, live from my mama's kitchen. And today we're exploring bounty hunters.
Really?
Yeah, I'll see myself out. But first,
You might want to buckle up, baby.
let's
Watch it!
So let's do a quick recap because it's been a minute since the last issue. Basically, we were in the middle of a bounty hunter gang war. Mourner's whale crew killed unbroken clan soldiers. Everyone is out for Nakano Rash, and leaving Boss behind on Galmera, Tonga is staring down Valance, ready to kill. This brings us up to our present issue, number 4. We welcome on some media suppression, yes, even in a galaxy far, far away, about a bombing on Cavernous 4. The Empire chalks all the deaths up to just, two crime syndicates being in a long-standing conflict with each other and ignoring the Empire's own roles in the situation. Meanwhile, Valance and Tonga are still on board the Broken Wing. They seem to agree on finding Nakano Lash, with Valance saying she's on Rusan. And not without Tonga making sure to zap him with a restraining bolt. But on Rusan, we see someone named Cadelia in the grip of a certain Thespiasian, hoping to defend the much sought-after Nakano. Things get deadly, and let me tell you, I won't tell you who dies, but it's difficult to watch life desperately flickering as it drains out of the eyes of even bounty hunters. Valance and Tonga arrive just in time to find some carnage, but what of Lash? Alive? Dead? So they leave to find some semblance of a trail. Back on the graveyard planet of Galmera. Side note, let me say, a whole planet for graves? Like, goodness, could you imagine? Also, Graveyard Planet would make a great punk band or Megadeth album name. Anyway, where was I? Galmera. Bosk continues to take a beating while still wishing for his own coordinates to find this ever-elusive Lash. Speaking of taking beatings, Baylor, Valance, and Tonga wind up dealing with some tensions upon arrival at the planet Rusan while being pointed to wreckage from the Clone Wars, nice nod, and possibly a clue not just to what happened to Nakano Lash, but much more than anybody bargained for. Even me. I need a crink and tissue. Now, there's a reason we call these quick shots. We keep it brief so we don't spoil the story for you. This issue was worth waiting for and almost made me shed some tears. There is a serious bombshell reflecting back on the client, and the themes of hope and betrayal that we so often find in this galaxy are in full swing. Gorgeous art and some timeless writing. Don't miss a chance to read this issue and dive deeper into the underbelly of galactic rebellion.
Broaxium! Enough to power a fleet or blow us all straight to hell!
That was a good issue. Thank you for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. And on Friday, we'll be premiering a new Shooting the Poodle video podcast as well as audio. And our guest will be Daniel Flores from the Dan O channel. And please, if you like this video, feel free to like and subscribe to Broaxium here on YouTube and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Thank you. And may the force be with you always.
It's not over yet.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Chris Ryans, and today we're previewing Star Wars Dr. Aphra number 3 and Star Wars Adventures The Clone Wars Battle Tales number 4. So,
You might wanna buckle up, baby.
And let's
Punch it!
Under siege. As Republic forces fight to maintain the planet Hycene's freedom, the Separatists refuse to yield. Led by Captain Rex and Commander Cody and Wolf, the clones continue to battle back growing enemy numbers, wondering if the Jedi will ever return.
Still on the planet Hycene, overwhelmed by clankers on all sides, the situation does not look good. A young clone named Twitch cries out to fall back, but is reminded by his brother Heater, whose name speaks for itself, that this is no time to give up. Heater flashes back to a time when he was not so loyal to his brothers and was given a chance to clear his name along with 3 other clones, Racetrack, Sync, and Charlie. These clones were questioning their position in the war, whether they even wanted to be soldiers. They want to be given a choice. Commander Wolf gave them just what they wanted, a chance to clear their deserter name and a choice at life of war fighting beside their brothers, or a life without. But first, these 4 must take out a whole weapons depot on their own. Will one of them desert? Will they even complete the mission? You're just going to have to find out after you read it. Seriously, this comic dives so deep into the psyche of these clones. Even though they were born to fight and be more obedient, their will for a more peaceful life cannot be controlled. But in the end,
Will they make the right choice? This is some fantastic writing by Michael Morici.
When we last left Shelly and her crew, they were tracking the rings of Val on Dianth and found an ancient city of bone things. People? I don't know. Anyways, just as they find the entrance to the workshop where the rings were made, the floor collapses beneath them, and that space-rich Hydrospanner Ronan Tag's crew shows up to make their day just that much worse. We start off with Professor Oka, Lucky, and Black Chrysanthemum injured, but alive after the floor collapsed. But what happened to Detta and Afra? Those two missed the collapsed floor, only to be surrounded by Ronan Tag's mercenaries. Ugh, I hate that guy. Just look at him. While Detta almost gets her teeth punched in by one of Tag's mercs, Afra knows she's going to have to do some dirt to get them out of their situation. But this is Afra we're talking about. You know she's got a plan. Maybe. We're then taking a Canto Bite in Tag's private penthouse. Ugh, can't stand him. All the galactic well-to-dos are there kissing up to this jerk. Then he receives the news he's been waiting for. Afra has agreed to work with him to find the Rings of Val. Back on Dianth, Professor Oka, Lucky, and Black K overhear Afra's deal with Tag. They think that Afra thinks that they're dead and are resolved to finding the Rings of Val before Afra and Tag do. Okay, I'm going to stop right there, but let me say one thing about this issue and this crew in particular. Hondo would be so proud of them. And you'll see why when you grab this issue. Trust me, this is a really fun series.
And thanks for checking out this week's quick shot of Broaxium. Now, the incredible music you're hearing in the background is from Samuel Kim Music. All of his links will be in the description below. Make sure you check out this week's Shooting the Poodoo with our special guest, Dano Flores from the Dano channel. And this weekend, we'll be a part of the virtual FanCon Force Fest with 2 panels with our bros, Star Wars Splash Podcast and the Chatter Squadron. Now, if you dig this video, please give it a like, subscribe to our channel, and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you, always.
It's not over yet.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller. And on shelves today, we have Darth Vader issue number 5.
And Star Wars number 6. So,
You might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's
punch it!
The Tomb of Padme Amidala. Ugh. Saying that just gives me goosebumps. Lord Vader looms over where Padme is laid to rest, breathing, staring. Lord Vader lifts his hand to remove the cover stone against Sabe's protest, but recoils after being struck with some vivid images of his long dead love. Instead, Z67 inspects the grave to find some evidence left behind that leads them to Polis Massa. And if that name doesn't ring a bell, I suggest you watch Revenge of the Sith and pay close attention to the end. Now, for some reason, Lord Vader hasn't laid waste to all the Amidalans and decides to invite them all to where he's going. I don't like the sound of this, and I'm just as confused as you all are. Vader arrives on Polis Massa with his droid sidekick, and after turning over some stones, a familiar name pops up.
Kenobi!
Stop! Stop now! Come back! I love you!
Liar!
Vader doesn't have much time to reminisce before a fleet of Amidalans come out of hyperspace. Now, if you want me to spoil this for you, I'll keep going, but I'm not gonna, because you need to pick this comic book up. Greg Pak channels the soul of the Dark Lord into his pen and spills it out beautifully onto the page.
We continue on Sorelia with Luke's quest to find Verla, the woman from his Force visions. And well, he found her. As soon as Verla found out Luke was the son of Darth Vader, she knew Luke had to die. But that was before she realized that Luke was traveling with the real galactic savior, R2-D2, to the rescue again. I swear the R&D in his name stands for Ride or Die. No one's got your back the way R2 does. Later, after Verla came to, Luke told her about his Force vision and her connection to it. And Verla explained how she didn't want anything to do with the Force or its inner workings. Verla told Luke about her life as an apprentice to Jedi Master Farron Barr and about living on the run from Lord Vader and the Inquisitors. She also revealed something to Luke he hadn't known before, his father's real name. While Verla had no lightsaber form, she pointed him in the right direction to find one, and Luke's quest to become a Jedi continues. The way Charles Soule weaves in his earlier story elements and characters into his current Star Wars run is a thing of beauty. Verla's stance on the Force is absolutely compelling, and I'd love to see that explored more. We get another High Republic mention, and a character from the past whose last words were very cryptic comes to a tragic fruition. This was an amazing week for Star Wars comics. 2 heavy-hitting storylines that once again proves our point that these comics are an essential part of Star Wars storytelling and just as important to the lore as the movies are.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
And make sure you check out the latest Shooting the Poodoo, where we're joined by our bro host V and our special guest, Sisters with Sabers. It was a fantastic conversation. Make sure you check that out.
And if you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button. We are everywhere. Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans, and this week we're giving you that spoiler-free quick shot of Broaxium as we take a look at Star Wars Bounty Hunters number 5.
So...
You might want to buckle up, baby.
And...
let's punch it.
What the fuck?
We start off years ago on Gliansum, the planet where Beckett was going to go back to and finally learn how to play the Valachord, where we witnessed the tragic events that make Nakano Lash the person she is today. Then, a long time ago, you know what I mean. Her parents are killed by Ansami extremists, leaving her all alone with a cruel life ahead of her. Now this shapes her in profound ways and helps to lead her to protect the child that will be the bridge between the Mourner's Wail and the Unbroken Clan and end their blood feud. But Boba's not trying to hear all that. Her actions at the start of this arc tarnish his reputation. Listen, you can fight Boba Fett. You can try to kill Boba Fett, but never, ever try to mess with Boba Fett's reputation. Yeah, his pops taught him that a long time ago. But Valance has a score to settle too, with Fett for killing Tonga, which happens in their line of work, just saying. And Valance wants to save his mentor Lash, the person who pulled him out of despair after his time as a grunt for the Empire. An epic brawl between Valance and Fett ensues with the lives of Nakano Lash, her ward Cadelia, and the blood feud between the Mourner's Wail and the Unbroken Clan hanging in the balance. There's more than just one epic story going on in this galaxy far, far away, and this is but one of them. If you haven't picked up this series yet, what are you waiting for? I mean, if you're waiting for the trade, then yeah, I understand that. But if not, stop denying yourself these amazing Star Wars stories. There's more to this saga than just the movies, y'all.
And thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
We at Broaxium have a great announcement to make. Please, everyone, welcome a new addition to the family, the Star Bros podcast. These guys create a super chill environment for any Star Wars fan. And we at Broaxium, we're happy to have them aboard. And I believe this bro union is going to be something truly special.
Now, if you dig this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
We are everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
May the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller. And on shelves today, we have Star Wars Adventures, The Clone Wars Battle Tales, issue number 5.
And Dr. Aphra, number 4. So...
you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's...
punch it! Well, it looks like there's a backstabbing moof milker in Aphra's crew, and it turns out to be, well, A few people, but Lucky in particular. Now, this is old news for Afra, being betrayed. She doesn't even take it personally. Much. While Afra and her crew look for a way out of the lost city, Professor Oka got some weird readings from her droid about the defense mechanism of Val. It's living bone matter that emits frequencies that can target brainwaves. Just as they make their way out of the city and back to Afra's ship, the Archangel and the lost city of Val are destroyed by Ronan Tag's goons. Oh, I hate that dude. Just look at it. On their way to Canto Bight with one of the rings of Val, Lucky and Tag's team ruminate on a job well done. And we learn that sometimes the reason for betrayal isn't so cut and dry. Seems like there's more to Lucky than meets the eye. This arc in Afra's series is not your typical Star Wars story, and I love it for that. The Star Wars galaxy grows larger and larger thanks to the stories that come out of these comics. It also seems like this arc is setting us up for a future story about the past in the High Republic era. It'd be cool to see the city of Val in its heyday before everything goes, horribly wrong.
Clones in peril, struggling to maintain their position. Republic forces continue to fight valiantly to protect Icenian civilians. But with the Separatist numbers growing, the clones may not be able to hold their enemies back for much longer.
Still on the planet Hycene, our commanders find themselves cornered by some Seppies. All hope seems lost, but Commander Cody keeps his composure as he recalls back to a time when things seemed equally dire. We flash back to the frozen planet Caliban, far in the Outer Rim. Kenobi and Cody, plus a small squad of clones, were being held as prisoners of war by none other than General Grievous. While being held prisoner, Grievous forced Kenobi and his men to rebuild a bridge that he destroyed when he invaded the planet. Kenobi said no, but after being smacked around, Kenobi begrudgingly agreed, almost helpless without his lightsaber against this metal menace. But Kenobi had another plan up his sleeve. Kenobi and Cody decided that they'll build the bridge, but who said it had to be perfect? Can't see it from my starship, but after discovering the indigenous creatures who reside on the frozen rock, Kenobi needed a contingency plan, not knowing the indigenous were the contingency. Wow. This comic book is giving me some serious Battle of Endor feels right now. And if you want to know how this ends, pick this comic up. If you're waiting for the trade paperback, we understand. But do yourself a favor. Read this whole series if you can. A great series finale for a great series. Thank you, Michael Morici.
It's not over yet.
And thanks for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
Also, don't forget to check out the latest episode of Shootin' the Poodoo. We have a super awesome guest and comedian and podcaster, Steele Saunders of the Steele Wars podcast. We had a great time. You all should check it out.
And if you dig this video, please give us a like and our channel subscribe. And make sure to follow us all over social media on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
May the force be with you.
Always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhines, and we're here to give you that quick shot of Broaxium.
To kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week right into hyperspace with the first issue of the new Star Wars Adventure series by IDW.
And Charles Soule's Star Wars #7. So,
You might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's
Punch it!
This one starts off on a small moon on the Outer Rim called Noaxon. Our Star Bros, Finn and Poe, are doing their best to help their Jedi companion Rey train for the upcoming missions. You know, to save the galaxy and all. And our boys are really proud of themselves. After her new training facility is revealed, she decides to give it a try. But after losing her footing, she stumbles upon a group of shady-looking dudes led by a nasty-looking Quarren in the caves below. Back at the ship, Finn is beginning to get impatient and starts getting a feeling that something's wrong. You know, the feeling someone gets when they're force sensitive? I'm just saying. Well, anyway, they decide to go looking for her and stumble upon some people themselves, and Poe is not happy. Back to the caves. Now, with Rey being who she is, the pirates also see that the First Order would most likely pay handsomely for her, and that's where keeping it real went wrong. Now, I can't spoil the whole thing for you, so you're just going to have to finish this one yourself. I'm really excited to see Michael Morici taking the lead for Volume 2 of Star Wars Adventures. I cannot wait to read more. And speaking of more, this issue comes with 2 stories. Tales of Villainy, Invasion of Echo Base. It's an awesome short story of the Empire invading the Rebel base on Hoth, but this is all from Lord Vader's perspective. This is definitely a great first issue to kick off Volume 2 for Star Wars Adventures.
Leia and her 4th Division are set to rendezvous with the 7th Fleet. They're taking a heavy risk communicating with the other fleet, as the Imperials could be listening in. And of course, they are. Commander Zara has a very serious hatred for Leia and wants to go after her, but is reminded that the 7th Fleet is closer and begrudgingly goes after them instead of her real prize, Leia's head. It's flashback time as we cut back to the Outer Rim years earlier on Iriadu. Tarkin was in search of a protege. Among those Imperial hopefuls was Zara. She proved her worth in the test. Not only did they have to find and kill the deadliest predator on Iriadu, but also show their ruthlessness, as only one officer was to return. And sure enough, that was Zara. If she had a touch of the Force, she'd make an excellent Sith. We see her rise through the ranks of the Imperial military and one of the few to have full confidence and trust of Grand Moff Tarkin. And through these flashbacks, we learn that Commander Zara is a brilliant tactician. Scary too. But while she is brilliant and ruthless and scary, as far as Tarkin is concerned, much to learn she still has. After playing through Battlefront 2 and now Squadrons and other stories in the new Star Wars canon, I like that we're seeing things from the Imperial's perspective. While Zara may be harsh and ruthless, have I mentioned how scary she is? It shows a different side to the bad guys and makes for a more well-rounded view of the conflict and the galaxy it's housed in. You guys are going to love this issue. Be sure to grab it today.
It's not over yet.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
And this week, your bro hosts Ben Skywalker and Jan Solo give you a new episode of the Star Bros.
On this episode, Ben and Jan talk about droids in a galaxy far, far away. You know what that one is. And becoming a part of the Bro family and much more. Really got to check this podcast out, everyone.
May the Force be with you.
Always.
Watch that crossfire, boy.
What's going on, Star Wars fans? Your bro host Chris Ryans, and on this week's Quick Shot, my man Dan Daniels going to be giving you a preview of Darth Vader #6 from Greg Pak and Raffaello Ianco. So
You might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's
Punch it.
Holy Sith, everyone. This comic is serious fire. Well, lightning, I guess, because we start off with Vader still receiving that shock therapy from Papa Palps. Mercy does not exist in this dojo. Getting the heat put on you by the Emperor for failing him is one thing, but to have Grand Vizier lay into you as well, that chump? You can only imagine how heated Vader must be. As if Sith lightning and finger wagging from some forceless nobody was not enough, Vizier then sicks the royal guards on him, and then Palpatine relieves Vader of his lightsaber to make things even more challenging. I know what you're all thinking. Vader isn't gonna just let these dudes beat up on him and decides to take manners into his own hands, literally, by giving the guards and even Vizier, thank God, his patented throat hug. But Palps isn't done teaching Vader his lesson in the power of the dark side, and gives him a taste of his own medicine while also revealing some truths that Vader knew all along. Oh my God, I have to stop. I have already gone too far, but this comic is amazing. Every writer that has tackled Vader has done a beautiful job, and from their point of view, gave us a side of Vader we never see in the movies. But I'm going to end my quick shot with this. Greg Pak has so far written the best Vader issue to date, in my humble opinion. He did an amazing job tying in the prequels throughout this series, but has now managed to bring the Rise of Skywalker into play. And you gotta read this comic to find out how.
It's not over yet.
And thanks for checking out this week's Quick Shot of Broaxium. Please like this video and subscribe to the channel to get all the spoiler-free previews on upcoming Star Wars comics and more. And may the Force be with you always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller, and on today's Quick Shot, my man Chris is giving you his spoiler-free preview of Bounty Hunters issue number 6. So,
You might want to buckle up, baby.
and let's punch it.
And I keep the hood with me like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
We start off with a flashback to better days for Yura and Valance on their home planet Chorin. Valance explains to Yura why he's joining the Imperial military. Valance makes a promise to come back to his home as a hero of the Empire. Yura gives him a family keepsake to ensure Valance returns. Cut to a few years later at the Battle of Mimbam, we see Valance gravely injured. He's going through a gruesome medical procedure on the battlefield, while one of his superior officers watching on couldn't give not one drop of poodoo about him as he screamed in pain. But his promise to, and his love for Yura, kept him going. In present day, following the events of the previous issue, Valance and his new ward Cordelia are at the Spur orbiting market so Valance can get some much needed repairs to handle what's coming for them between the Unbroken Clan, the Mourner's Wail, Boba Fett, and who knows what else will be coming for them. Just as Valance and Cordelia start their day with some brisky more than munching, they're immediately attacked by a bounty hunter sent by the Unbroken Clan. After an intense fight, the bounty hunter's Beskar armor couldn't save him from the team of Valance and Cordelia. And it's a good thing they're a team because just as Valance gets his cybernetics in order, the Unbroken Clan just sent the team of Zuckuss and 4LOM. Wait. 4LOM and Zuckuss. Damn it. Wait. Zuckuss and 4LOM. There we go. Stupid Kenner figures had me confused for years. Anyways, the Gan, Feinsman, and his droid partner are hot on Valance's trail. An intergalactic tag team match is about to go down. Make sure you pick up this issue today.
It's not over yet.
And thanks again for joining us for another Quick Shot of Broaxium. Make sure to keep your heads up. Ben and Jan, the Star Bros, they have a new episode out where they talk about Solo, a Star Wars story. Also, the new game Star Wars Squadrons, where yours truly and Chris gave our own little review, and more. Also, check out Star Wars audio comics on YouTube. Me and Vienna Enos got to guest voice characters in the Star Wars Annual number 4 comic. It was so much fun. Very talented group over there. You really have to check them out. And may the Force be with you always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller, and today, my man Chris Ryans is going to give you that quick shot of Broaxium as he previews Dr. Aphra number 5. Also, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to this channel, and check us out all over social media. And let's punch it!
Like Luke Skywalker. We begin in intergalactic jerkhole Ronan Tag's private penthouse on Canto Bight.
His place is filled with priceless artifacts that has Afra very, very interested. While Professor Oka's droid TA goes off on his own to handle some business, Ronan pulls a swerve on our team of not heroes and reveals to them that he has the other Ring of Val. Tag explains that the other ring has been in his family's possession for generations, and when he heard there was a matching ring, signifying that there was a history to the rings, that it held great value, he knew he had to find it, so he could destroy it. Yo, this dude needs a comeuppance, and soon. But before he can destroy them, Afra plays to his Starkiller base-sized ego by going down the list of great members of the Tag family that came before him, and that Ronan has nothing of note to him to make his mark in the Tag dynasty. Afra's good. Gotta give her that. So Afra explains to Ronan about the legends of the rings, bringing eternal life, incredible fortune, and... But Ronan's hip to her game and doesn't buy any of it, until she offers him a demonstration by giving the rings to Professor Oka and throwing her into his disintegration chamber to test the theory. So, either it works and Tag gets his wish to see the rings and the only person in the galaxy with any real knowledge about them destroyed, or Ronan's got
the ultimate power in the universe.
Afra's done put her foot all the way in at this time. Make sure you pick this one up today to see how it all turns out.
It's not over yet.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. The Mandalorians are back for season 2 of The Mandalorian. Gerard Bear, Daniel Leahy, and Brian Karasik give you weekly discussions as each episode drops in 20 minutes or less. And for the Broaxium YouTube channel, yours truly is going to have a weekly Mandalorian show called The Dandalorian, where I give you my top 3 most favorite moments from each episode every week. Also, Star Wars fam, we got merch. Help support your 37th favorite Star Wars group by checking out the Broaxium section at 3-Legged Rabbit T-shirt company at 3leggedrabbit.com. Also, one of our bro hosts has fallen ill to the COVID-19 virus, and we all hope that Gerard Bear of the Mandalorian show gets a speedy recovery. We all are hoping and praying for you, bud. Also, everyone else out there, stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask, and keep your distance while out in public. And may the Force be with you always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller.
And on shelves this week, we've got Star Wars Adventures Shadow of Vader's Castle from IDW.
And Star Wars number 8 from Charles Soule. And please make sure to like this video, subscribe to this channel, and check out Broaxium all over social media. And let's punch it.
I watch Star Wars just to see Yoda.
The planet Mustafar. A young native learns a Jedi Knight has arrived. Excited, he goes to sneak a peek to find a monster. This was no Jedi. This was the yellow, pained eyes of Anakin Skywalker, now known as Darth Vader. Frightened, our young Mustafarian tries to escape the monster's rage with the help of his friend, but both get swept up in his powerful wake. We flash forward to the fall of the Empire, and everyone on Mustafar are celebrating a great victory won throughout the galaxy, except 2 good friends who still feel that they will never be free while Vader's castle still stood. They decide to take matters into their own hands and plan to bring down the castle for good, but after stocking up on some supplies, they were interrupted and told a tale of warning about the dangers that await them in Vader's castle. I really look forward to reading these stories every Halloween season. It's so cool to get the spooky season mixed into the Star Wars, and Kevin Scott did a wonderful job at giving me a spooky story that made me feel like I was sitting at a campfire.
Issue 8 starts out a little while back, right after the events of The Empire Strikes Back. The Emperor wants a mission led to wipe out the remnants of the Rebel Alliance,
but doesn't want to sidetrack Lord Vader from his mission to find Luke. Sidious mentions not having Tarkin or Thrawn to take care of the rebels. Then Lord Vader suggests Tarkin's prized protege, Commander Zara. We then see Zara wasting away overseeing production on one of Kessel's mining facilities when she receives a transmission from none other than Lord Vader with an important mission that only an officer of her caliber could handle. This is a big assignment for her after her failure to bring Tarkin, the head of Bernium Row, back to him. And now the Emperor knows who she is, so she's gotta bring her A game. We cut back to the present where Zara's fleet and the rebels are having a fierce space battle. Zara's suited up and ready to personally lead a boarding party. Homegirl's on a mission and her target is Princess Leia. By the way, I need a Black Series figure of Zara. Nowish. Once on board, Zara starts handing the rebel soldiers the business. As the rebels start to plot their next move, Zara's on their comms, and she wants a one-on-one discussion with Leia. A discussion Leia may not survive. I mean, she does survive somehow. We all know that. We've all seen the movies. Come on. But it's the how. Now that part should be interesting. Another strong issue with masterful storytelling from Charles Soule. As I've said before, I'm a sucker for stories that humanize the Imperial officers. And just like those stories, she's kind of justified in her actions. Zara as a soldier, well, she's good. Like Infernal Squad good. And through this arc, we've heard the name of her Star Destroyer, Tarkin's Will. That name describes Zara to the letter. There's no better person to command that ship.
It's not over yet.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
On next week's Quick Shot, we're previewing Darth Vader #7 and Star Wars Adventures Annual #2. Support your local comic shop.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Chris Rhines, and on this week's Quick Shot, my man Dem Daniel's going to be taking a look at Darth Vader #7 from Greg Pak. Now let's punch it.
I watch Star Wars just to see Yoda.
On the planet Mustafar, Vader is left broken, the way he was when Obi-Wan left him in Revenge of the Sith. But he isn't the same as before. He's focused. Even as Ochi of Bestoon closes in on him, Vader is determined to not be caught in his current state. In the old Mustafarian base, which now has become a tomb for the ghosts of his past, Vader puts himself back together, literally, with the help of some mouse droids he rewired. He was always good at fixing things. As Ochi of Bestoon makes his way into the base, he begins to run his mouth trying to taunt Vader. Really, dude? I think it's time for the Dark Lord to show him the business, but I understand my dude isn't 100, so I get why he's playing cat and mouse. So after Ochi cuts his AEW-style promo on Vader, they start to square off and things really begin to heat up. See what I did there, Mustafar? Heat? Anyway, but Vader begins to get distracted by a voice. Look, everybody, this comic series has had my eyes glued to the pages for the whole time. It really feels like after the first two Vader series we got from writers Kieran Gillen and Charles Soule, Greg Pak seems to be tying a beautiful knot on Vader's character arc. This is definitely a must-read series.
It's not over yet.
And thanks for checking out this week's Quick Shot of Broaxium.
And on next week's show, we've got Star Wars Adventures #2, Star Wars Adventures Annual 2020, and Star Wars Bounty Hunters #7.
If you dig this video, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel, and check us out all over social media. And support your local comic shop. And may the Force be with you. Always. What's going on, Star Wars fam? It's your bro host Chris Rhines, and on this week's Quick Shot, we're previewing Star Wars Adventures Annual #2 and Star Wars Bounty Hunters #7. Now let's punch it.
I watch Star Wars just to see Yoda.
A Sabacc game gone bad, an angry Gluven gangster, and a green rabbit making a run for it. Jaxon the Leppy narrowly escapes Scram the gangster after some shady Sabacc and is found by Dengar, who's planning on cashing in on this green rabbit's head. I have to admit, Jackson is a master of escape as he gets away from Dengar and the Scram Gang. But he isn't out of the poodoo yet when he runs into a giant walking carpet. Luke, Han, and Chewie capture Jackson, but quickly find out that they have got the wrong rabbit. Yeah, there's more of them. Now, I can't go any further, but I can tell you this. Han can't wait to be hairless. Get it? Hair. Rabbit. Well, Kevin Scott, I'm a Jackson fan now. But wait, there's more. A Rebel Bounty by Nick Brokenshire is a tale about IG-88 hunting down a grand engineer to learn ancient history and Imperial secrets, but gets more than he bargained for.
On the jungle planet of Loic, the site of a rebel base, Zuckuss and 4LOM continue their hunt for Baylor Valance and his charge, Cadelia, who's the bridge to uniting two warring clans. The Gan finds him and his droid partner have a three-pronged approach to flushing out Valance, diverting any additional resistance, and taking Cadelia. Valance, now reunited with his former love, Yura, is seriously injured from his previous fight with the bounty hunting duo and needs mechanical attention. Yura yells for a med droid and her Valance, her husband comes in to see what the commotion's about. While Valance is on the table, gravely injured, he tells Yura that he regrets not coming back and hands her the crystal, the family heirloom she gave him before he left for the Imperial Academy. Valance passes out and has a twisted dream about reuniting with Yura, but it all goes wrong. When he comes to, all hell's broken loose, and Zuckuss and 4LOM have started their attack run on Valance and Cadelia. This series goes to show you that there are a million great stories to be told in the Star Wars universe. Maybe not as galaxy-shattering as others, but no less dramatic and action-packed. Ethan Sachs, my hat's off to you, bro, for bringing shape to more great stories across this universe.
It's not over yet.
And thanks for checking out this week's Quick Shot of Broaxium. And next week, we're previewing Dr. Aphra, number 6. If you like this video, please subscribe to the channel and check us out all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And support your local comic shop. And may the Force be with you. Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhines, and on this week's Quick Shot, we're previewing Dr. Aphra number 6.
And Star Wars Adventures number 2. Now let's punch it.
I watch Star Wars just to see Yoda.
We are back on the moon, and we find our Star Bros, Finn and Poe, tied up with some pirates. But their leadership is, well, a bit shaken after Algron got his butt handed to him by Rey. While Finn and Poe are working on their escape, Rey is trying not to have the pirates she's fighting, well, escape. Yeah, she needs to find her friends and maybe serve up some Jedi justice. Things seem to be looking up for our two resistance fighters as more pirates show up to really stir the pot on who is in charge. They break away, and that is where I must leave you so you can continue the story yourself. This was a great two-part story by Michael Morici. His ability to weave in moral lessons for people to learn is something truly special. Also, don't forget to read the short story at the end where Supreme Leader Kylo Ren deals with his first planet of resistance.
Dr. Chelly Lona Aphra has worked with Darth Vader, barely escaping a death sentence from said Sith Lord, did a deed for the rebellion, even did a solid for Emperor Palpasidious. But she's never been in danger like she's about to be now that Dominant Tag has Aphra in her sights. We start off with Dr. Aphra captured by the bounty hunter Karek and her old partner, Just Lucky, as they enter Tag's space and are about to dock inside Dominant Tag's ship, the Acquisitor. That family's so rich, they've even got their own slice of space. We flash back to just after that space douche Ronan Tag got his comeuppance.
Jerk. Anyways, upon hearing the news about her nephew, while she's also handling like 5 different business deals, she turns her attention slightly to who did this to Ronan. You know who that is. Lady Dominus put out a hit on the not-so-good doctor, and every 1, 2, and 3-bit bounty hunter in the galaxy is after her. And with a price tag set at 20,000 credits, I might even go after her too. And I'm trying to buy some of them Navarro nummies. And them Jones are expensive. No wonder that kid didn't want to share any. Yo, even Black Chrysanthemum is taking the job. I mean, money's money, and Afra's no stranger to swerve jobs. Fair game, I guess. Afra's able to get away from the gang of bounty hunters, but her victory is cut short as she's shot down off her speeder by Just Lucky. Okay, that's as far as I'm going with this issue. There's so much more to see with this one, and I'd love to hear what you all think of it after you've read it. Let me know in the comments below. I will leave you with this one thing about Domina Tag. Yep, she's that. Like, whoa.
It's not over yet.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
Also on shelves today, the first volume trade paperbacks for Greg Pak's Darth Vader, which collects the first 6 issues of his amazing run, and Ethan Sachs' Bounty Hunters, which collects the first 5 issues of his equally dope run. If you need to get caught up with these 2 amazing series, now is the time. You will not be disappointed, Star Wars fan.
And if you're looking for complete coverage on your Star Wars comics, we've got 3 easy steps for you to follow every Star Wars Comics Wednesday.
Number 1, make sure to check out our Quick Shot show for a totally spoiler-free preview of that week's Star Wars comics.
Number 2, read the week's Star Wars comics.
And number 3, make sure to listen to the Star Wars Splash Page podcast for an in-depth review and discussion on the week's Star Wars comics.
Check the description below for their link.
And make sure to check out Broaxium all over social media.
And may the Force be with you, always.
On shelves today, Star Wars number 9, Operation Starlight, the Ancient Relic arc, written by Charles Soule. After they fought back Commander Zara's fleet, the rebels take a quick moment to celebrate. Then it's back to business. They have to find the remainder of the rebel fleets, but how can they do this without alerting the Imperial forces? One word: Goldenrod. 3PO gets some shine in this issue as he lays out a plan to use an ancient dialect of the long-extinct Trawak to make new codes to communicate with fleets spread across the galaxy. Yeah, but there's one problem. The only remaining repository of this language is stored in a predecessor protocol droid that's stored in an Imperial museum on Coruscant. Their mission is to steal this droid. No sweat, right? We cut to the Imperial Museum on Coruscant and we're introduced to the curator who's inspecting some new Wookiee artifacts while saying some kind of racist stuff about them. That ain't cool, curator. Back at the Rebel fleet, Leia enlists the help of the dad of the best pilot in the Resistance and his Pathfinder teammates, Needle and Frel, and, reluctantly, my man Lando and his Brobot Lobot to handle this heist. This was a dope issue with the start of a really fun arc. We've got a heist crew, some space carrying action, Poe's dad and his Pathfinders, but it shows why these rebels are heroes, with sacrifices that have to be made for the greater good.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you. We start off with Ochi of Bastoon gloating, thinking he has bested the Dark Lord. I'll tell you what happened. Vader was distracted by a voice calling to him, and Ochi took advantage and escaped the cave. While gloating, Umbaran and a squad of death troopers surprise Ochi and warn him not to count his chickens quite yet, but also make sure he completes his task. Umbaran is one creepy dude.
Meanwhile, deep in the caves, Vader is trying to locate who is calling to him, but he keeps running into these obstacles, and in true Vader fashion, crushes them. While defeating the physical challenges put before him, Vader is also faced with some of his greatest demons, and is now presented with questions he never thought of, choices he never saw. Who is the Eye of the Webbish Bog? And what answers does it have for Vader? You're going to have to find out after you read the comic. You won't regret it. As always, Greg Pak weaves in the feature films, specifically The Rise of Skywalker in this issue, into his stories with flawless style. I hope after his run with Vader, we get more stories in a galaxy far, far away. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you.
Valance is on the run from the Unbroken Clan, and he's looking to get that price on his head removed in Star Wars Bounty Hunters number 8, The Terminus Gauntlet, Part 1. Well, this has been a week for seeing old friends again. First Luke on The Mandalorian, and now Han, Criff, and Solo in a flashback with his old Imperial Academy squad mate, Baylord Valance, on the planet Kulosk. After some great piloting by Solo, the mission goes bad for Valance. He crash lands, and his squad mates seemingly leave him behind, and Valance is surrounded by the local militia. We cut today on Narcaga. He's at this nightclub to meet with a contact about a job to help him with that pesky bounty the Unbroken Clan's got on him. But it seems Valance misunderstood the nature of the meeting. He's not there to take a job. He is the job. Just then, Valance takes blaster fire from an assassin who's also the best pit fighter from a certain club I've been wanting to see more of since The Force Awakens. A young Tasu Leech. After a dope fight scene that a young Tasu Leech will chalk up as a learning experience, Valance is on his ship counting his ill-gotten creds when he's contacted by Chandra, Valance's old Flame Yura's husband, who calls in an owed favor. Another great look into the underworld of Star Wars. Even figuring Dan and the modal nodes get some shine in this issue. Dang Ferrick, I love Star Wars. Pick this series up today.
What's up, Star Wars Familia? It's your bro host B, and I'm back for another quick shot. Alright, so today we're discussing Star Wars Adventures' first issue of Smuggler's Run by good old Greg Rucka. It is after the Battle of Yavin, and Princess Leia is sending Chewie and Han on a mission to the planet Sirkon on the Outer Rim. There, they're supposed to rescue Lieutenant Imant of the Shrikes, who has important info securing the new rebellion sites, medicine info, food, everything, including the ISP, chasing him down. So as you can imagine, that plus Sirkon being full of scum and villainy that Han is all too familiar with, Han is not happy about this mission and makes it known. But even so, he and Chewie board the Falcon to free Imant. But not if Commander Beck has anything to say about it. She got the rest of Imant's party, but upon learning that there is one body missing, Beck cannot and will not rest. Upon exiting hyperspace, Star Destroyer Vicky manages to track Han and Chewie down with the help of an astromech droid. Han manages to use his charisma and quick thinking to trick the Imperials into believing he is someone else, and uses his having been around the galaxy to fake a different destination and purpose at the capital. They let him pass into the toxic planet air, but not without deciding to check out some cantinas too to wipe out some dissidents. As I said before, Han has been around, and just as he worried, that scum and villainy he knew would be there and recognized him. They send greetings from Jabba, so it appears as though all hope is lost for Han, considering his debts are catching up with him. But then, just then, adding wood to the fire, Commander Beck and the crew of Imperials show up on the scene as well. Now we know Han lives to tell the tale, but exactly how does he get out of it? Leia sends him because his ship is the fastest, but also it seems his thinking might also be just as fast. To find out exactly what happens, check out the issue, and may the Force be with you always, and happy holidays.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you.
Keeve, a Padawan, faces a dangerous test, while Starlight Beacon, the Republic's new flagship space station, sets sail towards the furthest reaches of the galaxy. These two stories come together in Marvel's issue number 1 of Star Wars: The High Republic, entitled There Is No Fear, Chapter 1, The Ordeal. Our story opens on Shura-Den, on the Republic frontier. We meet Keeve, a Padawan who is on her path to becoming a Jedi Knight, though her master, Master Skier, doesn't make it easy on her. He begins with an ambush, testing her ability to manage a surprise attack. As the dust settles, Keeve asks about her trials, yet another challenge that she must endure in order to become a Jedi Knight. Skier happily obliges. Skier instructs Keeve to climb the needles in search of a Tythonian pendant that he's hidden at the top. The challenge will test her ability to manage her fear, as will a swarm of giant space bugs. The story then cuts away to Starlight Beacon, where we meet Maru and Master Chris. None other than a young Master Yoda appears and offers Chris the job of Starlight Beacon's marshal. Back on Shura-Den, Keeve communicates with Maru, who identifies the giant bugs as Radati, a giant species of star locusts. Maru instructs Keeve to reach out with the Force, and she has a vision that ties it all together. Now, Kathleen Kennedy herself has called the High Republic an interconnected mega-story. In this issue, Kevin Scott does a terrific job of introducing some important people and places of the High Republic. We're excited to see where it goes next.
Leia and the Rebels continue with their plan to reunite the Rebel Alliance in Star Wars number 10, Operation Starlight, Part 2, The Rebel Code, written by Charles Soule. R2 and 3PO are working to fix the old protocol droid the Pathfinders boosted from the Imperial Museum, with Leia, Lando, and Poe's dad looking on. Now R2, being the miracle worker that he is, was able to activate the old droid, only for it to attack our favorite droid duo. The chaos calmed down when suddenly Lobot was able to communicate with it. 3PO tells the obsolete droid of their plight, that they need to download his translations of the Trowak language, when the droid, out of fear of giving away the one thing that makes him valuable, refuses. Now, to get this droid to comply, it looks like a deal needs to be struck, and there's no one more capable of pulling off a good deal than Lando Calrissian. After a deal was struck to have Lobot help the old protocol droid translate the codes, Lando explains to Leia and Kes Dameron how Lobot came to be mostly machine and the last heist they were on together. Lando leaves Lobot and the other rebels to do their work. As he makes his way down a corridor, Lando receives a call from none other than Jabba the Hutt's majordomo, Bib Fortuna, about some insider rebel info he promised Jabba. Come on, Lando. Another great entry into this already amazing arc. We've got conflicts and conflicts of interest, returning heroes from other Star Wars stories, from Rebels to Shattered Empire, with callbacks to some of Charles Soule's earlier amazing Star Wars stories, with a brief surprise return. All roads in this story lead to Return of the Jedi, so make sure you grab this issue on shelves today.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you. Darth Vader and Ochi of Bestoon continue to battle it out in Darth Vader issue number 9,
Into the Fire, Part 4, The Assassin Returns. Still on Mustafar, Vader is on the run. I know, I never thought I'd say that, but he is. And it's not only from Ochi, but also from the Droid Crush pirates of Bestoon. Now remember, Vader is compiled of outdated droid parts he scrapped for reasons you'll need to read about in previous issues, and he's only armed with a jagged piece of metal, but he makes it work, and he shows these droids who's more machine than man. These droids only want Vader for his parts, his advanced tech, but after the leader of the Droid Crush pirates gets a better look, he realizes Vader isn't as high-tech as Ochi promised, but you don't just cut the Dark Lord and simply walk away. While threatening Ochi about how Vader is made up of scrap parts and basic tech, they did the one thing you never do to a fully trained killing machine, and that's underestimate his power. If you want to know more, you need to read this series. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Greg Pak gets it. He understands Vader better than most, and it shows in each issue. And don't get me started on how he ties in the other movies. He's simply a genius. Greg, we all tip our hats to you. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you.
After Afra killed her space jerk of a nephew, Lady Domina offers Dr. Afra a job to steal an experimental hyperdrive tech from one of Domina Tag's rivals. To do this, Afra's going to need help from an old friend? In Dr. Afra number 7, The Engine Job Part 2, The Offer, from writer Alyssa Wong and art by Minkyu Jung. We start off on Corellia with Sana Staros making her return to the comics after a job gone slightly rightish. All she wants to do now is get her ship fixed and roll out. But no, here comes Shelly Lona Afra back in her life to mess things up again. Afra needs her help. She needs to set up a meeting with none other than Lady Proxima. Remember her?
Go see Solo, a Star Wars story.
Sana, well, she responds how we all think she would. And Afra, of course, won't take hell no for an answer. Back in Tag space aboard the Inquisitor, Just Lucky gets wished well in his future endeavors by the Tag family. Unfortunately, his little bro Pac is in debt to Wen Delphis of the Sixth Kin, and Lucky only knows one way to get that debt erased. Someone's gonna have to die. But meeting with Lady Proxima after being persuaded with some space donuts. You know, this is kind of refreshing. Here's a powerful, well-connected crime boss in the galaxy that Afra doesn't have some sort of bad history with. Damn. Spoke too soon. Here we go again. The Dr. Afra series continues to be a fun ride in this galaxy far, far away, and I can't get over the fact that donuts exist there. I want a space donut. Anyways, support your local comic shop and grab this issue today.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you. Han and Chewie are on the search for Lieutenant Amat in Star Wars Adventures Smuggler's Run #2, a comic book adaptation by Alec Worley based on the novel by Greg Rucka and art by Ingo Rumling. Still on the planet Sircon, Delia and her friend are getting pretty roughed up by the bounty hunters that are after the price Jabba put on Han and Chewie's head. With a gun to their head, do they spill the beans? Elsewhere, Han and Chewie head to the address Delia gave them to locate Lieutenant Amat, and after some spoken code phrases, Han and Chewie find Amat, but before they can head to the Falcon, their party is crashed by some unexpected visitors. You can only guess who that was. Running from a bounty hunter's blaster fire and having Chewbacca throw his and other beings' weight around has become an all too familiar thing in the life of Han Solo. But it doesn't seem that way for Lieutenant Amat as they narrowly escape with their lives. On their way back to the Falcon, and after so much happening, our group doesn't notice that they're being tailed, which gives my new favorite antagonist, Commander Alicia Beck, a chance to spring her trap and capture our rebels. Well, and 2 smugglers. They're rebels, though. How are they going to get out of this? Now, I can't tell you the rest of this issue. You really need to read this for yourself. And if you haven't read the Smuggler's Run novel by Greg Rucka, I really suggest you do. And if you prefer a comic book, this is a great adaptation done by the team at IDW. And I love every page so far, and I hope you all do too.
Bounty Hunter Baylor Valance repays a debt to the Rebel Alliance, but is it more than he can handle? In Bounty Hunters number 9, The Terminus Gauntlet, Part 2, Squadron of One, from writer Ethan Sachs and art by Paolo Villanelli. We flash back again to Valance's Imperial Cadet days on his last mission where he's left behind by his squad mates, including a young Han Solo. Valance fought the Koloskians for hours, sustaining injuries, including his left eye, before Solo and the rest of his squad came back for him.
Because it's the right thing to do.
Cut to present day, Valance is ready to board the rebel ship and help them escape. The only thing standing in his way is Scrag and the Onaka gang. The rebel commander, Hil Papora, is ready to surrender, repeatedly refusing Valance's aid, but when Valance makes a promise, he keeps it. Even totaled his ship, the Broken Wing, to get on board. Scrag, the leader of the Onaka gang, is none too pleased about Valance's ship getting past his pirates, but lucky for him, they have a prisoner on board who knows a thing or two about how to beat Valance, Dengar. On board the rebel ship, Valance has been thrown in the brig by the untrusting Commander Papora, who plans to surrender. But are the other rebels okay with that? Back on the planet Rusan, we find out that a character from a couple issues back may not be as dead as we thought. Now, it's not a huge rarity in comics, but I love it when the writing and the art complement the other, and Ethan Sachs and Paolo Villanelli are tag team champs in my book. Support your local comic shop and grab this issue.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you. You better buckle up, baby, because we have 2 great stories in today's issue of Star Wars Adventures number 3. First, we have Life Day, written by Michael Morici and art by Megan Levins, and The Hostage, written by Shane McCarthy and art also by Megan Levins. We start off on the planet Kashyyyk, where Master Qui-Gon Jinn and Padawan Obi Kenobi are enjoying a huge Life Day celebration with the Wookiees. Qui-Gon is using this opportunity to teach Obi-Wan about the living Force. In the middle of the celebration, Qui-Gon receives a Wookiee-sized hug from his old friend Brenon. And while exchanging pleasantries, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan get a feeling through the Force as Trandoshan nets come flying down, ending the Life Day celebrations.
In our next story, we have Savage Opress ready to storm the gates of the Morobas crime family, and his brother Darth Maul is in chains being held hostage by Jan Morobas. This dude is way too confident to be having two of the most dangerous men in the galaxy within his vicinity. As I said, this man is way too confident to have Darth Maul in chains. This guy even goes as far as giving Maul a backhand slap to the dark side user, but Maul has a trick up his sleeve. Like that's a surprise. And once he gets the info he came for, he treats those metal chains like paper mache. If you want two great stories for the price of one, this is your issue. Michael Morici and Shane McCarthy delivered two packed short stories that kept my eyes glued to the page. And having Megan Levins' art bring it all to life was just the cherry on top.
In Marvel's issue number 2 of the High Republic, we're reunited with Kiev, who's now a full Jedi Knight. On her first mission, she encounters a deadly foe, one that Master Skier knows all too well. Written by Cavan Scott, this issue is titled There Is No Fear, Chapter 2, Tomb in Space. Our story opens on the galactic frontier, where Kiev pilots a small crew of Jedi Knights on a rescue mission. Joined by Master Skier, as well as twins Tarek and Carrot, the shuttle drops out of hyperspace, revealing a terrifying scene. For a moment, it appears that our heroes were too late. But Kiev senses life in the scattered debris, and Skier confirms that the main hull is intact. The Jedi prepare to board. Boarding the ship, the Jedi are surrounded by toxic, billowing smoke. They recognize the smoke as a poison gas, a tactic of the Nile. Now, most of the heroes have only read about the Nile, but Skier has faced them, and for a brief moment, he's transported back. The Jedi split into teams of two. Carrot and Kiev discover a chamber with a Hutt corpse? Now, a Hutt in Republic space raises questions, but Skier finds something interesting too. A shipment of grain. And it's at that moment that the rescue mission turns into a fight for survival. The Jedi are caught off guard. Tarek is injured. And Skier's puzzled. How is it that the Jedi Knights could not sense the presence of their attacker? Skier decides to hunt his enemy as his ancestors once hunted the Frist wolves, the old-fashioned way. Without giving away what happens next, we can say that after being introduced to the Nile, the galactic frontier doesn't feel quite as safe as it once did.
What seems like just another ordinary day in the Triman system quickly turns into a disaster as debris hurtles towards the planet. But don't worry, help is on the way. We turn to meet Lula Talisola on a ship full of Padawans being trained by none other than the master himself, Yoda. Let's say a mid-50s Yoda. They are the only ship within range to help Triman, but Lula has a secret. Despite her training, she is afraid she isn't ready for her first real challenge. Back on Triman 4, we meet Zine and her friend Crix in a panic as the debris flies to the surface. Zine too has a secret she hides. She's been taught by her elders to never feel or use the Force, but the truth is, she does feel it. Yoda and the Padawans make their way to the planet, but before they can get there, another ship arrives. Zine can feel that something about it isn't right, as if the fact that it looks like a Black Widow spider wasn't enough of a clue. Crix drags Zine to try and board the ship, but they're denied by a band of armed mercenaries. It looks like they're not coming to save everyone, and definitely not Zine and Crix. Meanwhile, Lula and her Padawan friends make it to the planet, but they don't have a way to evacuate all the people. Looks like they'll have to borrow the giant spidercraft. Crix is trying hard to negotiate their way onto the ship, but the mercenaries only understand aggressive negotiations. No matter, Jedi are pretty good at those too, and they arrive just in time to help. Zine gets to witness the power of the Force firsthand as she watches Lula and the Padawans take out the mercenaries. But the Force has more in mind for these two secret keepers, whose destinies are about to cross in an irreversible manner. You'll need to pick this one up to see how. Now, I can't imagine it's easy to rewind the clock 200 years and introduce new characters that you're supposed to instantly like, but despite the odds, Daniel Jose Older has done it. I love how he gives so much depth to these new characters by showing you what each of them is thinking while the action keeps its foot on the gas pedal from page 1. This series is off to a great start, and I can't wait to see where Daniel takes the story of these Padawans next.
Commander Zara has Starlight Squadron trapped while 3PO continues to make a new code to bring the rebel fleets back together in Star Wars number 11, Operation Starlight, The Last Hope, from writer Charles Soule and artist John Bazaldua. It's a race against the clock for both Starlight Squadron and Lobot. The ancient talkie droid is needed to help make the new codes to contact Starlight Squadron, but the droid's connection with Lobot is killing Lando's old friend. Poe's dad has Lando at blaster point while he pleads with Leia to stop the transmissions in order to save his friend. Leia reluctantly has to continue with the operation as the rebellion is bigger than any one person, Lobot included. Starlight Squadron has their hands full against Commander Zara and her Star Destroyer Tarkin's will. Seems the Imperials have corralled the squadron but don't want to destroy them yet. Zara wants information from them and tractor beams them towards the destroyer. But thanks to an untried strategy from Wedge's time with Rogue Squadron, they may have found a way out of this mess. Maybe. Back in the Rebel fleet, Lando's had just about enough of watching his friend die after risking so much to save him back in Cloud City that he makes a last-ditch effort to stop what's happening. Unfortunately for Calrissian, it didn't work out, and he's been taken to the brig. Just then, and this doesn't get said often, or enough, it's 3PO to the rescue. He's now fluent in over 6 million forms of communication, plus one. Now it's time to bring Starlight Squadron back and save Lobot before it's too late. And it just might be for both. This issue, like so many others, is movie quality good. I'd love to see this story adapted for live action or animation. The combination of Soule's writing and Bazaldua's artwork kept me on the edge of my seat. Grab your copy today. You won't regret it.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you.
It's not over yet.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans, and we want to welcome you to the 100th episode of Quick Shot of Broaxium.
That's right, and we can't thank you, our viewers and subscribers, enough for sticking it out with us as we continue to grow and improve as we approach our 3rd year.
Yo, Dan, let's kick it old school Quick Shot style.
Oh, hell yeah. And on shelves today, we have Darth Vader issue number 10, written by Greg Pak, who has been doing it, and art by Raffaele Ienco.
So, you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
Lord Vader uses the Wayfinder to locate Exegol to find the Emperor's secrets. In Darth Vader, number 10, Into the Fire, Part 5, The Red Horror.
Our story opens up in red space with Lord Vader flying an old Jedi starfighter when he comes face to face with the extra-dimensional biological entity monster. Damn you, Ozymandias.
Thinking the Verminoth is their only adversary, Vader turns the old Jedi starfighter around to find 3 Star Destroyers firing upon them, with the Umbaran leading the charge.
But what these Imperials don't know is that they're going up against the best pilot in the galaxy, and he's determined to reach his destination by any means.
Evading everything these Star Destroyers are throwing at Vader, the Umbaran is confident he won't make it past the Summa Verminoth mind meld.
This ain't Star Trek, Dan.
Oh my God.
Yeah, come on.
Not again.
To even set foot on Exegol, Lord Vader must go through a series of fate-altering mind games with the Summa Verminoth.
Fortunately, this is where we have to leave you, because it would be unfortunate to spoil this for you.
Okay, we're going to show you this one image. Check this out. Pak and Ienco once again bring the ruckus with some serious Vader lore that continues to forever change how we see the tragic character that is Darth Vader.
And thanks again for joining us for our 100th quick shot of Broaxium. 100!
And don't forget to check out the Star Wars Splash Page podcast for a full in-depth review on Darth Vader number 10.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Star Wars fam? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhines. And on our 101st episode, Dan and I got nothing to do.
Yeah, we don't. And you know what? I think we deserve this little break.
Yeah, I think so. I think we deserved it. Maybe over 100 episodes.
But hey, we have got some awesome substitutes for you guys today.
That's right. A part of the Broaxium family, the Star Bros podcast, are going to be handling all the High Republic comics previews for you.
That's right. We have Marvel's issue High Republic number 3.
And IDW's The High Republic Adventures number 2.
So I guess you guys might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
I watch Star Wars just to see Yoda.
The cover art for Marvel's issue number 3 of the High Republic sets the right tone for the pages that follow. There's mystery, darkness, fear, and even a Hutt autopsy, all await in Kevin Scott's latest issue titled There Is No Fear, Chapter 3, Down Below. We begin on Sedri Minor, where Jedi Master Keeve Trennis narrates the scene. Carrot is missing somewhere on the planet, and his twin Tarek is overwhelmed, talking a little crazy and foaming at the mouth. Skier is showing some of his frustration too, and for the first time, Keeve is feeling the loneliness that comes with being a Jedi Knight. That is until a couple local children appear. They approach her and present her with some food. Some adults soon follow and inform Keeve that their son Julius has gone missing. Worse yet, they inform Keeve that 5 others are missing. But that's not creepy enough. All of the crops are dying. After a brief run-in with Cal Sulman, who seems to kind of run things on Sedri Minor, Keeve decides to take matters into her own hands. She ventures into the rotting fields. Bartol, one of the adventurous local kids, appears, and soon enough the pair find themselves standing at the mouth of a massive, ominous sinkhole. Bartol jumps in feet first, and Keeve uses the Force to catch him, then realizes that they're not alone down there. Meanwhile, back on the ship, Tarek is looking worse by the minute. Marshal Chris feels the presence of the dark side. And back in the tunnel, Keeve senses it too, and begins to recite a memorable line. Now, to see what happens next, you gotta pick up this issue. Just remember to turn on all the lights, check under the bed for monsters, and repeat after me. I am one with the Force is one with me. I am one with the Force is one with me.
We rejoin Lula and the Padawans back on Trimand 4 as they face off with the Nile's henchmen, and this time Yoda's there to help, and so was Buckets of Blood. Crix, Elder Tromac, and our new villain Marchion Ro look over the ensuing battle and react to Zine siding with the Jedi. Crix is torn and confused. Should he side with his friend, or go with his leader and his obviously evil master? Zine calls out to Crix to join her, but it's no use. No matter, Yoda is there, and find the boy he will. But first, he asks Zine for her little pet Cham Cham. What could Yoda have planned with such a cute little crew? Yoda approaches the cruiser, but before Marchion Ro can do anything about it, he disappears. Marchion Ro tells Crix that if he's gonna stay, he'd better find that green Jedi. Crix sets out to find Yoda, but naturally, Yoda finds him first. He tries to convince Crix to follow him, but Crix feels too betrayed. He yells out for help and Yoda runs away. It looks like Yoda is about to be captured, but Cham Cham swoops in to help, or to finally get Nile for lunch, one or the other. Will Crix stay with the Nile, or will he go back to his friend Zine on Trimand? You gotta pick this one up to find out.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you.
With Starlight Squadron barely escaping Commander Zara's trap and having to leave Poe's mom behind, the Rebellion might finally have the edge they need to defeat the Empire in Star Wars number 12, Operation Starlight Part 4, Reflections of the Lost. It's a relatively quiet time for the Rebels. Poe's dad and Kylo Ren's mom have a moment of reflection on their respective partners. Kes is obviously worried about his wife Shara being captured by the Empire, but Leia reassures him that Poe's mom is a survivor and she'll find a way back to him. Leia asks Kes why he comes to this quiet part of the ship, and he tells her it's so he can talk to his son. And would you just look at that little Poe? He's so cute that you just want that to be you. Leia asks Kes how he and Shara met, and it's a really nice story. Kes was with friends for a space bachelor party, lots of drinks, lots of gambling. Kes uses his last 7 credits to randomly bet on one of the pilots for a crest race on Galator 3. That random pilot just happened to be Shara Bay. Then Leia tells Kes a story about Han, a story about what makes him special to her and to the Rebellion. This was a really nice exchange about Kes and Leia's respective beautiful disasters. Kes and Shara might be my favorite couple, and we get a better sense of Han Solo as the hero he was always destined to be. Star Wars number 12 from Charles Soule and Ramon Rosales is on shelves today at comic shops everywhere. Don't miss out and pick up your copy today.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium. If you like this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. You can find us all over social media: Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. And may the Force be with you.
What's going on, Bro Squadron? I'm your bro host, Chris Ryans.
And I'm Daniel Miller, and we are the fuel to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week right into hyperspace with a quick shot of Broaxium.
And this week, we're going to be previewing Star Wars Bounty Hunters number 10 from Ethan Sachs and Paolo Villanelli.
So, you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it. The Onaka gang has destroyed Valance's ship, the Broken Wing. And with the pirates thinking Valance is destroyed, they won't know what hit them now that he's on board the Rebel freighter to complete his mission in Star Wars Bounty Hunters number 10, The Terminus Gauntlet, Part 3, A Desperate Gambit. We start off with a flashback to Kursk after Valance was sorta rescued by Han Solo and the rest of his TIE squadron. All Valance wants is to get patched up and get back into the cockpit of a TIE fighter, but his injuries are substantial, and since he's deemed a failure by Imperial standards, he can't get the proper cybernetics he needs to replace his right leg and left eye. The best he can hope for is infantry. After a brief conversation with Cadet Solo, Valance vows to bounce back from this and earn his way back into the Imperial Navy. Flash forward to present day along the Terminus hyperspace route. Crag, leader of the Onaka gang and a captive but cooperative Dengar, cut through the rebel transport looking for Dengar's contact, who will be a huge payday for Dengar and an even bigger threat to the rebellion. The Onaka gang, thinking they killed Valance in the previous issue, have no idea that Valance did indeed survive and is currently Batmaning it onto the rebel cruiser to finish his mission. Back on Rusan, Taonga and Losha are reunited, but Taonga still has a mission of her own to finish. She's going after Nakano Lash's killer. But this time, Losha's coming with, and they're bringing a Nexu. Back on the rebel cruiser, Valance continues to cut through the Onaka gang flunkies like a Star Wars savage and manages to save the captured crew. As Valance and rebel mechanic Blanche Sproul discuss what the pirates could possibly want with their ship, Blanche reveals a heavily damaged hyperdrive motivator. Looks like sabotage, and possibly an inside job. Looks like we've got a TR-8R in the rebellion. Another dope issue from Ethan Sachs, Paolo Villanelli, and the rest of the Bounty Hunters team. The action was awesome and brutal, showing a more visceral side of violence in the Star Wars galaxy.
This story is leading into May's War of the Bounty Hunters crossover event, and I can't wait. Make sure you pick up this issue today.
And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
And next week on shelves, we've got Star Wars Adventures #4 from IDW and Dr. Aphra #8.
And if you want more with your Star Wars comics, we have the perfect formula for you. A 1-2-3 punch, if you will. First, you watch your comic book preview with your quick shot of Broaxium.
Step 2, read those comics.
And step 3, if you want a full discussion and review, listen to the Star Wars Splash Page podcast for all of that.
A link to their podcast will be in the description below.
And if you enjoyed this video, force push that like button and subscribe to this channel. We are all over social media, Facebook, YouTube,
Instagram, and Twitter.
And may the Force be with you.
Always.
What's going on, Brogue Squadron? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Rhines, and we are the fuel to kickstart your Star Wars Comics Week right now hyperspace with a quick shot of Broaxium.
And on shelves today, we have Star Wars Adventures #4, written by Michael Morici and Jordan Clark. Also, we have Dr. Aphra, issue #8 by Allison Wong and Minkyu Jung.
So, you might want to buckle up, baby.
And let's punch it.
I watch Star Wars just to see Yoda.
Life Day Part 2. We are on the planet Kashyyyk. Qui-Gon Jinn and Padawan Kenobi were celebrating Life Day with the Wookiees until some party-crashing Trandoshans came and ruined all of the fun. Qui-Gon and a few other Wookiees managed to get themselves trapped by the Trandoshans, and after trying to use the Mind Touch on Korgan, the lead Trandoshan, Qui-Gon realized he was really going to have to rely on his Padawan because the Trandoshan leader wasn't even phased. Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi and the Wookiee Brennan managed to escape the attack, but weren't going to let Qui-Gon and the Wookiees remain in the hands of the Trandoshans. So Obi-Wan comes up with a brilliant plan and turns himself in. What? I would love to tell you the rest of this story, but I would be doing you a disservice. Michael Morici makes you want to hang on to every page, so please don't sleep on this comic. Our second short story, titled Credits by Jordan Clark, is a great story about Beckett pulling one of the biggest cons you could ever think of to impress the woman he loves. And let me tell you, she is not easy to impress. He even needed the help of Rio to get this job done.
Dr. Aphra's been hired by Lady Domina to steal some experimental, possibly nihil, hyperdrive tech, and the good doctors brought Sanastaros in to help get the job done. Too bad General Fakora of the Unbroken clan wants it as well. And Dr. Aphra #8, The Engine Job, Part 3, Old Wounds. Aphra and Sana are at a bar on Dolhar Hyde looking for leads on a Celestin named Remy. The bartender tells him how he was babbling to the whole bar about some junk he got from an old ship in the jungles close by. As the two scale this enormous tree, we learn that the Nihil had ravaged the planet, but from the looks of things, the planet struck back, as the trees and the rest of the fauna have swallowed the ships up. Aphra mentions how the Nihil performed impossible feats with lightspeed and how that could have been their undoing on this particular planet. Just then, Aphra's rappel snaps and she falls into one of the Nihil ships embedded in the tree. Back on Cancel Bite, Lucky has his target in his sights, takes the shot, and clears his brother's debt, hopefully. After strolling through the city, singing a song, he runs into his old friend, Ariel Yu of the Sixth Kin. After a short reunion, they have a meeting with the Sixth Kin leader, Wen Delphus. Why? Well, we cut back to Aphra and Sana as they try to get the old Nihil ship's computer working. Things seem to be going well, but This is a Dr. Afra story, so expect an abrupt, violent interruption. I can't go any further than that, Brogue Squadron. Make sure you pick up this issue at your local comic shop to find out what happens next. And thanks again for joining us for another quick shot of Broaxium.
And if you want more out of your Star Wars comic books, we have the perfect 1-2-3 punch formula for your Star Wars comic book consumption. Number 1, watch your Star Wars comic preview with a quick shot of Broaxium.
Number 2, read those Star Wars comics.
And number 3, if you want an in-depth review and discussion on that week's comics, listen to the Star Wars Splash Page podcast.
Their link will be in the description below. And live this Saturday, your bro hosts are going back to the Bantherverse for Blue Banther Milk Company's AI-written script for Solo 2. It's going to be an awesome table read with some of the best Star Wars YouTubers around.
It's going to be a great time. We hope to see each and every one of you there. You cannot miss this one. So, may the Force be with you always.
Always.
What's going on, Brogue Squadron? I'm your bro host, Daniel Miller.
And I'm Chris Ryans, and it's all High Republic Comics this week. And you know what?
Impressive. Most impressive.